What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm J. This is Diddy, day two. Um, I'm a little behind, but we're gonna jump into it. We'll see if they already did any of the cross-examining from the defense on the ex-worker, and then we'll just go from there. But get you something to drink if you're at work, you know what I'm saying? Put your headphones in because we're gonna be at this for at least 5 hours, 6 hours. And me head on over to x.com. We're gonna figure this thing on out. Yeah, man. I just got home. Said we're gonna get on here. We're gonna do what we gotta do. Keep these updates rolling. Oh man. What we got? What up? What up? Who we got in here? X. CNN was doing a pretty good job, so we'll keep the live updates on CNN, and we'll also do the inner city press. So we got them, CNN, Diddy. All right, so they already jumping straight into it. So we need to get caught up. Let me see. Does Inner City Press have any? Okay, so we already got. So they're talking to the dancer now. Prosecutors keep entirely under seal until just now, like this one. All right, so we got a lot of stuff we need to catch up on. We'll do that, and then we'll jump into these updates. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as you come on in here. I'm J, and we will be covering the Diddy trial for the 8 to 10 weeks, however long it takes, but we're here. So the last updates they were given. All right, so 10 hours ago. And I'm gonna try to go through this so we can get caught up and get to the real world, like the real-time updates that are going on right now in the trial. But we just got to read some of this and see what the heck is actually going on. So the Diddy docket sealing salt. Sean Combs trial began talk of freakoff videos. Now lawyers for Cassie seek sealing of a video, even to propose press pool of 3. Okay, so I guess they don't want that video to be out. A freakoff of Cassie. They don't want anything of her to get out. Request to be filed under seal. It says the government is in receipt of the defendant's April 15, 2025 request, Rule 17 subpoena for materials from victim number 4, and respectfully request to respond by Friday, April 18th. In making this request, the government notes that the proposed subpoena is inconsistent with the guidance provided at the court on April 14th conference in this matter. At the conference, the court advised defense counsel that a broad request of materials for victim 4 will be present. Issues that the council should therefore be rifle shot about what are asking for and point to specific items in relevance, my bad, that you believe exists. So basically they're just trying to say we don't want that tape out. So that's 9 hours ago. They said everything's been up under seal. So this is 3. All right, cool. So we just now getting started. Let me see. 6 minutes ago, 38 minutes ago. U.S. versus Sean Combs, May 13th. Cassie on deck after cross of Escort Phillip. All right, so they're gonna have Cassie on trial today. Cassie's gonna come up today after they finish cross-examining the stripper or ex-worker. Combs, Shapiro, predicate for prior consistent statements hasn't been met. Judge, I find that it is. For this exhibit, the defense opened and said there will be millions of reasons for people to testify here. That's the attack that was used as to B316. The judge said, okay, but the standard has not been reached. You know, I don't know none of that legal jargon. B332 and B339. Okay, Mr. Phillips, get in the witness box, then bring in the jury. All rise. So to continue, you return to the hotel. All right, we're good. So we haven't got too much. We got the ex-worker back on deck. So we good. We all caught up. Now here we are in the real time. All right, so we're 2 minutes behind. Xavier Donaldson, this is the guy who was on last night cross-examining. He picked back up. He said, while you and Miss Cassie Ventura were having X for hours, Miss Ventura took the lead. Phillips said, no. Donaldson said, so you took the lead? He gonna say, we were equally doing our thing. There wasn't a leader. Donaldson said, you decided together? Phillips said, yeah, we did. Fair to say she was in complete control of everything she was doing. The male dancer, Phillips said, I can't say that. So the lawyer gonna say, did you wear protection, as in a condom? Phillips said, I did not. Donaldson, so your boss told you Miss Cassie Ventura paid for the hotel? Phillips responded with yes. So she paid with her credit card? The male dancer said, I have nothing to do with that. She used her card to pay for the dancer. Donaldson, okay. That assault at her apartment on 11th Avenue. Phillips said, I believe it was at the West End Avenue. So I guess you don't know where it actually took place, where he thinks it was somewhere else. So Donaldson, what it looks like for him, he's just trying to, hey, Diddy didn't pay for none of this. Cassie was paying for all of that. Now, what up, Angela? Now for Philip, I mean, I don't know who paid for what. All I know was I got $400 in cash and then $5,000 to $6,000 when I left. Now, if you don't remember, this guy, David Phillip, I think his name was David, or Mr. Phillip, he said yesterday he thought Cassie was actually feeling him. He thought that they had a real genuine friendship. But, you know, we ain't on no sides here. It really looked like, nah, man, she was just effing on you because that's what she was there for. You know what I mean? Let's see what the update is on CNN. Yeah, so his name is Daniel. Daniels Phillip, the manager, is back on the stand for another day of testimony. Daniel Phillip was the male manager who testified yesterday that he was paid to have X with Cassie on several occasions, is back on stand. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson will continue questioning Phillip soon. They also said the judge allows messages between Combs and Ventura to be brought up. Defense attorney Anna Estevo told the court that they intend to bring up messages between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura when she was out of state, and he was concerned with bring up messages. Oh my goodness. Bring up messages between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura when she was out of state, and he was concerned with her that she was cheating on him. And she told him she hadn't responded because she hadn't gotten to a bar fight. The lawyer said the incident demonstrates that Ventura had a substance abuse issues independently of her relationship with Combs. The judge overruled prosecutor's objections and allowed the incident to come into trial. So, what up, Mozzie? What up, Donald? Hey, yeah, in fact, don't bring your personal feelings. So, what Diddy's lawyers are trying to do is there's a text message and they're trying to show that Cassie had her own drug problems, her own drug habits. So they won't include it in what Diddy got going on. You know what I mean? They're trying to separate everything that she was doing negatively onto her own. When she was paying for stuff, that was her to try to separate Diddy from it. We got an update on Inner City Press. Donaldson said, you claim Mr. Combs told her to come over? She said she had her personal information on the computer. So wait a minute. And he threw a bottle at her? Philip said, correct. Donaldson says, he comes out and says, are you ready? Philip said, no, correction. He said, are you guys ready? All right. So I think this is the moment that they were talking about yesterday when they were on the computer and Diddy told Cassie to come here. And then he went out there and pulled her and said, B, come here. And they asked him, did he intervene? And he said, no. So right now, we're just trying to figure out. I don't really know what Donaldson is doing. Last night, we were thinking maybe he was just stalling to get us till today so he can get up here and have full time. But I don't know, man. It just seems like Donaldson might be the weak link on this defense. I don't know where he's going with any of this. I see the separation, but it's early in the trial. We're thinking over the top. We want to hear the judge yelling at people. That's what we're trying to hear. You know what I mean? See, so yesterday we didn't know that Diddy threw a bottle. We just knew that he yelled and told Cassie to come here, B. Oh, look at this though. The judge, about 30 minutes ago, the judge says he's inclined to grant media requests to make video and images public. Now, that's not meaning the trial. I'm assuming that any of the evidence that they have, they're talking about making this public. So the judge said he's inclined to grant the media's motion for public access to actually explicit footage and images that are expected to be submitted as evidence, but said he hasn't made a decision yet. Attorneys for Diddy and the prosecutors want actually explicit videos and images sealed so that only the jury and the parties will view the material at trial. An attorney representing a media coalition advocating for public access to the exhibit spoke in court to object the sealing of any evidence. The judge said he wait to rule until the parties file written responses to the coalition's motion on the docket. Uh, well, the people, this is the United States, the people versus Diddy. So anything that they have in here, we need that to be public. Now, will I go through all of it? Probably not. But we are, it is, they always talking about, man, it's our tax dollars. We want to see some of this evidence. What up, Maurice? Man, Diddy might get off. Well, he got 5 charges to beat. He got prostitution. He got 2 sex trafficking. Let me see. I got all of them. Yeah, so he got racketeering, conspiracy. I know people are saying, how is Diddy getting a RICO by itself? It's not an actual RICO. It's racketeering where you're using an enterprise. So if you use your business to do things to cover up stuff, that pay for stuff, that's the racketeering conspiracy there. So he got racketeering, which that's just a conspiracy. You don't have to prove that he actually did anything. If the company paid for something, boom, you got your racketeering right there. So that's going to be hard to beat. X trafficking, you can just take somebody to another city and have X with them. Boom, X trafficking, fly him in, X trafficking. He got 2 counts of that. Transportation for P-tuition, you can fly to another city, which we know we got Cassie in LA, we got Cassie in New York. You can fly somewhere else. If you fly somewhere and then hire somebody, that is the transportation of P-tuition. That's going to be hard to beat because all you got to do is get Diddy to pay for one person. This guy's an ex-worker. He said he received some money from Diddy before. There's your prostitution. And was 2 counts of that. So 2 counts of transportation of P-tuition and 2 X trafficking. Those are going to be hard to beat. What up, Kendall? What up, Danny? So remember, this isn't anything about abuse, domestic violence or anything like that. This is just a conspiracy and going to a different place to have X. You see what I'm saying? Those are going to be hard to beat because it's like, all right, well, yeah, we know that Diddy was on drugs. We know we got an ex-worker here. Even the defense is putting him in the room with him. Now, we got to see where it goes. Of course, I want to see what the defense can do here. But yeah, out of 5 charges, they're going to get him with something. Okay, let me see. So the judge sustained. So damn, we don't even know what the hell happened here. Okay, judge says sustain. You can only use it if you try to refresh the recollection. Combs, lawyer said, read it to yourself. Does it refresh you? The dancer Philip said, I do not remember saying that. What I am reading here, get the F out. Objection, Your Honor. Judge said, disregard that. Okay, now we're getting into some action. Xavier is going to say, did you date a model named Malia? Philip said, Malaya? Shit, I don't know. And I didn't say I dated her. We were friends. You were with her and saw Cassie with someone not Mr. Combs? Yes, I did. You told Malia that you saw Cassie socially? Hmm. All right, let me see. Hey, Maurice, I don't know what you've been reading, but no, Cassie did not request it. According to Donald Phillip, Diddy forced him to do it. So we read all of it yesterday. Cassie did not request to get urinated in her mouth. This guy, according to him yesterday, said that Diddy told him to do it and not to do it all at once. His words, not mine. You know what I mean? Let's just get the facts out there. You know what I mean? Cassie, he did say that she was the one that paid him the first time. But when it came to the R. Kelly and he said Diddy told him to do it. So we got more updates over here. You know, it's more in depth on CNN. Philip continues to detail the actual encounters with Ventura and Combs. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson asked Philip again about the first day he had X with Cassie in front of Diddy. Not long after he left the hotel room following their first X encounter, Ventura called him and asked if he'd come back the same day. Philip testified. Philip said he agreed to return to their hotel room at the Gramercy Park Hotel, where he and Ventura had X for a few hours. A few hours is wild. When asked, Philip testified that Combs did not direct him and Ventura on how they should have X that day. Ventura also appears sober, Philip testified. He said he didn't see her drink alcohol or take drugs while he was there with the couple. When Donaldson asked if Ventura seemed in complete control of everything she was doing during the encounter, Philip testified, I cannot say. The citizen, hey, hey Maurice, what you know about it? What you know about it? If y'all know, this is my dog Maurice. You know what I'm saying? The other Mo. You know what I'm saying? I'm Big Mo, he the other Mo. But that's my dog right there. My dog about to be a lawyer, actually. My dog's about to be a lawyer. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have a lawyer in the crew. I'm already a doctor. We're gonna have the whole crew together. Let's see what the update is. Okay, so let's see. And guys, it's only day 2. We can't say he might get off, he might beat it, he might not. It's only day 2. We don't know what other. We still haven't got Cassie on the stand. We still haven't got freakoff videos where it could allegedly be showing him like forces. We don't know. It's only day 2. You know what I mean? We can't. Man, it's looking like Diddy gonna beat this. It's day 2, guys. It's day 2. We ain't even got. We haven't even got done with this, but we did already prove prostitution. He already said that Diddy paid him. So there's that right there. So you can't go off of just day 2. You know what I'm saying? It's like he said that Diddy paid him. So that right there is P2. Right? Case closed. But it ain't like that. We got 8 weeks of this. So they asked the male dancer, uh, did you date Malia? He said, no, I didn't date her. I just said we were cool. Uh, you thought Cassie wanted to see you one-on-one. Nothing to do with Sean Combs, right? Philip said, I don't see what you mean. Hey, listen, we asking you, did you want some one-on-one time with Cassie? Did you believe that that's what she was coming off and leading with? He said, in front of the Dream Hotel. That's what you thought. Philip said, no. Damn, these motherfuckers be at all the hotels. They be at all the hotels. The Dream Hotel, the Intercontinental Hotel. So remember, inner city press isn't giving us all of the details. It's only 120 characters or maybe 150. He's just trying to give us the quick updates on here, and then we'll go over to CNN and we'll fill in the blanks with what they have going on. And if you guys know another, if you know another Twitter or something or somebody that's in there that's like giving updates, if you can give me their Twitter, we'll go on there also and look at it. I know Inner City Press, he was just like one of the first people to do it. I know there's a couple of YouTubers that are in the trial. I don't know if they're doing like constant updates like he is, but if you know another Twitter, go ahead and put that in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. It's going down, man. They got Diddy in here. All right, looks like we got a little break in between, man. I'm trying to find us anything we can. Cassie wanted to see. All right, here we go. 8 seconds ago, Xavier said, "You only saw her inebriated one time, correct?" Philip said, "I saw her passed out on the couch. Mr. Combs told me I don't think it's going to happen today." Donaldson, "The time with the other male, you rotated?" "Not correct. So you watched?" He said, "Yeah." So remember yesterday he said yesterday he came over. Cassie was either too high or too drunk. She was passed out. And the guy that they're talking about, the other male, this was the actual escort that he exchanged numbers with. Remember, we were thinking that's kind of weird. Like, unless you were then I'm not exchanging no money with no male escort. We ain't got nothing to talk about. I came over here for my little $5,000. I ain't gonna say little. I came over here for my $5,000. Like, what are you doing here? Like, we're not about to hang out. You're not about to contact me on anything. I don't need your number. We're like, when Cassie called me, I'm gonna go see Cassie. It's not gonna be, hey, let's go link up. No. Back up. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this. I'm gonna pull up the Diddy trial hashtag on another page before I bring it up on the screen, because you know Twitter can get a little crazy. So let me just do a little pre-screening on that. Long crime. All right, ain't really a talk about nothing really on here yet. But here is now obviously this isn't during the trial, but this is what Diddy's looking like about nowadays. You know what I'm saying? When he ain't got the hair dye and everything, this is what he's looking like. Oh, Diddy. What do you got going on right about now? We got us an update on CNN. Defense attorney asked Philip about witnessing assault on Cassie. So let's see. Defense attorney Xavier asked Daniel Philip again about the time he saw Diddy assault Cassie at her home. Philip confirmed that he went to Ventura's apartment after she sent him her address, and they had X before the assault. He confirmed that she did not appear to be under the influence at the time. Philip said Monday that after the assault, Combs pushed Philip and Ventura to continue having X. Donaldson challenged Phillips' trial testimony with a report from a previous law enforcement interview he gave in 2023, when he told investigators that Combs told him, "Yo, man, I'm going to need to deal with this. You need to get the F out. On the stand, Phillips said he didn't recall telling investigators that. So they're trying to pick apart his testimony. Good move. Good move. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day. Now, remember, I said on Friday I do have the finale of Raising Canaan, but after that, we're gonna be doing the Diddy trial every day. It's gonna be because it starts about 3 o'clock my time. Now, depending on what time I get off work, I might be able to get here as soon as it starts. But if not, like today, I got on here what 3:50, so probably about an hour after they started almost. But they were just getting started, so we'll continue to do this. We'll do the live updates again. I'll try to find other people that are in the trial to give us more updates, so we can gather more information. But as of right now, if you want to know what I'm following, it's Inner City Press on Twitter or X.com, and then I'm following the CNN live updates because they give us a more in-depth. He'll just give us bits and pieces of it, and then we'll come over to CNN and we'll fill in the blanks with all the information that they provide. What up, Eric? Yeah, so this is where we at, man. It's wild. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new. Pinned in the chat is my other channel, is The Mo You Know. I know we got 25 people on The Mo You Know. We got 75 people on my main channel. But if you want any of all of this is going to be streamed on both of my channels. But when I cut them up and put them in clips, it'll be on my other channel. So if you want to just watch these lives that are broken down into like 20-minute, 15-minute videos that cover one specific thing, it'll be on The Mo You Know. It's pinned in the chat on both channels. So subscribe to that channel. We'll have these cut up. And throughout this, I'm going to be cutting up some videos while I'm on here. So if I'm muted, it's because I'm recording something off my phone to put on the other channel. Because I want to keep this updated as much as I can for you guys. Yeah, so we working. You know what I mean? We working. This is what we always wanted to do. We said we wanted a trial. We potentially got the trial of the century. Let's jump back in here. You know, Inner City Press got us working. All right, let's see. What updates do we got? I don't know why my Twitter doesn't just update by itself. I got to continue to refresh. All right. I got to come up with a voice for Donaldson. You said Mr. Combs was directing, but do you recall meeting the prosecutors on March 28th, 2025 and telling them you didn't recall Mr. Combs giving directions about positions? Phillips responded with, yes. Donaldson said, so he didn't direct. That's incorrect. All right. Xavier says, you thought you were in a relationship with Cassie, didn't you? Philip said, no. You wanted to get along with her, to date her, didn't you? Answer the question. Philip said, if she let me, I would have. Donaldson said, oh, so you get jealous of Mr. Combs. No, I don't. All right, man. So listen, this Xavier guy, I don't know who not Xavier, that's the lawyer. David Phillip. I have a saying, every 3 minutes and 39 seconds, we lose a brother to the streets. That doesn't mean dead or in jail, but you can lose a brother to the streets on some sucker-ish. This guy was a dancer. I know the lifestyle that he lives is a wild one, but he really believed that if Cassie gave him a chance, the woman that's out here paying for ding dongs that you've been urinating in her mouth, there's 3 other niggas in here allegedly lined up to take their turn with her. He's talking about, yeah, man, if she gave me an opportunity, I would be with her. If I'm the judge, I'm looking at, hey, you want to rephrase that? You sure you wanted to? You're saying this in open court under oath that you wanted to be in a relationship with Miss Ventura after everything that transpired. All right, clerk, go ahead and document that. That's some wild shit, man. That's a wild shit there. So y'all were right yesterday when y'all were calling him out. He was catching feelings because here he's saying, if she let me, I would have. Oh well, man. We're gonna see. This there's gonna be a lot of stuff exposed here, but that's what we're here for. Now, I am gonna make some jokes. Now, I'm not, saying nothing about them. I'm trying not to, saying disrespect anybody, but we will be making jokes. So they are appropriate, but we will be making jokes. So don't get offended, guys. That's just my personality. All right. So Donaldson said, did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? Objection, Your Honor. Can we have a sidebar? All right, sidebar. So wait, he's saying that when he was in there with Cassie, Diddy would be in there. Hey, time out, my turn. Switch. You remember on House Party where you'd be like, switch, and Be Loud wouldn't switch, and my boy was like, Be Loud switch, and Be Loud was. So he's saying, this is the defense. He's saying that, did you not tell them that Mr. Combs would tell you it's my turn? The U.S. attorney said, objection, Your Honor, sidebar. So they're about to go up there. Your Honor, they're trying to make a mockery of our witness. The judge, let this slide. We need to know. Was Diddy in there talking about my turn? What was Diddy doing in here? He is the defendant. This should all be focused on what he was doing in there, but they ain't trying to hear this. They must know that this. Oh, it's probably getting to some freaky shit right now. This is probably about to get into some shit that, a lot of us aren't into. If you are, then that's on you. But when Diddy is saying it's my turn, what is he talking about? It's my turn. Like, ooh, what turn are you talking about? Like with Cassie? It ain't no turn over here. Like maybe with Cassie, but why would you say my turn? Like Cassie, I don't know, man. So we're gonna see what this sidebar includes. We got an update. Defense attorney asked Philip to confirm parts of his testimony from yesterday. They're reviewing parts of his testimony from yesterday. Prosecutors question him. We're not hearing any new information. Yeah, so it's all everything from yesterday. Angela, you're right. Like, I mean, his kids are in here. Remember, well, I don't know if his kids are in here today. But yesterday, 6 of the 7 were in there. I'm assuming that the little one wasn't in there, but the girls left and grandma was in there. So we got an update. Didn't you tell the government, this is Xavier, the defense, didn't you tell the government that you would feel jealous because you like Miss Ventura romantically? Philip said, I don't recall that. Donaldson said, put up 35 to 70. The state's attorney said, just for the parties. No, we all want to see. Philip said, I do not recall that. Donaldson said, nothing further. Donaldson, I see what you're doing. The casual approach. You don't want to be over the top like what we want. So basically what he's saying is he's trying to show that Diddy didn't pay for anything. And the only reason you understand today is because you had feelings for Cassie. So in this testimony here, right here, you said this and this. You liked her romantically. You may have been jealous of Diddy. So you might be on the trial taking this stand because you want Diddy locked up because you thought you had a chance with Cassie. And although Cassie is married to a white man with kids now and a potty mouth, you are trying to stick by Cassie because you believe that you can get some money out of this. Oh, okay, Donaldson, I like that. All right. That's good. Let me conserve my energy. We got about 7 more hours ahead of us, but okay, that's what it's looking like. Okay, redirect. Judge said, redirect. All right, state's attorney said, please explain why you now say Mr. Combs directed you. Philip said, he asked about positions, but Mr. Combs did not tell us what to do. Use baby oil. State's attorney, the timing of the handing of cash, how did the amount compare to your stripper services? Okay. Philip is up there holding his own. Now, he did say, did Diddy direct you? He said no. But he did tell us to put on more baby oil. So that is, he didn't direct us on positions, but he was directing us to wear the baby oil. Remember yesterday, he said Diddy was like, that's not enough baby oil. And we know that a true freak-off takes about 50 to 100 bottles of baby oil, hence why there was 1,000 at the house. A true freak-off is about 3 to 5 days, 50 to 100 bottles of baby oil. So right now, he's just saying that Diddy was only directing them to use more baby oil. He was directing them to act stuff out. Remember, he said yesterday that they needed to act like they were at an airport and just met each other, which was kind of stupid. Diddy is just a wild guy. I guess he was thinking of like Sex in the City or something of that nature. But the timing of handing the cash, how did the amount compare to your stripping services? Now, he said he was making $5,000 to $6,000 for X with Cassie. I'm assuming when he was stripping, maybe the most he made maybe like a $2,000 night, but no, we're gonna see him. Yeah, B. Hayes. So the daughters yesterday, they did leave the courtroom, and Grandma was in there. Grandma didn't know what the hell was going on, but she was in there. Okay, so here we go. We got money now. Philip said 3,800 or more. The state's attorney, how much were you paid to perform when you could? Philip said 700 to $5,000 or $6,000. And when you couldn't perform, they paid me nothing then. So did Miss Ventura call you after the Dream Hotel? He responded with yes. Damn. I'm from the business side of things. If I'm going over there and y'all paying me $5,000 to $6,000, there's no way I'm going over there and y'all paying me $700. Like my going rate would probably be $5,500. We'll split it in the middle. But how do you go from $700 to $5,000 to $6,000? One day you come over there, you like, shit, I need this bag, rent due. You go over there, you got Diddy throwing baby oil on you while he in the corner with a bandana and a robe on, and you leave him with $700 this time. Like, hey, I need that other 4,300. You know what I mean? Some wild shit that's going on here. The Don said, I kept saying Cassie better prepare for what's coming out, meaning her past. Fed prosecutors try to block out what Diddy's attorneys discovering about her. That is true. Now, at the end of the day, as far as Cassie goes, she got a settlement, an undisclosed amount. Who really cares? Like, let's be real. Ain't no one looking for Cassie music. Ain't no one looking for Cassie to be in. We personally don't give a damn about Cassie. Just like I said yesterday, once this trial's over, none of us are going to care about Diddy. Last week, wasn't none of us waking up thinking, man, I wonder what Diddy is doing. So, I mean, they could dig up the whole past they want. Like, I'm just looking at it like this. If they were digging up my past and I already got paid 30 million, I don't give a fuck what y'all know about my past. I got 30 M's. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's either you gonna judge me or you ain't. But now I agree with you though. Don. Like, for her image, you could go from being that sweetheart that, okay, Diddy did you wrong, but after this, people will be like, damn, you was actually a willing participant. We're gonna see. Cross-examination of Philip wraps up. Defense attorney Xavier Donaldson is done cross-examining Philip. Prosecutor Comey is now questioning Philip on the redirect examination. So, well, that's not technically true. So, Diddy is facing racketeering. Now, the racketeering is only if any of his organizations were paying for any of this. But he has 5 counts. The other 4 counts don't fall up under an actual RICO. So there are 5 individual counts. You got the racketeering, you got 2 sex trafficking, and 2 transportation and prostitution. All they got to do is prove that Diddy paid for X. And that's the transportation and prostitution, especially if they flew people somewhere else. All they got to do is prove that Diddy flew Cassie somewhere else and had X or forced her to do something. You see what I'm saying? So they're going to get one of these to stick. I believe that they can get him out of maybe like the racketeering and maybe one count on both. But I don't see him beating all of them. But it's still early though. We never know. The thing about these trials, the prosecutor has more of a chance of making a mistake than the defense does, because the prosecutor is the one that's leading this. The defense, all they're doing is defending. Whatever you say, they get to counter it. So they get an opportunity to hear what you got, see all your evidence, and they get to go against you. So this is the feds, and I'm sure they're going to get something to stick, but it really depends on the jury at this point. Yeah, you're right, Gemini. They said this trial is going to take 8 to 10 weeks, and we're going to be here for every single day of it. Hopefully every single day. Some days I ain't going to lie to y'all. I get tired after work, come home and go to sleep. But I am in Germany, so, you know, when I get off of here, it's going to be about 11:30 at night. But I'm doing this, guys, for you. So make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Right now, he's talking about he was getting paid. Cross-examination is over with, so it's back to re-examination by the prosecutors. All right, so here we go. After they paid him nothing, the attorney said, "Do you know who she was with?" No. Did she answer your text messages? Never, almost. See, and Philip loved this girl, but she didn't care about you. We all been, we all have been ghosts. You know, you thinking something going good, she just ain't responding back. But we were never in a situation where they were paying us. Like if a woman was paying me for like my time and stuff, then I know it ain't nothing serious. But this guy Philip didn't. He's probably a bum and then became a stripper, and it was just like, this is easy money. But anyway, did she ever answer your text messages? He said never, almost. You said you wanted to hug her. Why? I could see she was afraid. What did you do? I could not engage. I was messed up. See, man, he was talking about yesterday. He was her friend. All right. So what did Combs say to you? Phillips going to respond with, he said, it's time for you to go, playboy. In the Garmacy Hotel, whose room? Who was in the room? Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. Okay. When she appeared to enjoy herself, was Sean Combs always in the room? Phillips said, yes. All right. Now, that's just showing that they were both in the room. We know that Diddy was in the room. Who beat the federal government? I mean, there's been people. NBA YoungBoy just beat the feds. NBA YoungBoy beat the feds. I mean, there's been people that. The reason the feds number is so high is because people plead. It's not like they actually go to trial and they find them guilty. You know what I mean? It's just so high of a success rate because the feds typically have more information than everybody else because they got unlimited resources and funding. So it's like, all right, take the 10 years instead of going to jail for 30. You know what I mean? So that's why their rate is so high. But people beat the feds. They beat them all the time, actually. And that's why you'll hear like a Boosie B cases. But whenever you hear like them referencing another court case, like such and such, the state versus such and such, those people beat those cases. And that's why they're using it as a reference in their case. Like, no, in this one, this was the judgment that they made because this was what they brought up. So people beat the feds a lot. You just don't really hear about it. You know, this is a high profile case, so we're watching it. But there's fed cases going on right now. Inner City Press is doing another one. And they're talking about they just unsealed some kind of documents, but we don't care about that. If you go to Law and Crime right now, you're going to see 10 to 15 other cases. Some states, some feds, some people are winning, some people aren't. But this is a Diddy case. You know what I mean? This is take that. Every step I take. You know what I'm saying? All about the Benjamin. This is that Diddy. You know what I'm saying? Throw your rollers in the eye and wave and say, you know what I'm saying? This is more money, more problems. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason we following it. But this is where we're at here. Okay. So he said he wanted to hug her. This is during the assault. Remember, she ran up to him yesterday, is what he said. All right. So what did Mr. Combs say to you? He said, it's time for you to go. in the Garmacy Hotel, who was in the room? Philip says, Sean Combs, myself, and Cassie. When she appeared to enjoy herself, was Sean Combs always in the room? Philip responded with yes. All right. So now we got, was that the same man who called her a biatch and beat her? Philip said, I did not see the beating. I presume. Combs' lawyer said, objection, Your Honor. The judge said, sustained. This is just hearsay. You didn't see it, but you said that she had got slapped up yesterday. All right. So the judge said sustained. So that means, hey, we with it. So you heard slapping. Philip responded with yes. Nothing further. So the judge say, hey, Donaldson, do you want to recross? He said briefly. So he's about to get on to that. He's going to have to attack. You didn't see her be slapped. You assume that. So you really can't say that in court. All right. That's where we at now. Oh, man. Who would have thought 25 we'd be in here? And, you know, I just keep thinking about it. I had just got to Germany when Cassie had dropped the lawsuit on Diddy in October or November of 23. I had just got here. And here we are a year and a half later in a full out court setting, listening to how freaky and fucking terrible Diddy was, allegedly. What up, Dannon? Good afternoon. All right. So we got, in a minute though, after they do this cross-examination, I'm gonna go grab me some water and stuff, and we're gonna be right back. We'll probably turn on Law and Crime just to see if they have any updates to recap maybe what happened yesterday or whatever happened this morning that we didn't get a chance to read over, because we only came on Intercenter Press, and right when we got on here, they started back to cross-examining. All right. What we got? 100. All right, we're doing pretty good today, man. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo.J. And for the next 8 to 10 weeks, we're going to probably be spending 5 to 6 hours a day covering the Diddy trial. You know, I'm putting everything else to the side. My primary focus is TV shows and movies, but I do want to expand my channel. And then I do have my other channel, The Mo You Know. So we will be covering the Diddy trial. This is the biggest case that we've done. We looked at a little bit of Young Thug's trial, but that was a state case. And I don't know. I think I kind of like reading the live tweets compared to watching the actual footage where it's just a lot of downtime. But hey, this is where we are. What up, Auntie Knows Kitchen? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. We just waiting on these updates now. But this gives us an opportunity. So don't be afraid to put your questions in there. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Xavier gets back up there and he's about to question Philip. This document, do you see where you said I'm on the Upper West Side? She says 10 West, N Ave. Hit me when you're there. Philip said, yes. Do you see your text? Don't give a fuck if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all niggas. Philip said, yes. Do you see your text? Don't give a fuck if I'm a little tipsy. I love y'all niggas. Wait. I love y'all niggas. You talking about Cassie and Diddy? When you say I love y'all niggas, man, I love my niggas. I'm not gonna say I love my nigga. You know what I mean? So Philip is probably he. I mean, we kind of assumed that yesterday because of the whole switching numbers with a male escort, which is no reason to do. So it seemed like Phillips may be a little he. Now we ain't got in depth, and they're probably not gonna get in depth on that, but I don't know. Donaldson says, and that was after the beating. Yes. Nothing further, Your Honor. Now we get back to the attorney. Why did you write that? Phillips said, I wanted them to see I had no problem with what he had done. It keep going. No further questions. Oh, okay. So what I tell you, This guy, Donald Phillip, or not Donald, Daniel Phillips, he fell in love with Cassie. I assumed that he was a bum already, and then he just, you know what I'm saying, he was just like, well, I don't know if it's that easy to transition from being a stripper to, you know, saying performing X, but I guess all of that goes together. I don't know what X workers do. But for Philip, Philip was looking at it like, man, I got to make it seem like I'm okay with Diddy whooping on Cassie because one, this nigga loved Cassie, and two, I don't know if he did anything with Diddy, but he loved the money that I'm not even gonna say that Diddy was paying. He loved the money that Cassie was giving her because all of this is alleged. So this nigga's like, man, I love y'all niggas. I'm a little tipsy. Shit, what's up with that chat? Okay, I see what he's doing here. I see what he's doing here. He's like, he ain't trying to fuck up his bag. Now, is this morally right? Hell no. Like if Cassie getting her ass whooped, nigga, you said you in love with her, then it's like either stop going over there or try to help. Now I know security's gonna whoop your ass, but man, you could have told Cassie, let's get up out of here. You could have called somebody over there, even though they said that Cassie was saying she didn't want to. But from my understanding of what Philip is saying, he wasn't trying to fuck up the bag. He was like, I don't care what's going on in that room. Like right now, it's sunny as hell outside. But if I close these curtains, that means I don't give a damn what's going on out there. I don't want no sun in here. That's what Philip is like. Yeah, I heard maybe she got slapped or something in that back room, but fuck it. I'm on my way. I might be a little tipsy. I love y'all niggas. That nigga was in love with that $5,000 to $6,000. That's what he was in love with. And it seems like Philip is trying to play it cool because Cassie just got that bag from Diddy about a year and a half ago. And if you get up here and you show that you professing your love, maybe Cassie will break you off with some money. But Cassie ain't worried about you. She wasn't worried about you when you had the baby oil on you. She wasn't worried about you after Diddy allegedly slapped the hell out of her. She's not worried about you, Philip. But this might be our breaking point here, though. What up, Torian? My dog OT in here. The realest is in the chat. OT Lungs. That's my dog right there, guys. Let's see what we got. Okay, a sidebar before the next witness. The judge said yes. All right, so we got us a breaking point. So far we got two witnesses down. We had the first witness who was the security guard who is now a police officer, and if he is the guy that we looked up yesterday, he actually helped unalive a guy in 2022, violated company policies. That's if it's him. Israel Flores is the officer's name. He was a security guard at the hotel where the incident happened that Cassie and Diddy was on video. And then the second witness that we had yesterday was Daniel Phillips, who was a ex-dancer but turned into an ex-worker with Cassie, fell in love with Cassie, was baby oiled up, was on X, allegedly heard Cassie get slapped, but he did see Cassie get pulled by the hair. So that's two witnesses down in 2 days. Now, they did say Cassie might testify today. So if this is what's coming up next, then it might be Cassie. But let me go ahead and get these last updates. Courts are taking a break. Dismissed the jury for 10 minutes. The next witness hasn't been called yet. All right. So we got about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go grab me some water. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get some Wawa. We're gonna get some water. Let me try to find you guys a video at least. And that's a roundup of the second witness. All right. Diddy trial. YouTube. The video of Cassie getting attacked by Diddy was after. That was last year. That was last year. 2023 is when the case, the Diddy lawsuit dropped. He settled, and then in May of 24, the footage of what they did in the hotel was released. Now we don't know who released it, but we know that the guard had 2 copies just outside. Give me a second. 13 hours ago. What up, Tamika? Yeah, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna grab me some water, and I'm just gonna have this play for you guys. It's just a little bit of yesterday. I think like the text messages. But you know, since there ain't no footage inside, we gotta do what we gotta do, guys.
Was definitely eventful. Aside from compelling and revealing opening statements by both the prosecution and defense, the jury heard the first witnesses in the case. Everything from Astroglide to alleged paid sex work to explicit text messages, Diddy wearing a disguise, the rapper being pushed up against a wall. This is your definitive recap of everything that happened inside of that courtroom today. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, it is here. Today was officially day one of the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. From Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit back in November of 2023, to the plethora of allegations and other lawsuits, to the raids on his properties, to his arrest and indictment in September of 2024, to his multiple attempts to seek bail, to several superseding indictments. May 12th, 2025 marks the day the jury was finalized, opening statements began, and we heard the first witnesses, the first witness testimony in his criminal trial. Remember, this is a trial where federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York assert Combs engaged in sex trafficking, racketeering conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution, that he established this network, this enterprise, this pattern of criminal activity that was particularly engaged in the abuse of women. Now, we're going to plan to do daily recaps here on Sidebar every day of this trial if we can. Because as you know, federal courts don't allow cameras or recording devices, but we want to provide you enough details and description so it feels like you are in that courtroom watching it play out. This is a high interest case. This is an important case, and we feel it is only right that we try to provide you with as much information as we possibly can. So right now, we are going to lay out day one. Jury being finalized, opening statements, the witnesses who testified. So for that, I'm going to bring in Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is in that courthouse today. Elizabeth, so good to see you, as always. First things first, okay? And I want to let you go because you haven't even eaten today. I know there's been so much going on today. So first things first, what was it like today getting into that courtroom? I understand you had trouble getting into that courtroom. What was the scene like?
Oh, well, Jesse, I got here super early, a little bit like around 7:00 a.m. this morning. And thankfully, we had somebody kind of holding a place in line for us because that's how many people want to be here, want to be inside that courthouse, want to be inside that court. Room, whether it's the general
All right, guys,
public,
I got
whether it's journalists, whether it's other lawyers just wanting to get a piece of the action.
I got a little sidetrack, but real quick, it does a minute ago it says Combs' defense wants to bar Ventura's husband from court during her testimony. So they don't want. I got a little sidetrack. We got a little angry orchard. You know, if Cassie's about to take the stand, we about to hear it all. They said Combs' defense wants to bar Ventura's husband from the court during her testimony. Defense attorney Tina Garagos is making an application that Cassie Ventura's husband be barred from the courtroom for her testimony. Garagos says that Ventura's husband may be called in Combs' defense case if certain testimony comes up when Ventura takes the stand. Says that Ventura's husband. Damn. So Diddy is trying to use the husband in his hey. So the reason they want to bar him is because they don't want him to hear any of her testimony. Because remember, Diddy hired him to be with Cassie. So if Diddy brings her up on the stand, they put him under oath. So were you messing with Cassie while she was with Diddy? And they're going to just start exposing Cassie. And then also you could say, well, see, Cassie was fucking around. Cassie was just a sexually active woman. Oh, so okay, that's a good move. That's a good move. Remember, this is court. You got to play dirty. Garrigo says the defense will not make an application to bar any other family members of the Ventura from the courtroom for her testimony. She said Ventura's brother and mother are expected to be in the courtroom to support her. Good move. Good move. Okay. Very, very interesting. Shit. What up, Detroit? I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, my old lady got 30M. I'm in the courtroom with her. Let's get it, babe. Hey, tell them what you know. Remember you told. Objection, Your Honor. Let me. Can I approach the witness? Come on, baby. You know that 30M. We got a family to feed, man. You gotta sell this. You know what I mean? If my wife up on that stand, we just got some M's. We got some M's. Yeah, we big 50-50 around here. I don't know about y'all. We big 50-50. She got 30M. You feel me? All right, let's see. The jurors take a break. We have some issues to deal with. The jurors leave. Combs' lawyer said, we like Miss Ventura's husband not to be okay. So but we ask that he be excluded when the testimony gets into post 2018. Yep, exactly what we was thinking. They don't want him to be in there because they gonna use him like nah. Diddy hired you. Diddy hired you to do what? To train Cassie. So did you begin an intimate relationship with Cassie? Well, yeah. Was she still with Diddy? Yeah. So little infidelity, huh? That's what's going on here. Oh man, this is about to be good. Oh yeah, some people gonna be crying. He gonna be hearing, like, I know it sounds bad, but we can only assume the worst. He gonna be hearing how, like, this sounds bad, but this is what's going on. This was in Cassie's lawsuit. I'm using her terminology. There's gonna be big black that may have been slapping her upside the head. We already heard that there was urination in the mouth. Oh yeah, it's about to get ugly when Cassie take the stand. But there might be a delay because if they're putting this application in, I don't know if Cassie was going to be on here. Shit, are we going to see? Damn, boy. Yeah, this is... Shit. Hey, well, I was gonna say not only does his daughters are in the courtroom hearing all of this. They left yesterday. But remember his mom was still in there. Now, Cassie's husband and family members, they aren't in the courtroom yet. They haven't, I don't even think they entered in. So he's not in there. They're just saying when Cassie comes in and testifies, anything post 2018, they don't want him in there to hear about. Because I guess that's what they're going to be using him from 2018 up till 2020 or whenever the hell they left. I don't know. You know, I don't really keep track of all that. But hey, well, today and for this next 2 months, we're going to be working on passing the bar, okay? That's what we're going to be working on. Johnson says, in my initial examination, I will ask about post 2018, but only about devices. The judge, Miss Garrigos, Tina gonna say, that's okay. Judge said, we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys. He was there yesterday? Oh, shit. Don't give me the line. I just thought that he said he was showing up today. But I don't know, man. Would you guys go to a trial The only time I will be in the courtroom is when shit, I don't even know. Like, just from what we hearing, I wouldn't want to hear that my wife was like, you know what I mean? That's me personally. Maybe, I mean, if it's like against her will, it's like, damn, okay, I gotta be there to support her. But if it comes out that Cassie was a willing participant in this, I'm not trying to be in there. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be in there and they talking about, oh man. But then again, we got 30 million at the house. We got 30 million at the crib. I do need a new wardrobe. So I say maybe I get 3 weeks worth of new suits. You know what I mean? I do need a new wardrobe. So that's going to probably run me about at least 100, 150K. So I might show up to court, to be honest with you. Kendall said, hold on, Mo. So was her husband also one of the ex-workers? No, her husband, he was a trainer. Diddy hired him as a trainer. So I don't know what all he's seen and witnessed, but I'm assuming he may have witnessed a little bit of it. And then since she was so close with him, that's who she ran off into the sunset with. But yeah. I'm showing up to court in the finest of linen. You know what I mean? I might come in here with a silk suit on. You don't know. You never. One thing about me, I'm gonna be a bum ass husband. You know what I mean? My old lady got 30 M's. I'm showing up to the courthouse. They like, damn, what is Mo wearing today? Oh, that boy in the latest. Oh, damn, that suit ain't even out yet. Yeah, you know, I had Gucci. This is actually handmade, not from China. This is really from Italy. You know what I mean? Italy. Yeah. Every day I show up, I'm gonna be like Frank Lucas. Torian, you know it. I'm gonna show up like Frank Lucas. I got the big fur on. It's the middle of the summer. I got the damn hat on, everything. I'm showing up. They not even worried about the trial no more. They talking about what is Mo gonna be wearing to court today? What is Mo gonna be wearing to court today? We're probably gonna have us a little longer break. Yeah, so we're just gonna be on a break right now. You know, I'm really not even trying to listen to what happened yesterday. We didn't already went over that for 4 hours. You know what I mean? Okay. See, look how he's showing. Oh man, there ain't no way I'm showing up to court in a damn t-shirt. Man, look what he's showing up in, man. Man, ain't no way I'm showing up there. I'm clean as hell. It's some white boy shit. He ain't got a hairline. He ain't shaved. Just threw on a t-shirt. But I guess this is money. This is what money look like. Because I'm coming in there with a 3-piece suit on. I might even wear a tuxedo one day. But the defense attorney is making an application for Cassie's husband to be barred from the courtroom during her testimony. He may be called in Combs' defense. Yeah, that's it. That's all we got right now. We got a little short break. Again, let's go over to Twitter and see what people on the talks are talking about. Diddy trial. All right, we got Diddy updates. They definitely ain't keeping up to date with this. Latest. All right. So what we got here? Alex was sitting in the back of the courtroom yesterday. He looked nervous. He left right before the security guard started to testify. I'm glad he did because the way the courtroom was laughing during the testimony of both witnesses was crazy work. So they got people in the courtroom that was listening to, well, we were laughing over here. You know, I was going to try to get on my high horse, but we were laughing over here. So I can't I can't knock them. This is entertainment for us. This is real people's lives. Like Diddy is fighting for his life right now, but this is entertainment to us. Why is it entertainment to us? Because we wouldn't do no stupid shit like this. Allegedly. So Cassie is spotted on her way to court, expecting to testify today in the Diddy trial, accompanied by her husband. This is Cassie. These look like, they don't look like no, it's pregnant Cassie. That definitely don't look like Cassie no more, but I guess time flies. Diddy trial day 2, there is an issue with one of the jurors. Somebody doesn't feel safe and wants out of this foolishness. So there's a juror that wants out? Yeah. Well, we need them to hurry up. Bring the juror back in. Let's go. Let's get this thing together, man. Look, we are paying citizens. We need this show to be on the road. You know what I'm saying? We no breaks. We gonna work through lunch today. Matter of fact, order what we got 12 plus 6, 18 jurors. Order 8 pizzas. Tell them they're gonna be eating there while they listening to testimony. We got to get this thing rolling, man. Ain't nobody trying to sit around here and wait for these updates. 10 minutes been up too. I would like to be a juror on this trial. This would be good. You know, I'm coming out with a story. When I get out of this, I'm gonna be the first. Like, as soon as I was told I'm getting jury duty, and I go in there and I find out, oh shit, it's about to be this, I'm notifying all the news outlets. Hey, listen, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be selected as a juror yet, but what I want to do is put some guarantees down in writing right now that as soon as the trial is over with, you guys interview me. I need a publisher because I need someone to help me write a book about the Diddy trial. Oh yeah, I'm acting a damn fool. If I'm on jury duty here, this is my time to shine. I quit work. I just go sit in there for 8 to 10 weeks. I'm coming out clean on the other side. Here we go. We on the clock. Cassie Ventura takes the stand. Cassie Ventura, Sean Diddy Combs' former girlfriend, has now taken the stand in the government ex-trafficking case against the music mogul. Earlier today, Ventura's attorney, Douglas Wigdor, said she was very ready to take the stand, and reporters told us she is confident. Now, here we go. Cassie is on the stand, guys. Cassie is on the stand. This is what we came to see. Big city, bright lights. This is where you got to put your big boy pants on. If you're the defense, you better show it. And Brian Steele better be the attorney that's doing this cross-examination. We don't need Donaldson up there. He did whatever he did. We don't need Garagos up there. She did what she did. Brian Steele, we need you on this one. We need to get into all the crevices. We need to know about everything that was going on. They're probably going to show some footage. Oh, it's about to be crazy. It's about to be crazy. Cassie is on the stand. Cassie is on the stand. All right. Cassie taking the stand. Let's see. 10 minutes ago, he's okay. All rise. The government calls Cassandra Ventura. She takes a stand. Extremely pregnant. Johnson, how old are you? Ventura says 38. What is your work? Musician and entertainer. And you ain't made no music in a while. How long were you with Sean? 10 years. All right, here we go. 10 years ago, didn't know you had a friend. Wait a minute. Let me finish. All by myself, taking little man to church. Ventura testifies that she was in a relationship with Combs for a little over 10 years. Prosecutor Emily Johnson showed Cassie Ventura a photo of Sean Diddy Combs and asked her to identify him. When asked how she knew Sean Combs, Ventura said, "We were in a relationship for a little over 10 years. Oh, man, let me tell you something. She's up there. She's pregnant. She's up there. She's pregnant. The jurors are about to, oh, damn, Diddy might be cooked, man. During the middle of a pregnancy, too. Johnson said, "Did you get in arguments?" Ventura said, "Yes. It would result in violence. Dragging. What else did he do?" Ventura says, "He stomped me in the head if I was down." "How frequently was he violent?" "Too frequently. I would get black eyes and bruises." Oh, shit. We jumping straight into the action. There ain't no how long were y'all together? Were y'all doing music? Was he trying to help you out? It was no. Was he whooping ass? Yeah. Oh, shit. I don't know, did he? Shit, here we go. Yeah. He said Ventura said he was stomp her in the head. Come on, man. We need faster updates than this. This is the good part here. We need line by line, word by word. It's too late. If Cassie didn't want to be stressed out, she shouldn't have took the stand. It's too late. We need answers. We need all the details now. The press said that she was totally confident. She was ready to do it. So we don't want no excuses. Now you can cry and tear up and stuff, but we need the details. Okay, here we go. Johnson says, "Let me show you a video." Oh, it's just a hotel lobby, guys. Well, let me not just say just the hotel. The LA hotel elevator lobby is shown. Where is this? The Intercontinental in Los Angeles. It was after a freakoff. What does that entail? The hiring of an escort, setting it up. Oh, shit. First freakoff. So yeah, like even she refers to it as a freak off. Well, I mean, I guess that's the proper name for it. All right, so we got a freak off, the first one. Come on, man. Where the updates? So Cassie, did she set up this freak off? Man, we ain't got nothing else right now. Well, it's probably because they're either showing video. They're probably asking about what happened, and then they show more of the video. So they're probably going to ask about what happened leading up to this incident. So that's probably why it's taking a minute. Let me see. 15 seconds ago. So how did you feel when he first asked for it? Ventura said she felt confused, nervous. I wanted to make him happy. Did you agree to one when he first proposed one? Ventura said yes. Then there were more. It wasn't something I wanted to do, at least not that frequently. Oh, so Cassie is saying that she was with it because she wanted to please Diddy, but this is where we start getting into the manipulating and forcing her to do stuff. She said she didn't want to do it that frequently. Yeah, you can consent to do something one time, two times, but once they say no, no is no. So what they're trying to do is get ahead of the defense before the defense says, so you willingly wanted to do it. You see what I'm saying? So Cassie, they already prepped Cassie on everything to say. They didn't went back and forth on this. They didn't give her test runs over what the defense is potentially going to ask. So right now, they're just trying to set it up as Ventura said, yeah, she wanted to please Diddy. Now, we're probably going to hear later on she wanted to make Diddy happy. She wanted to keep pursuing her career. Then it turned dark. Now, we might have Cassie up here for a day, 2 days. I don't know. We're going to see. What up, Kurt? Bush Light. Hey, you got to get something. Yeah, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We got a 200 total between the Mo You Know. So if you haven't subscribed to that channel, that's where I'm gonna cut up all these clips. It's pinned in the it's pinned in the chat, and the Discord is also pinned in there. And then if you're on Mo.ij, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Right now, we got Cassie on the stand. She's talking about the freakoffs. They spoke a little bit about the first freakoff that we may have known about. That was the incident in LA where the attack went. And that's where the first witness from yesterday was at. Let's see what CNN has. Ventura says she suffered injuries from the abuse. Cassie Ventura says some of their arguments would be violent and result in some sort of physical abuse. He would smash me in the head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. Ventura said of her relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. Johnson asked how frequently was sheer physical with you during their relationship. She said too frequently. Ventura says she suffered injuries from abuse, including knots on her forehead, busted lips, and bruises. Oh, man, they got me jumping back. I'm working harder here than I do at work. I'm over here sweating and shit. Let's see. All right, so we're just waiting. Remember, we got to take it slow, man. Cassie's on here. This is the star witness. So this one probably isn't going to be as fast as the other two witnesses. But they're definitely going to be asking all the questions. Yeah, well, at this age, and this is 2016, so I think by this time she was like 26, 27 maybe, because she's 38 now. So if this was 2016, yeah, she was like 27, 26, 27 when this incident happened. Now, it was 10 years, so before all of this, I'm pretty sure some stuff was probably going down. Hey, what's up, man? Where's the updates, man? What's going on? Where the updates? We sitting here in limbo. All right, CNN got something. Ventura describes what a freakoff entails. So here goes all the details of the actual freakoff. Ventura describes what a freakoff entails. Prosecutor Emily Johnson pulled up a still image of the well-known hotel surveillance footage from the Intercontinental in 2016. Cassie Ventura said the image showed her leaving after an encounter that what we called a freakoff. Ventura was asked how she and former boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs started doing freakoffs. within the first year of our relationship, so this is what, 19, 20 years old? Within the first year of our relationship, he proposed this idea, this X encounter that he called voyeurism, where he will watch Cassie be in intercourse with a third party, specifically with another man, she testified. Ventura went on to say that a freak-off would entail of hiring an escort, setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. Now, this is where we get the transportation of prostitution, sex trafficking. If she can prove that he was abusive to her and then made her do some stuff like this, then I mean, he's cooked. But she said she couldn't remember where the name freakoff came from, but she said that Combs introduced it to her. Eventually, it became a job for me, pretty much. So I knew if it was something he wanted me to do, I had the contacts to set it up and get a hotel room and all of that. But in the beginning, Sean set it up. He was in charge. In the beginning, Sean set it up. He was in charge. So Sean was coaching her on how to set up a freak off. She didn't just know how to do a freak off. So when we look at it, we got to like actually just break it down to the very simplest form. He introduced the freak off to her. He showed her how to order up people. He showed her where to get the hotel rooms at. Then, just like when you go to work, you get trained. And once you get trained, now you go and perform this by yourself. You're able to do it. They trust you with it. So, as Kanye would say, gotcha. And like y'all said, this is at 19, 20 years old. She's young. We already read that. How did it make you feel when you first asked? Confused? All right, so Ventura, I didn't know what no could turn into. What do you mean? Ventura says, making him angry. What were you afraid of? What would happen if you said no? Ventura said, tough time. He had blackmail materials. What did you give the government? Ventura said laptops. Now, there's a clip from like 2010. Well, not 2010. I'm going to say like 2017 or 18 with 50 Cent talking about somebody sent him footage of Cassie. And he sent it to Diddy like, hey, what is this, Playboy? Diddy was like, oh, man, thanks for sending me that. Now, remember, this isn't, they can talk about Diddy whooping on Cassie all they want. That's not what this case is about. That's not what this case is about. It's X trafficking, 2 counts. That means another, either Jane Doe or the Mia, the ones with the pseudonyms. It's either one of those and then a count against Cassie. Then there's also transportation of prostitution. That's probably 1 count with Cassie and then 1 with another one. Now, if all of this falls up under Bad Boys, Sean Combs Entertainment, I don't know if that's a thing, any of his record labels, that's where the racketeering comes from. So it's not a RICO with all of these up under it. It's 5 individual charges, a racketeering conspiracy, meaning you use your enterprises to facilitate all of this. Now, if they can prove that maybe Sean Combs LLC or Bad Boys Records paid for one of these hotels that a freak off happened where there was some P2 in the transportation, that's where the racketeering conspiracy comes from, because the company was paying for the P2s, which is illegal, which is where the conspiracy comes from. So that's how you got to look at it. You got to, everything we're talking about, Cassie getting beat, throw all of that out. I mean, you can feel your way about it, but that's not what Diddy's on trial for a year. So you can't judge him whooping ass. I mean, you can use it to develop character, but that's not what he's on trial for. The whooping ass and assault and abuse, that's not what he's here for. So Cassie told the government that she gave them laptops. She also said that Diddy had blackmail. So if she did anything, he would release these footage. Oh man, damn. Diddy might be like, yeah, he's probably done. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, he's probably done. Now, this is still early. We still got 8 weeks, and I just told y'all earlier we can't do it that way, but they only got to prove that he may have paid for something. You know what I mean? Let me see. So the last thing we got is the laptops. Okay. The attorney says, I've handed up GXB. Do you recognize it? Ventura says, yes, I reviewed this drive. It has communication and documents pertaining Mr. Combs. Did you review photos on it? Ventura said, yes. She said, what photo? What's this photo? Ventura said, me in 2004 with Carrie Morgan. Who is Carrie Morgan? What up, young? It's the queen. Who is Carrie Morgan? Carrie Morgan. Roger Bonds. Diddy threw wooden hanger at Cassie's BFF, Carrie Morgan. He gave her a concussion. So this is 10 months ago. Diddy gave Cassie friend a concussion. What? Oh man, here we go, man. Shit. Okay, GXB. This is a photo in 2004. Her with Carrie Morgan. Now I'm gonna pull up this Carrie Morgan. Diddy gives Cassie's friend a concussion with hanger, ex-bodyguard alleges. Roger Bonds, as the disturbing footage of Diddy assaulting his ex-girlfriend Cassie surfaced last month, the Bad Boy Records founder has been found with a slew, blah, blah, blah. One time, for example, he recalls reaching out to Cassie's close friend, Carrie Morgan, after learning he was named in the songstress lawsuit against Diddy at the time. Morgan told him she hadn't spoke to Cassie since 2018. She alleged that Diddy had thrown a wooden hanger at her, giving her a concussion. She also claimed that at the time, Cassie didn't back her up. For this reason, she told him to stop talking to Cassie altogether. Now, of course, we can't play that Vlad stuff, but Bond says that in the lawsuit, Cassie accuses Diddy of having put hands on one of her friends and giving her $50,000 to keep quiet. So that's who Carrie Bonds is, or Carrie Morgan. So this is in 2004. Oh man. Ventura says she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones out of fear material would become public. Cassie Ventura testified that she was also afraid that the blackmail materials would become public. She said she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones because she didn't know what material was on them. Now, remember, unless you like tearing up a hard drive, dipping it in water, throwing it in a microwave, these computer forensics, they can get in the old hard drive, even if the computer is broken. You can just take that out, they can upload it, and everything is there. She also says Sean is a really polarizing person, also very charming. So it's hard to be able to decide in a moment like that what you need when he's telling you what he wants. Okay. When did you sign to Bad Boy Records? Ventura said 2006. It was a 10-album deal. A lifetime deal. I feel bad for niggas. A 10-time, man, what? 2006, and we only heard one song from Cassie, Baby 2. Did you release any after late 2006? Ventura said no. Who's in this photo? Ventura said, this is Kim Porter. She was Sean's ex before me and the mother of his children. Oh, now, I don't know how in depth we're going to get. It might be on the recross, like after the defense gets a chance and then it comes back to the prosecutors. That's probably going to get a little more in depth because I'm pretty sure the defense, they about to attack. They about to try to discredit everything about her. But so she has it doesn't say she's in a photo. She just has a photo of her or of Kim Porter. She. This is okay. We're getting somewhere. It's slow right now, but remember, the prosecution, they not about to apply pressure. They about to just talk to the witness, keep it calm, try to get some factual information out there. The defense is where we're gonna see them turn up a little bit. We'll probably hear a lot of objections. We just waiting on these updates, man. We like kids in the candy store. We just waiting and waiting and waiting. Let's see what we got. Okay. Where did you celebrate your birthday in this photo? Ventura said, in Las Vegas. Carrie Morgan was there too. We were all out on this patio on my 21st birthday, the VMAs. What happened then? Sean kissed me in the bathroom. I ran back to my hotel. I told Carrie. Combs and Ventura's relationship started platonically. She said Cassie Ventura testified that she signed a contract with Bad Boys Records, Sean Diddy Combs, in early 2006. She said that before she met Combs, she knew him as a larger-than-life music entrepreneur, and she met him when she was about 19 years old. Ventura said she had a platonic relationship with Combs in the time just after she signed with his record label. She said he looked out for her when she had few rough performances. Prosecutor Emily Johnson then showed the jury a photo of Ventura and Combs together in 2006, the same year she signed a record deal. So I guess they're building up how this whole relationship started. So it was a birthday party in Vegas for her 21st, which will put what, 2006, 7, 8? Yes, about 2008 is where we're at now. So I guess they're working it all the way up to when the first freakoff actually took place. All right, what we got? What we got, man? Come on, man. They need these updates to be coming in just a little bit faster than this. When did you go back to New York? Ventura said, I visited him in the Trump Hotel in Columbus Circle. His apartment was being renovated. What were you going? What were you going? It must be, where were you going with your music career? She said, trying to come up with a concept. Sean called all the shots. Oh, man. It's a slow build up. It's the slow build up, and boom, they're gonna just drop something. We're like, oh my goodness, that's what happened. They probably gonna show us some footage. Oh man, I don't even know what what they would even have, man. I know it's probably some wild stuff. Just trying to come up with a concept. Diddy was calling the shots. Okay, here we go. Now, what is the age difference between you and Sean? Ventura said 17 years. How did you feel when Sean invited you to hotels? Nervous, excitement. We were going to talk about music. He introduced me to Oral X. I didn't understand it. Hmm. So Cassie is taking it the approach as she was inexperienced. She didn't know anything. What they're trying to do is build up. Like, I don't know. We don't know none of these celebrities. So everything that they do behind closed doors, we can't be like, oh, I don't believe that. Like, because none of us would have believed that footage of Diddy until we seen the footage. But what they're trying to make it seem like is Cassie, she didn't know nothing. She was just an innocent girl trying to pursue her music career. This may be true. She may have been a willing participant. We don't know. But they're trying to build this up to make it seem like, oh, I didn't even know it, or I didn't understand it. I think at 19, 20 years old, I think you do understand it, but who am I? I'm not the judge. The judge is up there with them. But yeah, they're just trying to make it seem like Cassie didn't know anything that was going on. She went over there. I came here for music. That's it. And then Diddy kissed her on her 21st birthday. And from there, or was it 21st or 19? I don't know. Let's see. CNN is going to give us the better breakdown. All right. Ventura says she was really confused the first time Combs kissed her. Cassie Ventura testified that when Sean Combs about once a month at a social. Cassie testified that she saw Sean Combs about once a month at social outings in 2006. In August of 2007, celebrating her 21st birthday in Las Vegas, Combs kissed her in a bathroom, Ventura said. I was really confused at the time, she said, noting that she was a young new artist who just didn't really know the lay of the land when it came to things like that. She testified that she cried and ran off. Did you want Sean? Did you want to kiss Sean at your 21st birthday? Emily said. Ventura said, no, not at my 21st birthday. Should have said no, not at all. But Combs called all the shots in Ventura's career, she says. Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Cassie Ventura how Sean Diddy Combs influenced her career at the time. He called most of the shots. Well, all of the shots. I had a new record. I would play it for him. He chose what was the next for me, basically, Ventura said. So he introduced her to oral. She didn't understand it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like all the comments are pretty much saying the same thing too. But you got to understand, man, this is court. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And if you can make people believe that you were inexperienced, you didn't know what was going on, that's what you got to do. I mean, you really can't even. I don't pick any sides of this. I just go off of what the the evidence is, and I give my opinion for both sides. I personally don't care, to be honest with you, because rent's still due on the 1st, and I need to be booking this ticket to Rome for Memorial Weekend. But I'm on here because we need the entertainment. But yeah, man, you really can't pick sides. If somebody is guilty of a crime, their lawyer is to prove that they didn't do it. So their lawyer may lie and do some things, but that's how it is. That's just how it is. Was she inexperienced? Who knows? I mean, when she was in them freakoffs, they said she was going crazy, allegedly. Yeah, so we're just waiting for the next update. Right now, it's nothing too crazy. We got grooming on the table. We got the introduction to oral. She knew nothing about it. I wonder where they're gonna go next, though, because she said Diddy kissed her, but again, this isn't nothing about like that. We're looking for X trafficking. We're looking for transportation of P-Tushin, and we're looking for Bad Boy or anything of Sean Diddy Combs owning to pay for anything. What is there, a break or something? We ain't got no updates. Let me see something. We got 230 in here on the Mo You Know. We only got 60 likes. Come on, man. Y'all can hit that like button. We should be at least like 110, 100. Matter of fact, let me get 150. Man, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new to the channel. But yeah, we got 230 people in here with 60 likes. Come on, man. Y'all got me reading the whole transcript. Y'all ain't showing no love. Man, I worked a full 8-hour day and hopped on here, and we about to do a whole 8 hours again. Come on, man. Come on, man. You can help a brother out. Just hit the like button. Or listen, if hitting the like button it like hurts your fingers, if you go into the chat at the very top, if you go into the pinned comments, there's a link that says Cash App. If you click on that Cash App link, you go in there and you put a 1 and then you put 2 zeros after it. No decimal in between. You put 100 and then you press send. Now, I know that's a lot of steps, but if hitting the like button is tough, you can do that. It's a little bit easier. You know, we all used to using our phone. So just go in there, put 100 and press send. You know what I mean? But now hit that like button for me, please. What we got? Okay, here we go. Did you visit Sean in Miami? Yes, I went with Carrie Morgan and Dallas Austin. Now, Dallas Austin is the guy that she used to date who introduced her to Diddy, and then Diddy backdoored him. No Diddy. Diddy backdoored him and ended up with her. What did you and Sean do together? Ventura said, X intercourse. He gave me a blue dolphin ecstasy on a boat. Had you once before taken ecstasy unintentionally? Yes. What up, Tia? What up, KJ? What up, LJ? What we got, guys? We got them establishing locations: New York, LA, Miami. Who gave Cassie drugs in Miami? Oh, that's right. Allegedly Diddy did. A blue dolphin, ecstasy, MDMA. See, they're just taking it easy with Cassie. They're just asking questions, but they're showing Diddy got her in different cities. Diddy is giving her drugs. You see what I'm saying? So now this is giving more credence to everything that the other witness was saying, as far as them being in there with drugs. So all they're doing is they're just building it up. Now, of course, the defense is gonna get up here and they could definitely attack that. When he allegedly gave you the MDMA, did you take it? Did he force you to take it? No, I took it myself. Oh, so you were, you know what I'm saying, taking drugs. You see what I'm saying? They said Cassie was crying just now. We gonna see, man. Let's see what CNN got to say. Where'd you see that at, Tia? Oh, let me see something. It was a tweet. All right, let me see. If you got that tweet, let me know, and we'll see. We'll see what their page is about and see if they have some, saying correct information. Here we go. How did you take ecstasy unintentionally? Ventura said it was in Gatorade. When you took it intentionally with Shine, how did it feel? Like rolling. At the time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. What? So she said the ecstasy was in a Gatorade. That was the first time she took it unintentionally. That was in a Gatorade. When you took it with Shine intentionally, how did it feel? Like rolling? At the time, what did you think? That we were spending a lot of time together. I guess there's a part in between after taking the drugs. So he was giving her drugs then. He wasn't forcing her. With Diddy, it says, come on, man. CNN, somebody fill in these blanks. Hold on. I got a message. Of course, I can't bring that up on the live, man. Y'all might be sending me some wild shit. Oh, man. Guys, don't get upset with me. I'm just, whenever we get these updates, we there. I'm refreshing nonstop. 41 seconds ago. I thought you were monogamous. She says, was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children. What? Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter. How did Sean treat you at the time? We had fun. So, okay. Again, remember, Inner City Press only has a certain amount of characters that he can put in. So she's saying, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. She said, was it made public? And at that time, she was like, nah, we were just together. We were just together, but it wasn't public. No one knew because she was just an artist. But I'm guessing the family and the friends, or the family and the children, knew about it. But at the time, he was with Kim Porter publicly. How did Shine treat you at this time? We had fun. So it was just behind the scene. It wasn't official, but it was official between the two of them. But according to her, since she was like 21 years old, Diddy was allegedly giving drugs. CNN, they got us an update. All right. Combs was a fun guy. So again, this is going to be right after what we seen a little. Combs was a fun guy that also appeared that also happened to have my career in his hands, Ventura says. Cassie Ventura was detailing the early phase of her relationship with Diddy after he kissed on her 21st birthday. She said Combs began inviting her to hotel rooms in New York where he was staying while his home was being renovated. She said that they just started to develop a more comfortable relationship with each other. I wanted to be around Sean for the same reasons as everyone else at the time. Just this exciting, entertaining, fun guy that also happened to have my career in his hands. Ventura said it felt special because not a lot of people got that time with him. Ventura described herself as being actually unexperienced at the time. During one of those New York visits, she said Combs performed oral on her and made her feel crazy for not. Damn, Diddy. So Diddy was like, man, you ain't gonna give me no top. You ain't gonna do nothing there for you. Ain't gonna do that. That's messed up, man. You're supposed to give it back. But she said she was inexperienced. She said, I was just so young. I didn't even have the vocabulary for some of the things that we talked about, she testified. I was also still in a relationship with someone else, she added. Now, that's allegedly Dallas Austin. Eventually, Combs, Ventura, and other friends took a trip to Miami, she said. Ventura said she took X that Combs gave her while they were drinking and partying on a boat. Ventura said she and Combs had X for the first time on the trip. So from what she's saying is Diddy was doing all of this. Is it uncommon for somebody to be inexperienced? No. We just thinking of where we were at that time, but it's not uncommon for that. Diddy was making her feel crazy. He had an isolator, got her out to Miami. All of this is alleged. Got her out to Miami, gave her X. She took it, probably not knowing what it is because she said she did take it, but she wasn't sure what a blue dolphin was. And then while they were drinking and partying on the boat, they ended up having X for the first time. So he got her drunk and high, allegedly, and then had X with her. This isn't me, guys. This is Cassie. I'm just reading you guys what Cassie said. I'm just trying to comprehend it. So, just like Daniel Phillip, the male dancer, he was like, man, I just want to be around Diddy. I love y'all niggas. Cassie was you know what I'm saying, starstruck. But this is what was going on at the time. They have fun, so we're just waiting right now. No matter what side you are on, if you do pick a side, you know, she's reliving all of this stuff right now. So they definitely going to be taking their time with her, making sure she can have the right thought process. Remember, she's pregnant too. So, you know, them hormones is jumping. Combs had many girlfriends, Ventura says. Cassie Ventura testified that she became one of Sean Combs' girlfriends after the Miami trip. Sean Combs had many girlfriends, Ventura said. At the time, I knew that we were spending a lot of time together, one-on-one, and I really felt like we were in a monogamous relationship for a period, she said. Their relationship wasn't public for years, she said, because she was his artist and because of his family. Okay, so it wasn't the family knew. Cassie's music was ass. Yeah, it was trash. I only knew one Cassie song, and that's that. I think I'm gonna make a move now. Tell me if you like it. That's the only song I ever knew from her. I didn't even know she was a singer. I thought she was just like a pre-era TikTok girl. Like that's it. Okay, what was his lifestyle like? Ventura said he had all of these assistants. He could get things done. He traveled quite a bit. What's this photo? Sean and I at a strip club in NY, like 2007 or 2008, Halloween. How did Sean's moods vary? She said day to day. Said day to day grinding. So I wonder what they're gonna do with this, with his mood swings, because they said his moods. Well, she said the moods vary day to day. I know, we know what we're here to. We're all here for the same thing. Like let's be honest. This is real life, but we're all here to see what these freak-offs entail. We're all here for the details. Now, like I said, this might take a day, 2 days, because Cassie is like the star witness. So this is probably they're gonna build up the whole relationship. How was the relationship together? And then they're gonna go in depth into all these other incidents. They're gonna probably bring up things like the first time with the ex-worker and how maybe Diddy put pressure on her for that. So I know what we here for. We just gotta wait our time, man. We just gotta be patient. You know what I mean? But this is my tax dollars right now, and my tax dollars are saying speed this trial up. Yeah, I definitely don't know any Cassie songs other than Me and You. This trial touring is 8 to 10 weeks. And with 8 to 10 weeks, it has you wondering, maybe there'll be shorter days. I know there is some holidays in between there, but 8 to 10 weeks, and we already got the 3 witnesses down by now. We know that there's 2 with pseudonyms, Mia and Jane. They might potentially bring Cassie's husband up there. So that's 3 more people that we know that probably be testifying. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to be 8 to 10 weeks. I mean, we're going to find out, but let me see. Inner City Press. I shouldn't have to refresh this all the time, man. Elon Musk, update this thing, man. We need to just need to be popping up on the screen. All right. How did Sean's moves vary day to day? When it swung, could you describe it? Ventura said, anger, zoning out. How did it impact you? She said, greatly. The next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. There was also psychological abuse. He'd tell me, watch my mouth, change my face. So she said, just during these mood swings, you might just be sitting there and, damn, Diddy, what the fuck, man? You know, regardless of how you feel about this situation, Diddy did this to himself. You know, let's just say he beat all 5 of these charges: the racketeering, the 2 P2 transportation to P2tion, the 2 X trafficking. Let's say he even beat these 2. I mean, these 5. No one's going to want to. I mean, there's going to be some goofy niggas that are still going to try to hang around Diddy because of his money. What money he has left, because there's gonna be a lot of civil suits that are dropping. Plus, there's already like 120 anyway. Like you can never look at Diddy again the same way. From the freakoffs to him abusing Cassie, you'll never be able to look at him again the same way. CNN says Ventura says she was initially enamored by Combs, but eventually saw a different side of him. All right, this is where it gets dark. Cassie Ventura said once she started dating Sean Diddy Combs, she broke ties with her management company, which also managed her boyfriend, her former boyfriend. After the Miami trip, she said she fell in love with Combs. I traveled with him everywhere. I was in studios. I was just like his little shadow for a little while, she testified. Ventura said at that point, the relationship was fun, describing it as her first real adult relationship. She also noted that Combs' lifestyle was much better than her own. Now, the defense is going to use that against her. You said his lifestyle was better than your own. So you were around Diddy and willing participant to live the lifestyle. They're definitely going to use that. He had an assistant at his beck and call. He could get anything done quickly. He had respect from everyone. He traveled quite a bit. Ventura testified that early on, she was just enamored by him. But later on, she began to experience a different side of him, which was his abusive side. So we're almost at an hour with Cassie on the stand. We don't have any updates at the moment. Let me see. Yeah, it says they're reporting Cassie is touching her belly and wiping away tears with tissues. Let me see. All right, put up princess. I'm assuming that she's there. Let me do a little bit of research on this off the screen before I bring it up on the screen and see if she's credible or not. But it looks like she might be in there and she might be doing the tweeting. Yeah, she's pregnant right now. Combs' moves swung different ways quite a bit, Ventura says. Excuse me. On a typical day, Cassie Ventura says she talked to Sean Diddy Combs all day throughout the day. She said sometimes she wouldn't answer his calls or messages right away, and he would be he would have his staff call until she answered. So he was basically like, man, you ain't answering the phone, man. I'm on your ass. There were times Combs' assistants or security personnel would locate her for him in person, she says. Prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Ventura to give an example of how Combs' moods impacted her. Ventura said Combs' moods swung different ways quite a bit. The most complicated and greatest examples are the abuse, because I also felt at certain times when I knew it wasn't even about me, and you make the wrong face, and the next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. So basically, Diddy, what was that movie? What was that movie? Precious. Diddy sounds like Monique and Precious. Like Precious would just walk around the house and Monique would slap the hell out of her. Said if Cassie said she was making the wrong face, like Jan or something, Diddy might come over there and put her through a wall. Next thing I knew, I was getting hit in the face. Now, Ike, I thought you said you wasn't gonna put your hands on me. Remember, all of this that we're hearing, this abuse, this isn't what he's on trial for. We already seen the tape. She's not in trouble for any of that. But what they're doing is just building this up. Diddy is controlling. if he was hitting her in this, saying in this manner for nothing, he was dragging her to different cities, having X, forcing her to do stuff. So that's what they're establishing here. Remember, he's not on trial for domestic violence. He's not on trial for abuse, but they can get the X trafficking. All they got to do is prove that he flew her one time against her will, and that's that. You know what I mean? So this whole case is about to be, it's going to look bad for Diddy. It's already looking bad for Diddy, but we'll see how it plays out. Okay. How would Diddy keep tabs on you? Ventura said, we didn't live far apart. He'd send security to come find me or a trusted assistant. We getting names. Like who? David James, Christina Courtroom. What was your relationship exclusive? No. So now we're starting to get accomplices. David James, Christina Courtroom. All right, we need to find who David James is, Diddy assistant. Let's see what this fool looks like. See what a day in the life is like for a personal assistant to Sean Combs. David James. He kept her away from the family. Cassie lived in an apartment that Diddy paid for. David James. Hold on, let me see something. Y'all not about to believe what I got here. Hold on. In Cassie's lawsuit, she said she wasn't allowed to like visit family members. And also Diddy was getting her medical reports sent to him. Sent to him. Look, this is the personal assistant that Cassie is talking about here, the David James. And look at the video that we got. This is the video of David James's YouTube, the assistant that Cassie said Diddy used to send to her house. This video is titled "How to Make an OG Diddy." This is on David James' personal YouTube.
So this is my new drink, an OG Diddy.
So this is David James that used to go to Cassie's house, the assistant, allegedly, that she's talking about in court. And here's Diddy showing us how he was making his infamous OG Diddy Diddler drink.
An OG Diddy. Here's the recipe. You take 1.5 ounces of Ciroc vodka.
I'm trying not to get copyright, guys.
You can only make it with Ciroc vodka. Other vodkas don't work. Then you take 1.5 ounces of lemonade.
Now, does any of these drinks have blue dolphins in them? That's what we want to know, Diddy.
Pour like so. Then you take 1.5 ounces of Welch's grape juice. Pour it. Welch's grape juice. Only OGs know about Welch's grape juice. That's why it's called an OG Diddy. Okay.
Nigga, we don't want no OG Diddy, nigga.
Okay, then you shake it like so. Then you pour like so. Now you don't have to have your own bartender to do this. You could
the OG Diddy.
Do it at home if you're a responsible adult over the age of 21 who drinks responsibly and doesn't drink and drive. You're more than welcome to partake.
Nigga, in the thing, all of this was going on and nobody knew. Well, niggas knew. There was a lot of motherfuckers that knew, but us regular folk, us regular civilians, law-abiding citizens that we may have smoked a little bit of weed, drank a little bit of drink, but didn't participate in freakoff. We didn't even know Diddy over here making the OG Diddler.
and OG Diddy. Here's to you. May all your dreams come true.
Nigga, hey, and this guy, David James, I literally just looked him up. He got a whole YouTube. You know I'm about to do a deep dive into these YouTube videos. You know I'm about to go look at these damn YouTube videos. Hold on, let me get back to the case.
Rock Ultra.
David James still has these videos up. Like, good luck, brother. All right, so and then we need to look up Christina Courtroom. That's the former chief of staff. Okay, I remember her name. All right, let's get to these updates. Okay, did you see other men? Ventura said yes. Did Sean see other women? Ventura said yes. He said, I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? Yes. He wanted me to be close to his kids who were there. So this is where he bought her an apartment because remember they weren't public at this time. Now, remember, they said Kid Cudi might be testifying. So allegedly she was seeing her and Kid Cudi may have went on a date and they said that Diddy may have blew up his car. I'm sorry, man, but blowing up a car is crazy. It's one thing to like send a drive-by or something, but to blow up a nigga's car because he's talking to your girl, that's like taking shit to the extreme, Diddy. That's wild. See what CNN got to say. Combs had control over what I was doing over every minute of the day, Ventura said. Cassie Ventura said Sean Diddy Combs would check in on what music she was working on, and he would give her busy work on projects that never released. Excuse me. I think busy work, just the way I interpret it, was just control over what I was doing over every minute of the day, she testified. Ventura said that if I didn't respond to Combs, he would call her constantly and sometimes send someone, usually his security, to her home to check on her. Well, he just Diddy Docket said, Civil Division, Jane Doe must give name. Sean Combs was sued for R in Hotel Rio by Doe pseudonym denied name May 20th. So I guess the Jane Doe that's in this case is going to have to review her name, which we definitely need to know. I mean, I think that's fair on all parties. Let me go find another one of these videos real quick, though. Bring it up. Yeah, he got videos with Farnsworth Bentley. So you want to be a personal assistant, how to make an OG. Bitch assness outbreaks at Diddy's house. Diddy announces his new show. 2008, 2009. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to. If they knew that he was gonna be mentioned here, they should have probably took these videos down. Oh, so he's the one that won the personal assistant on VH1. Think you got what it takes to be Diddy's assistant? The game has changed. Yeah, so he was around Diddy. This is what, 15 years ago? So 2010. He got multiple videos. Diddy blog. Gas prices are too high, so he's in the hallway with Diddy. Diddy announces his new show. All right, well, yeah. Well, I'll look into some of these. I'm not gonna play them all on the live because I don't know what which ones have music or if they'll be copywritten. So I'll definitely go back to them and look at them. David James, that's his YouTube name. David James, David O'Brien James, 1982. 439 subscribers, 36 videos. Most of them look like they have something to do with Diddy. Come on, Judge. It should be a stopping point. 11 minutes ago. Yes, right now we're just waiting. It might be coming to a halt because it is about an hour right now. It's a little over an hour, actually, that she's been on the stand. And with her being pregnant, I'm sure they're probably not going to keep her up there the whole time. But this is probably going to take all day just for the prosecution, because they still haven't got into anything. Right now, they're just building up the relationship and how it started off. And this isn't even deep into the whole relationship. This isn't even up to the video. You know what I mean? Right now, it's just, how did it start? You move into LA. From there, it's going to be like, were there any incidents that happened here? Was there anyone else that may have seen it? Was there locations? And that's why we got those names that were being mentioned. Like they mentioned Michael B. Jordan. Allegedly, those two were together on a New Year's or something of that nature. Ventura says she thought she and Combs were in a monogamous relationship. Cassie described her complicated relationship with her relationship with Diddy. She testified that she thought they were in a monogamous relationship, but soon realized they weren't. I didn't get that he was him. I didn't get that he was him. Oh, okay. He was Puff Daddy, and Puff Daddy had many women, Ventura said, describing how she felt jealous about seeing him with other women. He likes the company of women, and I had to just really learn that over time, despite what he would tell me, just between us. He continued, he made me feel like we were in a monogamous relationship more often than not. It was really me figuring out that we were not. He expected that of me, so I guess I assumed it was the same, Ventura said. He said cross-examination is going to send her into labor. They blitzing. Hey, I do want to see how they're going to approach this, though. Me, I'm jumping straight out the gate with it. I'm going straight at the gate, going straight for the juggler. I'm calling her out on everything. I just want to hear some objections. I want to hear overruled. I want to hear some sustained. I'm trying to hear the judge. That's what I like, hearing the judge jumping into all of this and breaking them up. I want to hear somebody held in contempt. All right. So did you see other men? Ventura said yes. Sean was seeing other women. She said yes. I am Puff Daddy. I was insanely jealous. Did you move to LA with him? She said yes. He wanted me to be close to his kids who were there. All right. Where did you live in LA? She said 875 Comstock Avenue, Wilshire Corridor condos. How tall was the building? Ventura said no more than 17 floors. Where did Sean live? 200 South Mapleton. Sean would use a golf cart to get back and forth. We got to do it, guys. We got to do it. We got to pull up the Google Maps. Let's see how close this was, because Diddy used to drive a golf cart from his house to her apartments. Los Angeles to Diddy's 200 South Mapleton. So this is where Cassie lived. LA condo lifestyles. This is what Diddy had her living. This is luxury. This looks terrible. This is what she was living in. Oh man, this is what man. Look at this road. This shit look terrible. No disrespect to LA. I ain't got no issues with LA, but you would think $1 billion. This is what he had Cassie living in? This is despicable. I can afford this. I probably can't, but shit. This is it? Oh, man. Diddy out here being cheap. So all that billionaire talking, this is what they be living in, these regular ass condos. It only costs a lot because it's in the fucking Beverly Hills or wherever the hell this is. This is it. A 4-minute ride to Diddy's house? Oh, man. Man, I thought Diddy's gonna have her living in luxury. This is it. All that, yeah, he gotta make 6 figures. Diddy's a billionaire. This is it. This little bitty ass condo. What is this? 1,500 square feet? Oh, get this nigga Diddy out of here, man. Let me see what Diddy's crib look like. Hold on. No, I ain't trying to hit. My interior is nice. I ain't trying to hear that. I need the outside to look good. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Let me see what Diddy's house look like. Oh, they got it blurred out. They got it blurred out. All right, they got look at Diddy's gate. Oh man. Man, this whole time I thought Diddy was dropping off a big bag, man. Diddy ain't no different than us regular niggas, man. Putting my girl up in a Section 8 ass. That condo that she was in is equivalent to me putting you up in a Section 8 hotel. You know what I mean? A Section 8 apartment complex. Man, Diddy ain't balling like that. Y'all know Diddy had multiple mortgages out. He wasn't paying for them houses. They were taking them houses from him. All this money we thought Diddy had, the nigga ain't really living like that. But anyway, let's get back to it. All right. Who paid your rent in LA? Sean did, except when I had a house in Studio City. Why'd you pay then? Ventura said, I could afford it then, and I wanted to have some control. It was accepted. By whom? By Sean. How many songs did you write while with Sean? She said 100 or hundreds. Most were never released. Some got leaked on the internet, some on mixtapes. Most of them y'all never heard nor y'all cared about. How many albums on your deal were not released? She said 9. Did you get paid for them? Ventura said no. Well, hell, he got to sell his houses now. He need all the money he can get. Multiple mortgages on, I think, his Miami house. I remember reading about that. Ventura said she moved to LA to be closer to Combs because she was in love. Cassie testified that she eventually moved to LA full time from New York to follow Diddy. She said he wanted to be near his kids, so she went too. I moved because I was in love and I wanted to be near him. Combs paid her rent during the time in New York, Ventura confirmed. When Combs paid her rent for places she lived, he had his own keys that were used whenever he wanted. That's why you never, ever let somebody pay for your stuff, all right? Never, ever let somebody pay for your stuff. Ventura says she later bought her own house in Studio City because she wanted the freedom. I wasn't getting it in a lot of other ways, and there was no fight. All right, and let me go look at these condos because y'all trying to make me believe that a billionaire didn't put her in this shit. Violence say ain't no party like a Diddy party. Hey man, y'all chill. The Wilshire Corridor condos. Let's look these up. Let's see what these look like. Let's see what a billionaire is putting them up in. No, we'll keep that open for later. Wilshire corridor condos. I guess this is it here. Wilshire. Let's see what this one look like. 1.6. And I mean, I guess at 20 years old, this is nice. As an adult, I'm looking at this like, nah, I'm good on this. All right, okay. I stand down. I apologize, Diddy. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. But if this was Grand Theft Auto, this is a lower level apartment. You know what I'm saying? We ain't even calling this a condo. This is you know what I mean? 3 beds, 4 baths. Okay, this is decent. But I don't even think this is the right one. This is y'all calling this luxury. I'm calling this is shit I could. You give me $10,000 and shit, point me to your local Home Depot. I could redo your kitchen like this. You give me and a couple of my compadres, give us $10,000 budget. I can get your kitchen to look like this. I laid the floor of my mama's house, the wood floor of my mama's house. I did that via YouTube video. I sat down and I watched it and I learned how to do it. But I could do this, man. Y'all give me a $10,000 budget. I got y'all. Let's get back to the trial though. But yeah. That 2010, 12, 13, yeah. But still, he's a billionaire. Like $1 million is like a drop in the hat. Judge says we'll break here. All right, so we got a break. Ventura said the freakoffs became a job. There was no time to do anything else but to do them and then try to recover. How much time in a week would freakoffs take? Ventura said the longest was 4 days, significant periods of time. So this is where we're taking a break at. We're taking a break here. Definitely need us a break. I'm not sure how long the break will be, but I'm sure at least 10 minutes. So what we'll do, this will give us time. I'm probably going to pull up a law and crime video and see if there's any updates of what's going on here. I'm going to go, you know what I'm saying? I got me some water here, so we good. I ain't going to be drinking that much because I got work tomorrow. But we're coming to a stopping point. That's Cassie. That's just part 1 of her testimony. Now, I'm pretty sure they're about to go another hour. What time is it in the States? It's only 11:20 or 12:24, so they're probably about to take like an hour lunch. So we do have some free time. Or what we'll do is make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We'll wait and see if they go to lunch. I'm gonna end this and I'm gonna go eat dinner, and then I'll start another live back up because I started this at 3:30, 3:45 my time. It is 6:25. So if they're about to take a lunch, I'm gonna end this live and we'll start it back up for the rest of the day. And I'll just do that. I'll take me a little break when they do it. And then I might start it up a little bit earlier. So make sure you turn on your notifications because we're definitely going to finish this. It looks like we're about to finally get into that action. You know what I mean? But we'll stay on until we find out if it's officially a lunch break or if this is just a break. But it seems like this judge ain't playing around. Okay, here we go. Jury dismissed for lunch. The jury was dismissed for a lunch break. Cassie Ventura will return to the stand at 1 p.m. Eastern. Now, that gives us roughly 35 minutes. Now, this probably happened a little earlier, but all right. So, well, now forget it. We here. I'm not going to turn it off. We only got like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. This is some free time. If you're at work right now, make sure you got your headphones in because I'm probably about to crack some jokes and some things. We'll look into some of these YouTube videos. I'll see if I can play some of those. I'm probably going to record some shorts for the Mo You Know. Make sure you subscribe to that channel. That's my channel for all of this type of content. I'm just streaming it on both channels because we're going to do this for like 8 to 10 weeks. Make sure you subscribe to that channel. Join the Discord. It's also pinned in the chat if you want to talk about TV shows and movies, what I normally cover. Or if you got articles you want me to break down, it's going to be rough because right now everything is primarily focused on Diddy. But yeah, join the Discord. Subscribe to my other channel. Subscribe to Mo.J. We're trying to get that channel to 1,000 subscribers. I think we're at 750 over there. So we need about 250 subscribers there. We got us a break. We're going on lunch. Let me find us a YouTube video, some law and crime. We'll put that up. Freakoffs became a job. The longest one was for 4 days. So it sounds like when we come back from lunch, we're going to come back straight off of a full stomach, and we're going to be talking about a full freakoff. I mean, I live in Germany right now. I live in Germany, so it's 6:27 p.m. for me. This trial goes on to about 11. We got Raising Canaan. If you watch Raising Canaan, I'm going to do the live on Friday. So I won't be doing a live on the trial on Friday because I got the finale. But other than that, we're going to be back on this every single day. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Let me see. In this put up princess, I think she's at the trial. So I'm going to start looking at her Twitter. Let me see. Sunny Banks. Now I'm a civilian. Man, if they let me have dreads, I would have stayed in. But now I'm a civilian. I moved back over here though. I used to be stationed here when I was in the military. So I was in the military for 6 years. I did 4 years stationed over here in Germany, 2 years in Georgia. I got out, pandemic and everything happened. I was in the States, but I moved back in 23. So I'll be here for 2 years in October. Yeah, Cassie says the moment she didn't answer a text, someone would show up knocking at her door. So I think she's at the trial. But no, she's not at the trial because she's tweeting and retweeting what Inner City Press is doing. So if she was there, then somebody must be giving her the information. But I'll keep it up, though. We'll keep it up and see what she got going on. Brazil for Tay's birthday. So like I told y'all, this is my dog Mo. This is the other Mo. I met my dog up in the UK. Real good people, man. Me and him, we've been on some crazy adventures. No Diddy shit, but we've been on some crazy adventures up in the UK. Went to Portugal in 22. That's my dog. We supposed to be going back to Brazil, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make it, man. I went the last 2 years. I might not be able to make it this year, but I might be able to swing like maybe October or November. We'll see, because I'm trying to go. I'll be in London for Carnival the end of August. So I'll be in London for a week. Then Labor Day, I'm going to hit up Amsterdam, and I'll be back in London. I'm going to show my parents. They ain't never been to London. Take them to London when they come over and visit. The end of September, I'm trying to swing going to Dubai for like 6 to 7 days maybe. And then November, I don't really got anything planned, but I'm trying to hit up Rome for Memorial Day weekend. So I hit Rome for Memorial Day weekend. Juneteenth, I'm not sure where I'm going. Then we got the Kendrick Lamar concert July 2nd. July 4th, I'm not sure where I'm going yet. I want to go to Afro Nation in Portugal, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to swing that also. My dog chilling here acting the food. But hit that. Hey, man. Give me a second, man. I'm about to go grab me some water and stuff because we got like freaking 4 hours left because they go to 5 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, 4 hours. All right. Ivana, I went to Prague. I went to Prague last month, actually. I got a vlog up from Prague. Matter of fact, I might just play that real quick. You know what I mean? Let me see. Matter of fact, yeah, we'll play that real quick, and then I'll be right back, man. I'm going to re-up on some water. Excuse me. I thought I did a video of it. Shit, I can't even find it, man. I could have sworn I did a video. Yeah, I like Prague. That was my first time going to Prague. Other than that, I think I went to Budapest before. Oh, where else? I mean, I've been a lot of places, honestly, but that was like the first time I really got. All right, here we go. Yes, I'll put this up. I'm gonna grab some water, grab me something to eat, and then we'll be back. We got to.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, no.
Just yeah, we'll do that, and I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes, man. I've been to Croatia like 5 times. Actually, I'm trying to go to. I went to Italy. I got a vlog up of going to. Where'd I go in Italy? Yeah, I've been to Rome. I'm trying to go back to Rome Memorial Weekend to go to the Colosseum. Italy, I've been to Greece. I was in Greece. I went to Mykonos last year by myself. I got a vlog up there. I was up there by myself. You know, I like to travel solos. When I'm out there, it just be me maneuvering. You know what I mean? No freak-offs. But all right. Here we go. My dog Trill was in this video too. So, man. Here we go. And I'll be right back, man. This is just something to hold y'all over until I get back. Just landed in Prague, hop off that private jet. Well, it wasn't a private jet. It was a commercial, Lufthansa. I was in the emergency exit out. Had to get that extra leg space, you know. Yes, I consent to help and open up that door. But this is a mini tour of the room that we actually stayed in. Just landed in Prague, hop off that private jet. Well, it wasn't a private jet. It was a commercial, Lufthansa. I was in the emergency exit out. Had to get that extra leg space, you know. Yes, I consent to help and open up that door. But this is a mini tour of the room that we actually stayed in. The room that I initially booked was in Old Town Square, but a couple of hours earlier, they notified me and said it wasn't going to be available. So they moved us over here. So they ended up having this bed in the living room and then one bed in the back room. So it wasn't a 2 bedroom, but there were 2 beds. Yeah, it worked though. I had no complaints about it, honestly. It was just a little bit of a walk. Obviously, I wanted to stay in the Old Town Square because that's the room that I booked. But this worked out, and there's really no complaints. We had to go across this bridge each and every day. But this is Europe. If you're worried about walking, then Europe is not the place for you. Get you some nice walking shoes and be prepared to put in some miles. Now, you could book you a Uber. I don't do all of that. I like to get out there, smell the air, and see the environment. What up, what up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm IJ. First day in Prague. We headed to Old Town right now, the Old Town Square. Architecture, A1, but that's how Europe is. You just seen us go across the bridge and everything. That isn't the main bridge. We're gonna go see that probably tomorrow when we do the little e-bike tour. Today we actually going on a dungeon tour. We're doing a little bit of sightseeing before we go to the dungeon. And from there, we're gonna figure things out, man. A lot of tourists. I got my dog Trill with me, you know what I mean? You know, he too cool for school. But we're gonna go on this damn dungeon tour, see what the hell going on. All I know is if there's any ghosts in there and I don't come back, just know I went out like a G. You know what I mean? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm gonna show you some stuff, and we're gonna have a grand old time. Oh yeah, we're gonna find some drinks too. Back in the 12th century is when Prague started off, and it was really just a bustling marketplace at that time. But as the city grew, this became the central location. Of course, it has its old town hall, the Church of Our Lady, which is off in the back, and this became a vibrant heart of the city. Prague has had some pivotal moments from 1621, where they had the execution of some of their noble leaders. Also, World War II left a lot of scars around here, but that's anything in Europe. Almost every city has a lot of historical moments, and we're going to see that when we go into the dungeon. We're going to hear about how the city floods a lot. We also going to go into a nuclear bunker so we can see that, which are active, and there's over 480 of them within the city, just in case something gets crazy. We straight killers, Joe. And it's a beautiful place. Now let's get ready to head over to this dungeon tour. This is the start of the dungeon tour. Now it looks like we're going up underground, but one thing about Prague is the city is built on top of mud and the city floods a lot. So this is actually the ground floor and everything else is built on top of it. So we're not going up underground. And this building actually has a restaurant on the top of it. Down here in the dungeon is where the workers used to sleep. So there used to be 5, 6 of them. They used to just sleep down here on whatever you could sleep on. And yeah, there were rats down here. You see the white sign right next to her head? That's how high the water actually flooded in these areas. So this is about 6 feet. When I went over there to it, I was a little bit above the line, but you can imagine everything from the whole city just gets washed away because it floods so often. And back in the day, they actually used to make their beer from this river water, meaning there could have. All right, man. I know y'all ain't trying to hear no damn Prague bullshit right now, man. Y'all go but check that out, man. But yeah, Prague is on there. Atropolis is on there from Greece. Mykonos is on there. I still got to put together my Brazil. I got like 2 or 3 trips from Brazil 2 trips from Brazil that I ain't put together. I got a whole bunch of stuff, man. We're gonna find some more Diddy stuff to update that, but this trial's about to get a little out of hand. We ain't got the defense yet. Been feces, but that should come up soon. Bodies, anything could have been in your beer back in the day. So right now, we in the Old Town Square. See the church here? It's crazy. It was built in the 1400s. They actually got finished with it in 2018. It's been struck by lightning several times. But they said back in the day, if you had some money, you were able to do whatever the hell you wanted. You could go whoop somebody's ass, go to the church, give a confessional. The Pope would be like, hey, it's only 50. Get him out of here. You could knock somebody off, 50, get him out of here. So basically you went and paid for your sins. And then the church would be like, hey, they good. And they would tell the law, hey, don't worry about it. This is some wild shit.
This is the Czech gift to the rest of the world. It's called pišťala. The beginning of 15th century, pišťala means flute. You know, the classical cheap ones you can take yourself. Because of the shape, and if it worked, I'm not saying when, I'm saying if, it would make a wheezing noise. So again, the flute. Is it a good weapon? No. It's two-man weapon. One is holding, the other one is doing all the stuffing and shooting. Now, see, if you understuff it, it won't go boom. If you overstuff it, it can go boom into your face. Yeah, so you have to know how much exactly.
That's right. You just heard it. The pistola. This is the original pistol. So one thing the Czech Republic brought to the world was the pistol. The rest of the European countries, they seen this and they adapted it. And then obviously the word turned into pistol. So if you want to know where guns came from, the original pistol was here in Prague. Now we're down in the torture chamber where all hell breaks loose. They stretch people out. They locking you up. They depriving you of food. If they felt like you're doing something wrong, torture. If you did something wrong, torture. Is it a Monday? Torture. What is today? Torture. It didn't matter. They were sending you down here. Rats would get on you. They would put your arms and your legs through a wheel and just have you sit there. They'll chop off fingers. They did whatever they needed to get their point across. And as you can see, there's a lot of stuff that they had down here. And this was an actual torture room. Hangings. It was just a regular day out here. That was the dungeon tour. It was actually pretty cool. The torture chamber was the last thing we seen. Now what we're about to do, because we thought it was all together, we're about to go to the actual bunker. Now, the bunkers is going to be interesting because, you know, I got a bioenvironmental background. So we're going to see like the hazmat stuff where they suited up during World War II, World War I probably also. But we're about to go check that out. We right in front of the astronomical clock. You know, the line's long. I'm going to give me a picture up there, hopefully. Everyone's up there. I guess right now the clock is setting, but we about to go get these tickets for this next tour. We didn't plan on doing it, but we seen it on the thing, and we were like, man, the advertisement looked dope. Tour guide, amazing. Better go check that out. See what the hell is cracking. You know, trying not to look like tourists. So I put on all my French stuff, so they think I'm a Frenchman. You know what I'm saying? Not American. Here go the clock. The check-in for all of these tours are literally right in front of the Church of Our Lady. You just come down here into this alley here. And you see where it says ticket office. ticket office is where you go in there. You just go in there. I prefer to book everything online, but this one, we just seen it. I didn't.
Celebrating 50 years of music live.
We just on a little intermission. If you're tuning in for the Diddy case, they're on a lunch break right now. So I'm recording some videos for my other channel to put up some YouTube shorts. And we're going over, well, we're just watching one of my vlogs from Prague. This was my last trip I took. So, you know, I try to take 1 month. Every month I try to take one trip. Where'd I go in January? Well, New Year's I did in Frankfurt. January I went to Dublin, Ireland. February I went to London. March I went to Prague. Was it March that I went to Prague? Was it March or April? I want to say it was either March or April. No, it was a March because April I didn't do anything. May we're going to Rome. June, I don't know. June I'm trying to go to Portugal. July, I'm not sure where I'm gonna go for July. But then August it'd be back in London for Carnival. September it'd be Amsterdam and London. October, I'm not sure. I'm trying to swing Dubai. We'll see if we can do that. November, I don't know. It'd probably just be a short trip somewhere, maybe Spain, maybe like Barcelona or Madrid. I mean, I've been to both of them. I don't know where I'm gonna do New Year's. You just line up. They'll give you a little ticket here, and then you go stand over by the X. So it's real easy. But book everything online before you get here. So all you have to do is just show up and show them your QR code, and you're good to go. What is that, a 15-foot? Hey, watch this. I'm about to try to dunk. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to see if I still got them old hops. Now my dog Trill, he is a true sniper. I'm about to try to dunk. So bear with me. You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
Yeah, you're coming. You're coming or you're staying here?
You coming or you staying? You coming?
I know.
Man.
I mean,
it's just a started early. Dang, this thing go all the way down. Hey, that'd be wild. Right, we got in here. The kids be trying to get in here. Now the ones in Bitburg wasn't this deep. Yeah, it's the real deal here. It's like on Call of Duty when you go into the silo. Oh, yeah, ain't no making out of there.
I mean, you don't need to worry about these sirens. It just, you know, it means that Putin's on the way, but hey, on the way to his private restroom. Yeah. For those of you who have never had a chance to meet Stalin, this is it. This is your opportunity to talk to the biggest murderer of all times. Joseph. Oh no, actually no. Mao Zedong in China is still number one, but he comes close.
Stalin.
I mean, Hitler is like a joke compared to this guy.
During the Cold War, Prague built about 800 different fallout shelters. They currently have around 600 that are still active just in case something goes down with Russia. They are pretty close. They're pressurized and they're good for chemical and biological threats. As I mentioned, I was bioenvironmental, so I really did want to see this because I'm looking at how all their equipment evolved over time, from their gas masks to the different type of Tyveks. You can see here in the bunker, they're showing some of the decontamination that they would do. There's also the room where they're showing where they actually pump in the oxygen. As I mentioned, this is an active bunker. This is just one, I won't even say a third. This is like a fifth of it that you can see. But in the back of the living quarters, This thing goes down about 5 or 6 stories, and I mean, you'll be safe. Then you got 4-ton doors at the top, so they're blast proof. You'll be good down here. How long will you be able to survive? Mm, that right there, we don't know until we actually see. But it can hold 5,000 people, but they cut it in half to 2,500. And also, all of the subways and trains, you can go down there and you'll be safe also if you're ever in Prague.
So, before we proceed to a flag that has a sickle and a hammer on it around the corner, can somebody give me a hand here? All right. I need two more pairs of hands.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Who's got the real deal? Oh, okay, you got the real deal.
You got the real deal right there, True. Watch out for this dude. Let me see, True.
You may use these benches to. Now, there's a better background actually just around the corner. A red flag and a hammer.
Red flag.
Now that AK that Trill got, that's a live AK. The other ones were fake AKs. He had the real live one. Now there wasn't any ammunition in there, but that AK that he had does fire.
So I got
What up? Well, day one been very eventful. Me and Trill been all throughout the city. Tonight we're going on a pub crawl. We starting off. The first hour is just like beers, spritzers. I got me a little beer, just trying to get the night started, see how it goes. But as you've seen the little tour, it's a nice little spot here. You know, everything is, well, it's not underground. Let me correct myself. It's not underground. This is actually the ground floor, and everything in Prague is built on top of it. You probably heard that earlier, but right now we just chilling. We were the first people here. You know, you got to be on time, especially when there's free drinks. So we'll see how the night goes. You know what I mean? Don't expect much. But we'll see how it goes. What up? What up? Hey, all right, day 2 in Prague, man. We going bike riding. My dog Trio, I ain't gonna lie to you. So we got on the e-bikes. we going around the little circle, warming up, right, to see how they like change the gears and shit. This motherfucker hit a bike. I mean, he hit a car, a parked car. 2 of them. The guy was like, oh, are you okay? Do you know what you're doing? So we about to get on this. I got the 360 camera, so we gonna record some stuff. We're not gonna be on here long, man, because the traffic is crazy. We really don't know what the hell we doing, but we about to start this thing off. We're gonna probably do this for probably like 20 minutes. Go see the Charles Bridge, the castle, and the Linen Wall, and we're gonna return these, and we're gonna get back on feet. All right.
This bike tour was different. We definitely should have got us a tour guide, but we thought we was gonna be cool, get up in the city, hit the block. No, it don't work like that because you do have to share the road with the cars, and we didn't know where we were going. He gave us a GPS. Well, you use your phone, and it tells you to follow this path. He talking about, yeah, you got an hour with the bike, but I got through with the whole trail in 20 minutes. There's no way because you got to get off, you got to walk, you got to go up under a bridge. It's a whole bunch of stuff you got to do. And he doesn't factor in that there's a lot of tourists here. So it's very, very dangerous. We weren't on these bikes too much longer. Let me tell you that.
Grandma, mommy just called me. She said she's waiting on some long line just to send some money to Auntie Shirley in Jamaica. Like, isn't there easier?
It was fun while it lasted, but yeah, get a guided tour. Trust me, you're going to have more fun and you'll feel safe. True story. When we were leaving the bike shop with our bikes, there was an elderly lady that came back and said she did not feel safe. She left and walked the bike back. We were laughing about it, but now we understand why.
Man, I apologize. We do have some footage on the bike, but it was a little bit dangerous than we thought it would be. So right now we're going to the Linen Wall. We actually walk into it. It's actually right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, that bike tour, I recommend getting a tour guide because you're gonna be on the main roads. And if you don't know where the hell you're going, you're screwed. But we're about to look at the linen wall and see if I can get close enough. There's a lot of people out here right now. This is the iconic Charles Bridge that was built in 1357 up under King Charles IV. Not the third, not the fifth, but the fourth. And it replaced the older Judith Bridge, which kept receiving damage from all the floods that we spoke about and how Prague is always flooding. They said we need a new bridge. And legend has it that July 9th, 5:31 a.m., 1357 is when the first stone was laid to begin construction of this bridge. How true is it? I don't know. That's just what they tell me. So for centuries, it was an essential link between Prague Castle and the old town, which you guys know the castle is behind us. You can see it up there on the hill. It's lit up at night. Very nice to see. But this is how they got into the old town square because we said that Prague started off as a marketplace. Obviously, the market wasn't in front of the castle. The peasants were over in the old town square and they brought everything over here to the castle. Hey, I got y'all. Look. Ooh, that dress so scandalous. And I know another nigga couldn't handle this, but she shaking that thing like who's the ish? The look in the eyes so devilish. She like to dance at the hip hop spot. Says she cruising the cruise to connect the dots. Not just urban, she liked the pop, cause she was living the vida loca. She had dumps like a truck. Thighs like what? Baby, move your butt. I think I say it again. She had dumps like a truck. Thighs like what? Baby, move your butt. I think I say it again. Success now on feet, you know what I mean? We whooping feet today. Yesterday we did about 22,000 steps. Today, I don't even know what I'm at, but we at the Charles Bridge right now. The bridge we be crossing is over there. You know what I mean? Got the little island up under it. But we finally made it over here. We was on that bike tour. We would have to walk across this whole bridge. So it's like, it really ain't worth it. I mean, the bike. Yeah, the guy screwed us. The guy told us we could go across this bridge. We got to go up under it, but we got to walk the bike. We're like, man, we ain't doing all of that. It was a cool little trip. You know, I don't really spend more than 3-4 days in the city. I get over there Thursday night, Friday morning, I hop up, go do my touring. Saturday, go do whatever else I want to do. And then I just chill. But Prague was it was a nice city. Tour is worth it if you get you a tour guide. But this is the Charles Bridge, so I give you a little bit of history of that. And, you know, we done made it. I done pretty much seen everything I wanted to see as far as it comes to Prague. Then you got the castle off in the back. Now, I ain't make it up there, but I can see it. You know what I'm saying? It's lit up at night, so that's good. Prague is cool. It's cool. I recommend it if you just want to see like a European city, especially an Eastern European city. So I definitely recommend it. I wouldn't stay more than 2-3 days. We got here Thursday night, so Friday, Saturday, and then we out on Sunday. Overall, the trip's pretty good. The trip is pretty damn good. I wouldn't come back to Prague, but it's always good to see everything at least once so you can decide if you want to see it or not. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. I'm out this day. Jimmy. All right, man, we back, man. We about to see what the updates are, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie, man. We had like, between the two channels, we had like 309 people, I want to say. We had like 309 people total. We'll get them back, though, once this trial kicks back up. Hey, what do you guys think, man? Let me see. The jury is dismissed. What we learned so far about Cassie. Well, see, I live in Europe, so for me, it's just you know what I'm saying? It's just a little flight. I think that round trip, me and Trill were just talking today, like we're supposed to book our tickets for Rome, and this is how cheap we're being because we booked to Prague maybe 2 weeks before, and we got a round trip to Prague for like $177. So now we looking at tickets to Rome for Memorial. Excuse me, it was like $380 round trip. We both hitting each other up like, man, you really trying to spend $380? Because we so used to spending like $200 on a round trip. You know what I mean? We used to spending like $200 a round trip, and then you get you a nice room. Like the room that we had, I think was maybe what, $423 or something. So like $200 a piece for 3 days. So we looking at Rome like, damn, man, this might be a $500 trip a piece. You know what I mean? We just spoiled when you get over here.
the trip gonna be like the plane's gonna be maybe 380, and then the room that I seen might be like 220, 240. So it's like, damn, man, $500 for a trip. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, you know what I mean? But that's because we spoiled over here. That's why you can travel so easily, and that's why I try to do something every month. But yeah, me and Trill supposed to be booking our tickets, but I was for sure damn looking like, man, because we're gonna fly Lufthansa, you know, very luxurious, you know what I'm saying? But we was gonna fly there, but I think it was like $300, and then like with your bags going back and forth came to like 380. But we both like, man, I don't know, that's kind of expensive. All right, man. Let me see. So we did the big chunk of that. All right, let me see. Oh Diddy trial is back up. What up, DeMarcus? You came back just in time, man. We about to get into the nitty gritty. Freakoffs became a job. Just for everybody that's joining now, we'll do a quick little update of everything that's going on in the first half of this. So the first 3 hours have been passed. We it was an hour for Cassie on the stand. So I'm assuming when they get back 1 o'clock, we'll probably start about 1:15, 1:30-ish. That'll take us another hour for the prosecution. So that'll put us at maybe what, 2:30, 3 o'clock. Maybe the defense starts today, but we're not sure what all they're going to be asking Cassie. So maybe the defense starts today, or they just like, hey, we'll start this tomorrow. But I don't think this judge is going to be like, hey, it's 3 o'clock. We're going to end here. I think this judge is going to have the prosecution do what they got to do. Defense, come on up. We cross-examine it. So it looks like Cassie might have 2 days on the stand. 2 full days, I want to say, almost. Do they have hot flights in Europe? They do, but it's like from. Are you talking about like hot military flights, or you talking about like regular, like hot, like you know what I'm saying? You got somebody got a buddy pass or something, because they got hot military flights, but then they also got it's terrible to like they got space A and stuff. So I could put my name on a list and fly from Germany to maybe like the base in Aviano or something, but since I'm not a retiree or, you know what I'm saying, or active duty, I'm gonna be at the bottom of that list. Yeah, you got the last minute flights, but I don't like doing that. I like knowing exactly what I'm getting into. You know what I mean? I like knowing exactly what I'm getting into, where I'm going, what time I'm gonna land, so I can have a little bit of preparation for it. Okay, I see we got a couple of people joining the Discord. What up, y'all? Rolling on in. We will be covering the Diddy trial for the 8 to 10 weeks. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to which one did we record? Let me see. So this is just a recap of everything that Cassie said, and we'll do. Give me a second. Which one is this? Different size. Early stage, different size. So we need to queue up. Give me a second. Description of freakoffs. Allegations of abuse. And what's the last one we got? Keeping broken devices. Now, Cassie did say she was keeping all of this stuff just in case anything went public. All right. So real quick, this is just a recap of everything that went on with Cassie in the first half. And then by the time we get done with this, we should be seeing them entering into the courtroom. I think they already entered into the courtroom. Let me see. Okay, now in an arraignment. No, see, this is a whole different trial over here. The defendant is in detention. That's not what we're here for. All right. Yo, so we'll go over this, and then like I said, I'll try to find some what up, Ray? I'll try to find some footage from like Law and Crime to just give us more of an update. All right. So the early stages of the relationship, when asked how she knew Combs, Ventura said, "We were in a relationship for a little over 10 years. She testified that their relationship started platonically when she was signed to Bad Boy Records in 2006. She was 19 at that time. She later told the court she was really confused the first time Diddy kissed her on her 21st birthday in Las Vegas. She also said that there was different sides to Diddy. Ventura testified that she was initially enamored by Combs, but then saw a different side of Diddy. She described him as a fun guy who also happened to have my career in his hands, saying he called all of the shots while she was younger. Cassie said that they were in a non-monogamous relationship. Combs had many different girlfriends. Ventura said, adding that their relationship wasn't public for years. Later in her testimony, she said she thought that they were in a monogamous relationship, but quickly realized they weren't. And that's because Sean Combs believed that he was Diddy, similar to O.J. Simpson not believing he was black. He was O.J., so Diddy had many women. Also, Cassie gave the description of the freakoffs. She said within the first year of their relationship, he proposed the idea of an actual encounter that he called voyeurism, where he would watch Cassie be in intercourse with a third party, specifically with another man. She testified in court. She didn't feel like she could refuse them, adding that Combs controlled a lot of her life. And then we got into him buying the apartment, moving her out to LA to be closer to her because of his kids were out in LA and she was living in New York. What up, JT? Then we have allegations of abuse. Cassie took the stand talking about the allegations of abuse. Ventura said some of the arguments would be violent and result in some sort of physical abuse. He would smash me in the head, knock me over, drag me, kick me, stomp me in the head if I was down. Ventura said of her relationship with Combs, she said he experienced mood swings, and if she didn't answer her phone, he would call her and send staff to go and find her. We also looked up where her apartment was in relationship to his apartment, well, his house, which was about a 6-minute drive, and he drove a golf cart to go and check on her and had security go after her. And lastly, another major thing that happened, it says that Cassie also testified that she would keep broken devices. Ventura revealed in the court that she kept broken laptops, iPads, and phones because she didn't know exactly what's on them and feared blackmail materials would become public. So she kept everything. She handed it over to the district attorneys. We don't know what's on there. I'm pretty sure the computer forensics, they went through there and maybe they found some stuff that they're going to use as evidence. But Cassie kept everything that she could during all of these incidents. And that there is really what went on during the first part of this. We're waiting on them to come back into the courthouse so we can see what exactly took place during these alleged freak-offs. She did say one freak-off lasted like 14 days. 14 days is a long, I mean, not 14 days, 4 days. Cassie Ventura's husband is allowed to be in the court for parts of her testimony. Here's what we know about him. Excuse me. All right, so we'll look at that. So they wed in 2018. YouTube just removed all of David James' videos. That was fast. Oh, let me go see. I told you once they mentioned his name that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. David. Videos. No, I got his YouTube up right now. Oh, no, it's up. It's up right now. Put in how to make an OG Diddy, how to make a Diddy. So it's 2 videos up. Yeah, I got his YouTube up right now. No, it's still up. Donaldson, he did all right. I mean, he didn't really ask too many questions, but what he was doing was trying to separate Diddy from paying for anything. He was basically saying, "Who paid you?" He was like, "I got the money from Cassie." You know what I mean? Then they asked him, "Did he actually see Diddy slapping Cassie?" No, he presumed that what was going on because he heard those sounds. Now, slapping sounds could be anything. You could be in there and clapping your hands. You don't know what's going on. So I see what he was trying to do, but I mean, that witness is just more of I was there at a couple of freak-offs. He didn't say that Diddy did anything crazy. I think he said Diddy paid him once, but other than that, it wasn't nothing too wild. Yeah, so all right, so we got the defense lawyers talking about let me see. Cassie Ventura's husband not coming into the courtroom. We'll just keep checking these updates. Like I said, it's 1:10 p.m. Eastern. They said they'll be back at 1, but I don't think. Okay, so he's covering a different trial here. All right, cool. Yes, I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to give us these updates. We'll read over this Ventura situation in a second. Let me see if I can get. See if we can get some audio from somebody actually out there. So y'all ain't got to listen to me all day.
You might know Harbor Freight.
What you guys think? Should the public? Let me see. I just put up a poll, so go ahead and vote on that. Do you think us as the public should have access to the photos and videos from this trial? I mean, they're letting people live tweet. Why can't we have the footage and the videos? You know what I mean? So I just put a poll up for that. We're gonna see what comes out of this. Is there any? Well, I got one notification. Let me see what this notification is. Maybe somebody sent us something. Imagine JJ the podcaster. So we're waiting on there. 3.5 hours. Okay, here we go. Live stream. So this is Law and Crime. We're going to hear what they got to say about the case.
Considering we have this problem with alleged victim number 3 and her testifying, not testifying, can be found, not be found. What do you think?
I think it is a concern certainly that the government would have. I think that's something they had to think about with every single witness they wanted to bring in as a potential victim. And I think it is a motivation to get those victims on the stand as soon as possible.
We answered this already. This was a question from Jesse K. Do you think there's a chance that Diddy will plead guilty at some time during the trial once he realizes he might be going down to get a lesser sentence? We talked about that. Cassandra Ventura is going to continue her direct examination. It's 1:13 p.m. Not exactly sure if that's going to continue for the rest of the day, and then they get to cross maybe tomorrow. Cross-examination of an alleged victim, star witness in this case. Case rises and falls based on her testimony, I personally think. How do you cross-examine her? She's, 8.5 months pregnant? By the way, we're going to be releasing courtroom sketches. We're kind of got a quick glimpse of them. She looks quite pregnant, okay? My question is, how do you cross-examine her if you're the defense in a way that doesn't turn the jury against you?
So it is a tough thing to do because you have to cross-examine her. You can't take a pass on it. What I would do if I was cross-examining her is I would try to start by finding some things I could test her credibility on, even if they weren't important. Like if there's something she testified to that I can show is not true, I would put that in front of the jury so they immediately begin to question her honesty. I would spend a lot of time showing the positives of the relationship, the duration, the happy photographs. I'm sure there are social media posts, whatever there was, quotes of her commenting about the relationship. I would spend a lot of time on consent to the various acts that were done. And I don't know that you can do that much. You can't go after this way. You can't go after a victim with that video and her sitting on the stand 8 months pregnant and all you've heard. You can't go up and think you're going to rip her to shreds. You have to be really shrewd about this.
Have a question from D. Williams. If you're subpoenaed to show up, you must show up. If they don't, you're going to get arrested.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fundamental.
But people still do it.
I mean, well, sure. But also where were you, you have to be a certain distance from the courthouse to be subpoenaed. So there are some issues, but yes, people duck subpoenas.
I have a question for you. I want to circle back to day one, yesterday. The first witnesses who testified, the security guard who had worked at the LA Intercontinental Hotel, the whole Cassandra Ventura tape, David Phillip, this male performer who claims he was paid to have sex with Cassie as Combs watched and pleasured himself, baby oil, Astroglide, that whole stuff. Do you think those were good witnesses for the prosecution?
Yeah, I think they were fine. The security guard is good because he has no real skin in the game.
Yeah.
Is just a security guard, so he kind of has instant credibility, and he brings this tape into play.
And police officer.
And brings into play immediately the idea that they were trying to buy the tape to hide it, which I think is an important part of that whole story. So
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, where Howard? Statements. Witness one, here's Cassie. I think that would have been too soon.
Well, again, and I mentioned, I said, David, it was Daniel Phillip. Look, I go back to what I said earlier. You establish her credibility. You build it up with other witnesses. You build it up with the tape. So when she testifies, the jury is in a much different position to analyze her. Again, the same thing happened in real time. I think when you talk about her suing Sean Combs in November of 2023, one thing to take away, are her allegations true or not? That video comes out, changes the entire scenario, entire game. You had the openings, though. They were relatively short. I was always predicting that maybe the openings would last the entire day. Relatively short in a complicated RICO and sex trafficking case, not bit by bit. I imagine the closings will be a bit longer. Is that unusual? Do you like a longer opening statement or a shorter opening statement?
No, short opening statements are smart. Short opening statements as a general matter are smart because you can't go up there and tell the jury everything you're going to prove over 8 weeks. You can't tell them every witness. You can't tell them every piece of evidence you're going to introduce. You can't discuss the law. You can't go over all the counts. You have to give them a general view of the case. And I thought from what I read, both the prosecution and the defense did that. I think an hour is perfect for an opening.
Well, let me also give you an update. Officially, Cassandra Ventura is back on the stand. So we're going to provide you updates and reports on her testimony as it continues.
All right. We're back. Everybody get back, man. Cassie, they said that she's back on the stand. So let's see what the hell is going on here.
To imagine.
You know, don't nobody give you the updates like Mo give you the updates. Everybody talking about they got updates. I got the updates, and I got Ventura is back on the stand. Cassie has returned to the stand in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. She testified this morning to describe Combs as controlling. It says some of their arguments would get a little bit violent. Now, remember, we aren't on trial for that. All right. Cassie part 2. All right, let's get it. Niggas can't have freakoffs in America is crazy. You can have a freakoff, you just can't force no one to have a freakoff. I think that's where everyone's getting it messed up. All right, it says Cassie Ventura is back on the stand. Cassie Ventura has returned to the stand in the federal criminal trial of Sean Diddy Do It Combs. Ventura testified this morning and described Combs as controlling and said some of their arguments would get violent. Let's see if Inner City Press has anything back up over here. One minute ago, 1:16, they're back. Judge, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the trial of the United States of America versus Sean Diddy Do It Combs. All right. Who was your manager at Bad Boys Record? Damn, they just getting straight to it. This judge is not playing. 1:16, so 5 minutes ago. Who was your manager at Bad Boys Records? Cassie said, James Cruz. What did he tell you? That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. Okay. How did you make money? If your records weren't being released, Ventura said, I did hosting parties when Sean approved, of course. Say, what comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? Ventura said that I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Diddy, you don't like Mexicans? That what you trying to get at, Diddy? That you don't like Mexicans? That's what you're trying to say? Now, if you know, you start piecing together everything that they're doing. Now, there was an interview on Vlad TV with Young Jock where he was explaining when Diddy made Cassie shave off the side of her hair. So it's crazy hearing all of these stories and then watching how they actually align with sworn testimony. You know what I mean? Like you're under oath telling it like it is. Now, you know, people do lie under oath, you know, like Young Thug said, you know what I mean? I lied to my baby mama, but tell the truth in court. You know what I mean? When you go to court, you're supposed to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me, G-O-D. All right, so what else do we got here? All right, we're back on it, man. We're just waiting for any updates to see what the heck is happening. Just back on stand. What we got? Says she looked too Mexican. So right now we're just waiting and waiting and waiting. The intense is killing us. Okay, how did you make money? If your records weren't being released, she said she was hosting parties. Diddy had to approve of them. She said that Diddy talked about her physical appearance. She looked too Mexican. He said, how did he like your nails? She said, white, French tipped. He said, well, they said, how about the hair? She said, it varied. I shaved my head in 2009. How about your body? He told me to work out, prepare for the freakoffs. How did you feel about his comments? She said it varied. So Diddy was telling her not to get in shape for your physical appearance, for being an artist, for going on the stage, you know, working on your breathing. Diddy allegedly told her, you need to get your body right. You need to get your cardio down. You need to do some hip flexors. You need to get into some yoga. You need to be flexible and prepare for the freakoffs. Diddy said, the hell with that music. You already knew Diddy wasn't going to drop no music from her because he signed her to a 10-album deal. Diddy ain't even got 10 good albums. Diddy got like one album that was good. But he said, you need to work out. I need you to get prepared for the freakoffs. Now, you remember these freakoffs were 4 to 5 days, 50 to 100 bottles of baby oil, dehydration, disorientation, delusional, drugs, liquor, the OG Diddy. So you definitely had to be prepared for this. One day of binge drinking is enough for me. 4 days is crazy. Analysts, oh, well, we don't care about the analysts. We the analysts. Ventura's manager had one hand tied behind his back. His decisions going through Combs, she says. Cassie said James Cruz, an employee of Bad Boy Records, managed her career after she started dating Sean Diddy Combs. But she added the decisions ultimately came through Combs. His role in managing my career was that he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back, she said of Cruz. She testified that any decision had to go through Combs. So we got that information. Of course, again, if you're just tuning in, I'm Mode IJ. We're covering the Diddy trial. Cassie's on stand for part 2 of the prosecution. What we're doing is we're getting the tweets from Inner City Press, and then we're going over to CNN, and CNN is filling in the blanks. Inner City Press is just giving us a brief boom, 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 boom. This is what's going on. CNN is giving us all of the more detailed things that pertain to the tweets. So that's what we're doing. If you see anybody else doing our style, just know they was in here for a minute. But again, I do say if you're starting a YouTube, if you thought about starting a YouTube, this would be a good time. The next 8 to 10 weeks, you can build you up a little following off of this, because this is about to be in the news every single day. The algorithm is about to go crazy, and that's what we're doing. I'm not ashamed to tell you guys that that's what we're doing. We're covering the Diddy trial. But let's get back to it. What else did Sean pay for? Ventura said cars. Did he give you cash? She said, yeah, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. Oh, who would take things away? Ventura said the staff would do it. You see what they're doing? They're trying to set it up, get some sympathy from the jurors. You know what I mean? He would take my self-confidence. Damn, not your self-confidence, baby girl. So Diddy would give her cars. He would give cash, but he'd rather give her materialistic things so he was able to take it back. And basically, you know what I'm saying, I own you. You can't do nothing without me. You ain't ish because I wasn't ish. You ain't gonna be ish until I say you ish. That's what they're trying to make it seem like for Diddy. Now, of course, the defense is gonna have their day in court, and I believe that they're gonna eat this all the way up. But the prosecution is doing exactly what they need to do, make her seem like an innocent victim that had no idea what was going on in this sick, evil, I mean, evil world that they call the entertainment business. Okay, Ventura said, I assume the staff. Defense, objection, Your Honor. The judge said, jury would disregard that last answer. Hey, listen up, you 12 and you 6 alternates. Listen up, disregard that. We don't know if it was the staff or not. This is hearsay. The judge said, disregard it. She said, who looked your laptop and phone? She said the security was going through her laptop and phone. How long would they be gone for? Ventura said, however long I was being punished for. Now, they're saying that she was on punishment and they would take her laptops and their phones. Kurt said alleged arrest just happened in courtroom for someone trying to record the video. Oh, man, here we go. I mean, this is what this trial is going to be, man. You got to think all these content creators, and you just got wild motherfuckers anyway. We'll try to find that. I'm trying to keep this stuck on to the trial, but if I can find like a tweet or something that can verify that, I'll definitely read it. Cassie said, my self-worth took a hit. Ventura describes how Combs frequently commented on her appearance. Cassie testified that Sean Diddy Combs was very involved in her physical appearance and started making comments about the way she looked and almost immediately in their relationship. Appearance was very important to him. My appearance, she said, adding that Combs would make comments about her hair and nails. We had tons of conversations about my body at the time, she testified, that included decisions about breast implants and keeping my shape a certain way, she said. My self-worth took a hit for the entirety of their relationship, just trying to establish who I was, who I wanted to be, and who I was allowed to be, Ventura said. And we got an update. Okay, they flying in. Combs says Victoria says if Combs disapproved of her, his staff would take her belongings. Okay, so they're right behind Inner City Press. Cassie Ventura testified if Diddy disapproved of her, he had his staff take her belongings. I would get my car taken away. I got kicked out of my house, my apartment. I had jewelry taken away. It was very random depending how he felt, she said. Ventura said there were times when Combs personally took her electronics from her, and other times his security personnel did it. She she'd eventually get these items back. It depends how long I was being punished for, I guess Ventura said. Sean would give them back to me if I would go to his house. Jewel Mancy. All right, let me see. Yeah, I mean, they say Diddy was on it, wasn't he? What I don't get is if you knew, like, you know what I'm saying, we're not victim shaming or victim blaming or anything, but in my mind, if I have some stuff and somebody keeps taking my shit, I'm not gonna keep that shit out. My jewelry and stuff, like all the, I'm gonna start putting jewelry off to the side. I'm gonna start putting the tablets and stuff off to the side and start buying more. So I already have me a replacement. You take this, like, well, my parents, they weren't, I won't say my parents weren't smart enough, but like when we used to be on punishment, they didn't know that me and my brother were buying like controllers from people at school. So when they took our controllers and stuff, because my mom, when video games first came out, she would just take the controllers thinking we wouldn't have access to the game, not knowing all we had to do was buy another controller. We get controllers from people at school. So even as a kid, I knew if my parents are going to take one thing, let me get another one to replace the one that they take. And I just got to be cautious. Keep the door cracked. When I hear the front door open up, front door, I know, take the controller. Now, that wasn't going on back in the early 90s, but you know what I mean? Taking cell phones. Jeez Louise. What else? Okay, yeah, we're just waiting. Punishment happened. They're saying she was being groomed. Jewel Mancy, J.E. Okay, so let me we're gonna stick with inner city, but this is the Jewel Mancy page here. It looks like they got, we'll follow them and just see what the hell, what information that they have that's different. 8 minutes ago. What else did Sean pay for? Cars? Did he give you cash? Will you take it? Oh, this looks like she just copying and pasting what inner city press has. So an arrest in court, someone illegally took a video during the P. Diddy trial. They want a protective order for video taken inside of the courthouse. Defendant is not in detention, but two U.S. Marshals are currently overseeing proceedings from the back of a courtroom. So I guess there was an arrest. Like, what fool would try to, like, what are you thinking? You thought you was going to get away with that? All right, here we go. So however long she was being punished for. How often were you in contact with Sean's staff? She said daily. Who are in these photos? Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? Ventura said, KK. And who is this? Ventura said, D-Rock. He was Sean's security. Boogie Down says, was she beaten up if she tried to leave? I think in her case against Diddy, I think she did mention she tried to leave and security came and found her and they picked her up and brought her back. Get that out of there, because I mean, this is all right, but it looks like they're just copying and pasting what Inner City got. And D-Rock, that's what we need to find. D-Rock. Security guard who pinned Diddy. No, not that one. D-Rock, Diddy security. Diddy forced Cassie to deliver the weapon to D-Rock. What, a Gene Deal, D-Rock? That's what they were calling Gene Deal, D-Rock? I ain't calling that nigga no damn D-Rock. Oh, hold on. Gene Deal. Diddy convinced D-Rock to betray Biggie that night. So D-Rock is a different security guard. How frequently were you in Sean's residence? Ventura said all the time. Did they all have safes? Ventura said yes. What did you observe in them? Ventura said cash, jewelry, cameras, videotapes, guns in New York, LA, Miami, and Alpine, Jersey. New York Times has more details, like as far as what, the arrest or what's going on in the case. Because I don't have, like, New York Times. I think I got one more article this week that I can look up. Or are you talking about on Twitter? So Cassie's saying that Diddy had guns, jewelry, cameras, videotapes. We already went over that. Taking the belongings. Okay, the New York Times definitely has more in depth. All right, hey, come on, man, New York. Let me just slide on this one day, just this one day, please. So Julia Jacobs is reporting from the courthouse. All right, so we went over the appearance. The times in the relationship, Cassie said Combs' security will take devices, including her laptops. All right. The prosecution has shifted to focus on associates assigned Combs, with whom Cassandra Ventura had contact. One is Tony Fletcher, a former Bad Boy executive. Ventura says she discussed financial issues with her. Another is Christina Courtroom, who was once chief of staff for Combs and knew the ins and out of Ventura's schedule. Ventura is now identifying members of Combs' security detail. All right, good. Now we're getting somewhere. So we got New York Times has entered the chat, guys. So we got Inner City Press. We got CNN updates. We're giving us more in depth on the Inner City Press tweets. And then we have the New York Times, which is giving us stuff that we didn't even get detailed in either one of them. All right, cool. So that's how we're working, man. We'll relay this thing. Here we go. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Ventura said, yes. We were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came inside and said Suge was down at a diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? Ventura said, I cried. I said, don't do something stupid. So in the middle of a freak off, oiled up, niggas in the house, meat swinging, D-Rock, Diddy. Damn, it's funky in here. Suge is down the street. Diddy said, Suge who? Suge Knight. So Diddy allegedly gets up. He grabs a Thule and they head down to the diner. This is in the middle of a freak off. Now, they all on the bad drugs, good drugs. We don't know what they on, but this is the middle of the freak off. Diddy, I heard Diddy was slipping, trying to get up and grab the gun and go see Suge Knight at the diner. Cassie's in there. Oh, Diddy, don't do nothing stupid. And this is all during the middle of a freak off. So it's oily in there. It's hot in there. There's probably a videotape going on in there. Diddy grabs a gun, and we know Diddy is infamous for running around with just a towel on, no drawers. So I don't know if he got dressed or he just hopped in the car and went down to the diner. But they were trying to pull up on Suge Knight. And here it begins. It's getting spicy. All right, here we go. This is what we've been looking for. This is what y'all came here for. Don't cover your ears now. Okay. Were you ever handed a gun? Ventura said, yes, I was. We were doing a club downtown LA. We taking mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, Sean. Now remember, Diddy and J-Lo, Diddy allegedly had the gun in the club. Shine went down for it. Allegedly, Diddy gave him $1 million to keep it hush. And he also opened up a scholarship for it. So what we're seeing here is Cassie said that she had a Thule on him. She also said that Diddy went to go pull up on Suge Knight. This is what we came here for. Don't act shy now, guys. Tell your supervisor to back off. It's getting serious right now. It's getting serious. Let's see what the New York Times got to say about this, because this is getting real. Where's the latest update? 10 minutes ago. This case is not just about the conduct of Sean Combs, but about the conduct of his employees as well. The government is beginning to get into these details by identifying individuals who Cassandra Ventura says follow Combs' orders, including a security guard by the name of D-Rock. Ventura says he was one of the people who went looking for her when Combs did not know her location. So, Boogie, there you go. She's saying that the security would come and find her if Diddy didn't know where she was at. So they was high off of mushrooms. Cassie had a Thule. It was put in her bag. Oh, man. Come on, man. What we got? We got a CNN update. Prosecutors asked Ventura about her relationship with Combs' assistants. She testified that in the first 3 years of her relationship with Combs, one of his assistants would regularly help Ventura with her finances. Ventura says she spoke with another assistant on a daily basis about everything from scheduling to what kind of mood Combs was in. She knew a lot about personal things, Ventura said. Now, this is the same thing that kind of went on with Epstein, with Ghislaine Maxwell. She knew what type of mood Diddy was going to be in, so she was basically prepping Cassie. Hey, he's in a good mood today. Go over there smiling. He's not in a good mood. Go over there smiling. Never frown. You know what I mean? So that's what they're trying to build, that Diddy was controlling. And not only was he controlling, but he controlled everyone around him. Another time, I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV. How long were they gone for? Ventura said 30 to 40 minutes. Let me switch topics. How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism? to you. She said the first 6 months or a year. Now, another thing we got to look at, this is the feds. This is the feds. So listen to what I'm about to say. If Diddy beats these cases, guess what? It ain't over. When the feds did their sweep, they said they found guns with serial numbers scratched off. Now, with Cassie starting to explain all of this and putting it on record, they were riding off with guns. There was an alleged shooting that happened at a studio, according to Little Rodney, which is a whole nother case against Diddy. What they're doing is building other criminal cases off of these testimonies. So let's just say, hypothetically, Diddy was to beat these 5 charges. Well, guess what? We turn around with a new indictment, scratched off serial numbers, shootings tied to different things. So the feds, they're not, you can say they're not playing fair, but they're just playing the game that you stepped into. But you see what I'm saying? Now they're establishing, what does this gun got to do with anything? Yeah, it could be putting fear in somebody, but if there's a crime that's connected, she could say they went to this location and what? Oh, there's a police report there. Let's open up an investigation. You see what I'm saying? Let's say if he would have went to the diner and Suge was there. Let's say a gun went off. Boom, boom, boom. What if one of those guns is a gun that he still has? You see what I'm saying? So right now, the feds, they're like, let's just say what we would do if he beats these 5 charges. Slap him with another damn criminal charge. We got guns. We got scratched off serial numbers. They're hey, no, it's not part of it. It's not part of it. So guess what? If he's not being charged for it right now, they can always charge him again in a whole nother case. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a racketeering conspiracy, meaning that he used his enterprise to pay for this transportation of prostitution, this sex trafficking. You see what I'm saying? So that's what this is. But remember, it's not a RICO with charges up under it. It's a racketeering conspiracy, 2 counts of transportation of prostitution, and then 2 counts of ex trafficking. So all 5 of these are individual charges. It's not trumped up under just that one RICO. It's a RICO conspiracy, and that's just the enterprise of using Bad Boy Records, Sean Combs LLC, Love LLC. Now, that's if they can prove that one of these companies may have paid for a hotel room or something of that nature. So that's why you got to remember there are 5 individual charges in this case. So he might beat 2, or let's just say he beats 3 or 4. He still has one that he might not beat. You see what I'm saying? And then let's say if he does beat all this, well, guess what? Cassie has told us about you having guns. We did a raid and we got guns with scratched off serial numbers, allegedly. I don't know if that was a legitimate report that came out. But now, okay, Cassie is listing off crimes that may have been committed, times, locations, dates. Let's line it up with these weapons. Let's do the forensic on them. Do they line up with anything that we may have overlooked? And then boom, a whole new charges come along. You see what I'm saying? So this is the feds, guys. This isn't your local PD. You know when people, man, the feds are watching. Nigga, that's the local PD. They are not the feds. You see what the feds are doing? They setting shit up just in case. Oh, you beat these 5, you had them high power lawyers. Well, guess what? We done took you to court. You just sat in jail for a year. We got more charges, a whole nother case that just rolled in. But that's just me thinking. You know what I'm saying? If I was the feds, fuck it. You're not beating me. If my job is to lock your ass up, I'm locking you up. But that's why I can never be my job, because I might take it too serious. All right, let's get these updates. Ventura described seeing cash, jewelry, tapes, and guns in Combs' safes. Cassie said Diddy had a safe in every one of his homes. She said she would occasionally access them to get his money or to get money or something else for him. There was always cash, jewelry, sometimes tapes, SD cards, cameras, guns, depending on the safe. Now, we did have the raid. They did say they found some tapes and stuff. Ventura testified she saw guns in Combs' residences. Ventura recalls Combs' rivalry with Suge Knight. Cassie testified that Diddy had rivals with former rap mogul Marion Suge Knight, the former Death Row co-founder who was sentenced to prison for death of a man during a hit-and-run incident on the set of the movie Straight Outta Compton. One time, she and Combs had a freak-off at one of his homes in L.A. Well, one of his security guards came in and mentioned that Knight was at a diner close by. They quickly packed up and drove down there. She said, I was crying. I was screaming. Don't do anything stupid. I was just really nervous for them. I didn't know what it meant, what they were going to do. Man, they taking us all over this. Okay, so how old were you? I'm guessing this is when the freak off happened before they went to go see Suge. How old were you? Ventura said 22. Why did you agree to try a freak? Oh, this is when it first started. Why did you agree to try a freak off? Ventura said, good question. I wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off at? She said one of his homes in Los Angeles. 2A627. Who is this? That was the first escort. Do you know his name? Ventura said, no. I'll call him the first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Ventura says, yes, to dance and to have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol before things started. Her first freak off, she was aware that there was a man that was paid to dance and to have intercourse with her. Now, can the defense prove that this didn't happen? That's a good question. Can they? But you guys were asking about P. Tushin. Guess what? Where did Cassie live at? New York. When did she move to LA? After this first freak off to be closer to Diddy. So the first freak off was bought and paid for allegedly by Diddy, according to Cassie. There's your transportation of P. Tushin. You see what I'm saying? You see how like they got these different charges. It's not just falling up under RICO. These are individual charges. You might not get the racketeering. We might not be able to prove that Bad Boy Records did something, but we can prove that you flew Cassie in. We can prove that you paid an escort to have intercourse. We got tape showing that everything that they talking about, you sitting in the corner with a robe on, beating your meat with a fucking bandana on. We can prove that. You see what I'm saying? This, like, it's still early in the trial. I'm definitely not saying that Diddy is going to be found guilty of any of this, but I'm saying what they're trying to prove is really not much that they have to prove. It's just, let's just keep building on it. And again, there's still potential for, you know, a gun case or whatever. We don't know what all they found in there. There could be blackmailing. Why did Diddy have these? It's all kinds of stuff that's going. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, guys. But I'm just reading the facts. I'm just reading what we got here. Now, all of this is up under oath. See, I can get on here and lie. They can't take the stand and lie. I can get on here and say anything. You know, I can get on here and say I slapped Diddy because Diddy was talking about take that, and I ain't taking shit. So I slapped the hell out of Diddy. See, I can get on here and lie. You feel me? But they can't. I'm just reading what they wrote, guys. Come on, man. I thought the New York Times was going to be updating on his own. I'm trying to keep you guys entertained because, you know, we got all this in between time because he's at court tweeting it and, you know, we just waiting. All right, here we go. Did you disguise your appearance? Ventura said. Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. What was a session in a freak off until the escort finished? How many sessions with the first escort? At least 2. How did you feel? Ventura said, I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me. Okay. Why did you feel you couldn't say no, Cassie? That's how they're talking to her. This is exactly how they're talking to her. Why did you feel like you couldn't say no to him? Cassie said, I didn't want to I didn't want to make him angry or upset. He shared this part of himself with me. And she's rubbing her belly at the same time. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to make him angry with me. Now the women jurors over there, because it's 8 men and 4 women that are on the jury. So the women over there, they tearing up right now. The prosecution doing their thing. Now the guys, they probably ain't showing no emotion. They probably sitting there, we just listening to it like, okay. That was some fucked up shit though. If what she's saying is true. Now I gotta hear the defense to try to dispute this, you know what I mean? But hearing that the defense has already said, yeah, Diddy gets high off of drugs and the bad drugs, he gets to whooping people's asses. If your defense is, yeah, we whoop niggas' asses when we get drunk and high, I'm looking like, nigga, that means when you get drunk, anything goes. You know what I mean? That was a terrible defense. But we're not on trial for a DV or abuse. What up, Jackie? One new update. New York Times is taking a sweet on time. All right. Cassie Ventura testifies about a time in which she said she and Combs were having a freak off. And okay, we already went over this. Yeah, so the lawsuit was in 2023. Let me see what we got here. She was more than a golden shower. She was like a golden like teacup or something. Ventura says she was shocked when Combs first mentioned voyeurism. The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, turned her questioning back to voyeurism. Cassie says Sean Diddy presented it to her within the first 6 months to a year of dating as a fantasy he had. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This is like watching somebody else do your old lady. This wasn't a fantasy of his. This is something he was already doing. Like, you're not just, you know what, let me try it. Now, you've been doing this for a while. That's not just something you did. Like, you know what, let me try this. Someone had to introduce this to you, like tell you, oh, this is what I be doing. And then he was like, let me do it. He would want to see me with another male having intercourse. Ventura testified. He also brought up swinging, she said. Ventura said she was shocked when Combs first told her about it. I didn't know how to react. I didn't want to upset him. If I said that that it scared me, or I said anything outside of okay, let's try it, she said. All right, we getting into the nitty gritty though, but how did it make you feel? Okay, so that's we got one more update over here in New York. Okay. So this is a little more in depth. For their first freakoff, Sean Combs arranged for a dance from here we go. For their first freakoff, Sean Combs arranged for a dancer from Las Vegas to have sex with Cassandra. She testifies they took X and drank alcohol. She says, adding that she felt dirty and confused, but she felt she couldn't say no to the continuing encounters. I didn't want to make him upset. I didn't want to make him angry and regret telling me about the experience. After the freak-off started, Ventura testifies they became almost weekly. Now, look, for their first freak-off, Combs arranged for a dancer from Las Vegas. Over here, the first freak-off took place in Los Angeles. What up, JoJo? You see what I'm getting at here? That's 4 hours ago. Where's the... And where's it at? We just read it. Three minutes ago. How frequent did the freakoffs become? She said weekly for a consistent amount of years. When was your last one? 2017, 2018. How long were you awake during the freakoffs? I never slept. I took drugs, X, Molly, and cocaine. Yeah, I'm trying to find the message. Let me see. So she said she never slept. Do you recall all of the freak-offs? That would be impossible. Did you want to stop? Yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. She sobs. Did you tell him you didn't want to? She said yes. Transportation of prostitution. Here we go. Where was the first freak-off? Where was the first freak-off? Ventura said one of his homes in Los Angeles. Let's go over here. For the first freak-off, Sean Combs arranged for a dancer from Las Vegas to have sex with Cassandra. Transportation of prostitution. The first freak-off was in LA with a nigga from Las Vegas that Diddy allegedly arranged. Transportation of prostitution. Again, it's not a RICO that's covering all of this. It's a racketeering conspiracy, and then 2 counts of transportation of prostitution, 2 counts of X trafficking. You see what I'm saying? Like, now it's going to be up to the jurors on how they interpret this. But of course, when you get to the closing arguments, the prosecution's going to say, well, this is what they mean by X trafficking. This is what they mean by transportation of prostitution. And this was clearly this. And they're going to give these examples later on. Now, I don't know what the defense is going to, I guess the defense is going to try to discredit Cassie and make it seem like she was a willing participant. But how do you explain the prostitution? You see what I'm saying? Like, you might be able to get those lesser charges for the transportation. You know what I mean? But what would the defense say? Well, you was willing. Yeah, I was willing, but you still was transportation of prostitution. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be tough. All right, let's see. Let's go back. We got more updates. Okay. She told Diddy she didn't want to do it. She said yes. Then Ventura says, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to just do it with someone else. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Objection, Your Honor, leading. All right. Ms. Johnson, rephrase that. Calm down over there, defense. I got it. This is my courtroom. I got it. Rephrase the question. Why would you talk to him gently? I didn't want him to be angry. This is what we want right here. I want to hear some objections. We ain't trying to hear all of this. We trying to hear all of it. We ain't trying to hear all of this. Oh, yeah. I like this. I ain't going to lie to you. This is good. This is better than being in the courtroom. Do we got anything else here? No, that's it. We're just waiting right now. Hey, this is a good judge here. This one right here, they might reconsider putting federal cases on TV. This is good. Because he ain't objection. He say, hey, I got it. Rephrase the question. All right, defense, calm down. I got it. Make sure you, Time out. Time out. This is a warning for both sides. Prosecution, defense is a warning for both sides. Make sure you stand up when you addressing my court, all right? All that sitting down and objecting, we not going to have that. If I got to say it again, I'm holding someone in contempt. This is federal court. This ain't the local state for traffic tickets. This is not the local, you know what I'm saying, municipal fucking auditorium that you go to for non-moving violations. This is a federal courthouse. We will stand when we address the court, all right? Let's make that clear. Now, this is a federal case, so there's not going to be any cameras in there. It don't have anything to do with New York. It's just a federal case. That's just law. Okay. Talk to him gently. Molly and X Kane. Let's see what NY Times said. Cassandra testified that the freakoffs could last 2 to 3 days with no sleep, despite her desire to get rest. Drugs help keep them awake, she says. Choking back tears, she testifies that the encounters made her feel disgusting and humiliated. She says Sean Combs was a different person during those events. His eyes go black. The version of him I was in love with was no longer there, she testified. Objection, Your Honor! Objection! My client, Diddy, has hazel eyes. There's no way that his eye could go black. He said his eyes go black. He wasn't a different person. That nigga was high as hell. That nigga's eyes are dilated. That nigga's eyes, his motherfucking pupils were gone. Talking about his eyes go black. The version of him I was in love with was no longer there, she tells us. This is a fucking scary movie now. This is getting dark. All right, we just went over that. Oh, here we go. We got some details of what actually happened in the freakoff. Let me see what we got here. Brought it up gently. Okay. What is this? Ventura said an email between, oh, here we go. An email between me and Sean. What did you call him? Pop Pop. Why? Ventura said he asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. Yeah, I don't. Pop Pop. What kind of weird shit is that? All right. So it says, Ventura says Combs directed every detail, including the lighting. So here we go into the freakoffs. Now, initially, when we read this, it was all just in the documents that the civil case was against Diddy before he settled it the very next day, after he told us all that she was lying, and he went ahead and settled it anyway. But here we go. Cassie says she's testifying about the first time she participated in a freakoff. She was about 22 years old when Combs first asked her to have a freakoff. When asked why she agreed to the freakoff, she replied, "Good question. I wanted to make him happy." She then testified Combs arranged for a male escort to participate and that they took X and drank alcohol. She said she took narcotics Combs gave her before they started. Ventura said Combs managed every detail, even what she wore, including masks to disguise their appearances. Every freak-off was like directed by Sean. Like he knew specifically where he wanted everyone to be, the lighting and such, Ventura said. So over that first session, we just kind of like ended up getting closer and closer. Then eventually had to put oil on each other. Now remember, the guy testified yesterday that Diddy told them to get closer and put more oil on the body. I was high, so there wasn't much feeling, she said, but recalls feeling dirty and confusion. But she said she felt like, okay, he's really happy with me. Okay, where we at? Damn, we just passed it up, or they delete it. There's one that just said like 2 minutes ago. What is all his Diddy? Wait, did all his Diddy tweets just disappear? $4 ago. Yeah, are y'all seeing that? 57 minutes. Are y'all seeing like, hey, watch? Are like the Diddy tweets to show up, but then they'll disappear. $4 minutes ago. You see that? Like, where the hell? Sign the petition. Can anybody else look on Inner City Press? Hold on, let me get on my phone because it's showing up with a tweet from 4 minutes ago, but then it disappears. Like right here, the Shine calling them Pop Pop. What the hell? They trying to stop us from reading these tweets. Hold on. Let me go. If anybody can go to Inner City Press and see if the Diddy tweets are popping up, because I can see it when we refresh, but then it disappears. What the hell? Hold on. Maybe the court told him, hey, quit tweeting, mother effer. Yeah, see, on my phone, I got it from 5 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Why ain't it showing it on here? All right, so hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out because I have it on my phone. So it's the email between the two. And then 3 minutes ago, it says, what did you write? Ventura said, what did you write? Ventura says, I really need to F-U-C-K. Why am I spelling it out? She said she want to fuck. The attorney said, why did you write that? Ventura said, because I wanted to be with him. I'll read your messages. You read yours. So the attorney's about to act like Shine, and then Cassie's going to read her responses. So the attorney's acting like Shine. You don't want to do any more? Ventura said, I'm so predictable. Come on, man. What the hell's going on my Twitter, man? Okay, so here we go. She's not just a victim. I doubt that. But that's what I got to keep reiterating this, guys. This case isn't about her being a willing participant. The charges are transportation of prostitution. So even if she was willing, it's still transportation of prostitution, which is illegal, and that's what they're charging them for. You see what I'm saying? They're not charging him for prostituting, like pimping her out. You see what I'm saying? Then another charge, the other two charges are ex trafficking. So even if she did, like she admitted that she participated in these freakoffs to make Diddy happy. They not saying that she isn't a victim. They saying, yeah, maybe she participated in some of these freakoffs, but then you were taking it too far. You see what I'm saying? So that's how we got to look at it. We got to quit looking at it as, oh man, Cassie's a victim. We're looking at her getting, it's not like, it don't have anything to do with her getting beat, like her taking drugs or anything. It's just transfer. They're just trying to prove that this is what Diddy was doing. Now, is it on a grander scale? Who knows? We're gonna be here. We got 8 weeks, 5 days, 40 days. This is day 2. We got at least 38 more days. Diddy got 9 lawyers. They gonna cook her. I mean, they could. That's what I'm saying though. I definitely want to see her cook. We'll continue on with this, but cooking her does nothing for Diddy. all the prosecutor got to do is just show, yeah, Diddy was paying for prostitutes in different cities. Diddy was flying people out, having sex with them. They could cook her all they want. They could get up there and say, Cassie, you're a whore. Guess what? That ain't got nothing to do with that prostitution charge. Though, Cassie, you wanted to do it. That ain't got nothing to do with paying for sex. You see what I'm saying? So they can get up there and cook her all they want. That ain't got nothing to do with the case. You see what I'm saying? Like, prostitution don't matter what she did. You know, when like motherfuckers get arrested for prostitution, the hooker don't get the same amount of time as the nigga that was paying for it. The hooker might go to jail for like 6 months, get probation, get off. But if you the nigga paying for some sex and go to jail, they locking your ass up for like a year. You see what I'm saying? I don't know why it is like that. Like, all right, man, I'm paying for sex. You get arrested because you were the one paying for it. But wait, what about the person that was giving the sex? Oh, man, give him 6 months probation, get him out to court. But your ass paid for it. You got to go to jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just the way the law is, man. The law is terrible. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all kinds of fucked up. Let me see. Where we go? Why did you write that? She said, I really needed to F. She said, I'll read your message, you read yours. Sean said, you don't want to do anymore. Ventura said, I'm so predictable. What did you think this meant? Ventura said that he knew I didn't want to do the freakoffs anymore, but then I backpedaled. Why? To not make him angry. He could be violent. Where'd you get your outfit? Pleasure chest everywhere. What? We got to fill in the blanks here. You see what I'm saying? Like, she's admitting that she was with the freakoffs. She said she didn't want to do them anymore. But that's what I'm trying to explain. Like, you can cook her all you want. You can say she wasn't a victim. She's telling you right now that she was participating. She's not denying that she was in freakoffs. She's not denying that she did freakoffs to make Diddy happy. She's saying at a point she didn't want to do that shit no more. She's saying at a point she was drugged up. You see what I'm saying? She never said that I was a victim of the freakoffs. She was in freakoffs. She was in her case. She even said she was picking the guys that she knew that Diddy liked. So she never denied that she was in these freakoffs. She just said at a certain point she didn't want to do it no more. Diddy was controlling her. You see what I'm saying? So we gotta kind of separate all of that. Now, that's not our job. That's the prosecution's job. But I'm just trying to explain these charges aren't Cassie being a victim. You see what I'm saying? Combs wanted to call her by her grandpa name. All right, here we go. The moment Ventura broke down in tears on the stand, asked what she enjoyed, if anything about the freakoffs, Cassie Ventura broke down in tears. Oh my goodness, they doing it, guys. The time spent with him, she said. She added that it felt like it was the only time she could get with him. I felt disgusting. I was humiliated. I didn't have the words to put together at the time. How horribly I couldn't talk to anybody about it. I gently tried to bring it up to him. I don't want to do the freakoffs anymore, Sean. I don't. I didn't want to upset him or make him angry, but I didn't even want to share them. She said, when I would just tread lightly when he brought it up, sometimes I would email him about it. I didn't want anything bad to happen to me. So Cassie's on the stand crying right now, guys. Now, this is good for the prosecution. An innocent woman, pregnant, went through all of this with the big black guy over here with the black eyes that we know be whooping on. I'm not going to say bitches. We know a nigga that be whooping on women. This is good for the prosecution. Now it's gonna be tough for the defense because just like I think it was somebody said making a pregnant woman cry on the stand. It's like, okay, y'all applying that pressure. We wanna like this is our entertainment. We want to see that pressure applied by the defense. That's why I want Brian Steele to get up there. Brian Steele be cooking. I want to see Brian get up there. No Diddy, but apply that pressure. So now she's on the stand crying. Hey, thanks, Pookie. Pookie said, damn, bro, lost me. Disrespectful with these reenactments, especially after seeing it. Well, hey. It is what it is, my brother. I'm doing what I got to do to entertain. I'm reading off what's on the screen. Now, don't get mad at me because I'm not changing up anything. I'm reading line for line what was said. When you watch reenactments on TV, are you offended by those reenactments? No, you're not. All I'm doing is reading and I'm giving my perspective on the case. Now, if you were here in the beginning, I told you I don't have any dog in this fight and I personally don't care. Now, if you don't want to hear none of this stuff, then you don't have to hear any of it. But I'm going to reenact this how I think and what I'm visualizing on the stand. Now, if they didn't want us to know that Cassie was crying, they would not have put this on here. But they put this on here because once you read it, you're already visualizing it. So regardless to what I do on here, I'm not making up anything. I'm not changing the narrative. I'm just reading what is on here. It is no different than you watching a TV show where they're reenacting. When you watch true crime and they got people reenacting and getting shot and you're watching it on television, do you turn the TV off because you feel disrespected because they're reenacting what something that happened? No, you don't. You watch it. Now, I appreciate you joining the live, but if you would like to leave, you can do that. But over here, I'm going to read and I'm going to go ahead and act out what I feel is going on in the courtroom. Now, it was all fun and games when we were laughing about the Diddy jokes, but Diddy's up here fighting for his life. When we were laughing about the oil, when we were laughing about the freakoff comments, when we were laughing about the judge, was it disrespectful then when we were reenacting what they were doing in the courtroom? No, this is all of our entertainment. I'm not disrespecting Cassie. I'm not saying Cassie was a whore. I'm not saying Cassie was a willing participant and set all of this up and was doing anything negative. I'm reading what is on the screen. Now, if I reenact it, then I reenact it. But if you feel offended by that, I appreciate you saying it, Pookie, but you can go ahead and leave. But I'm going to continue to do this because people are here for entertainment. I'm giving all of the facts. I'm not changing anything up. I'm giving some stuff that I feel like is going on in the case. Now, I knew we would get here, and I understand that, and I respect anyone's feelings like that. But I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm reading exactly what happened right here in the courtroom, line for line, black and white. I didn't type this. All I'm doing is reading it. I'm not deviating from what they said. When we said he was calling them Pop Pop, I seen LOLs in the chat for being called Pop Pop. So if you feel disrespected, you feel disrespected. But I'm reading and I'm going to reenact what I want to reenact. You know what I mean? You're not going to come and tell me, hey, all right, cool. But this is what I do. Let me see. Real quick, I'm Mode IJ. We here for the next 38 days. Let me see. We ain't got no more updates. See, I don't like being serious. I want to get into this, you know what I mean? If you want the legal, like the seriousness, I mean, go to like Law and Crime or something. All right, where we at? Damn, he going in right now. All right, here we go. What does this mean? Okay, where'd you get your outfit? Pleasure chest elsewhere. Did you get piercings? She said, yes. Sean came with me. This man, Diddy was there everywhere. Which of his homes did you have freakouts in? You mean freak offs? What is a freak out? We need to know. The freak out is a whole nother level. Ventura said Miami, New York. What other homes? Ventura said my homes, all but Studio City. In what other cities? Atlanta, Ibiza. In what hotels in NY did you have freak offs? She said in the Trump Hotel, Gramercy, the Intercontinental. That's where that's the other one. This is in New York. The incident happened in the LA one. She said, yes, the one on 44th Street. She said elsewhere, yes. Mandarin Oriental, Fontainebleau. What names were used? Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. So Jackie Starr, so when they were booking these rooms, Jackie Starr was the name that they used. Frank Black was the name. And then it says, oh shit, here we go. Well, we already kind of knew about the freak off supplies because of last night. What supplies for the freak offs? Ventura said Astroglide, which we found out was a water-based lubricant, baby oil, Diddy's favorite, condoms. Who brought the supplies? Ventura said security. Sean's assistants. Which brand of baby oil? Johnson. How was it used? Sean said you need to be glistening. A little drop of baby oil, it'll get you right. A little drop of baby oil, you can put like a little drop of baby oil on. You can get both arms. You know what I'm saying? Another drop, you can get both legs. You good to go. Now, if you go outside, that sun gonna get on your ass. You might start cooking. But Diddy said, nah, Playboy. And you know he had that toothpick. You know Diddy had that toothpick. Nah, Playboy. You need to be glistening. I'm talking about shining, nigga. Hey, man, I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm not participating in this, nigga. Like, too much. You need to be glistening, Playboy. Nigga, what? You need to be glistening? Hey, man. What the fuck you mean glistening, nigga? And mind you, Diddy's in the corner with a robe on and a bandana covered his mouth. Girl, you wanna come to my hotel? Like, Diddy's in the corner watching you. And out of nowhere, you just hear niggas say, glistening, Playboy. There ain't enough oil. Use the whole bottle. And I could pretty much say that Diddy probably like grabbed 2 bottles of baby oil and was like, nah, glistening, baby, party, nigga. Like, that's what Diddy did. That's what Diddy did. So Diddy probably grabbed like the baby oils and was like, nah, glistening. Yeah, you know how Diddy like it, because Cassie did say he set up everything from the lighting to the different positions to the camera angles. They said the David Phillips yesterday said Diddy sits in the corner with a robe and a bandana on getting off. There's cameras in the room. I'm talking about they may have had the same cameras that they had in the Matrix when Neo did the little dodging the bullet type shit. I'm talking about they saying Diddy had panoramic. They're all around the room. That's what they saying. Word on the street. But we need glistening, Playboy. Hey, Diddy. Hey, time out, man. I just came here to do what me and Cassie got to do. We ain't come here to do all that extra shit now. Trying to make Diddy out to be goddamn R. Kelly with the Zorro mask on, man. This is fucking wild, man. All right, it says when Sean Diddy Combs would get upset, he could be a scary person and could get violent, Cassie Ventura testified. Ventura went on to describe the ways she would alter her appearance for a freak-off. She said she would regularly get a wax, a tan, and her nails done. Her nails had to be painted white or with a white French tip per Combs' instructions. She said she also described getting piercings as Combs' suggestion. Ventura said She would wear see-through netted outfits and extremely high heels. What are extremely high heels? What do we think? Is 6 inches, 7? So that's the last thing we've seen, the glistening Playboy. Okay. Where were the freakoffs where you ran out of baby oil? Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. You also mentioned Astroglide. Same objection, irrelevant. Sidebar, both of y'all come up here. So there was a freakoff. There was a freakoff that they ran out of baby oil. There was a freak-off that they ran out of baby oil. The defense said objection, hell no. Because if there was a freak-off that they ran out of baby oil, that means they was on some freaky ass shit for multiple days. Because we know Diddy keeps 1,000 supply. So the defense was like, nah, objection. He a freaky nigga, but he ain't a freaky ass nigga. Objection. The judge said, come up here. How freaky are we about to get? My bad. Let me not reenact this stuff because I don't want to come off as disrespectful for reading. A nigga learn how to read and you come off as disrespectful because you're reading. Let me not be disrespectful. Where were the freak-offs that you ran out of baby oil? Objection, Your Honor. I don't want to be disrespectful, guys. The judge said, sidebar, nigga, how freaky is this about to get? The judge said, how freaky is this about to get? Yeah, they had the Astroglide. They had the Astroglide. They had the slip and slide. They had Lakers in 5. This must be where the soap comes in. Shit, I don't, man. To be honest, there's no telling where this trial is about to take us. There's no telling where this trial is about to take us, man. The encounters were very choreographed, experiences directed by Combs, so we already got that. We looked up the Astroglide yesterday. I got you though. But see, look, Cassandra says she was listing places where Sean Combs had freak-offs. They occurred mostly in hotels, she says. New York, Miami, LA, Atlanta, Vegas, Ibiza, Turk and Caicos. She said that sometimes she says she sometimes booked the hotel rooms, as did Tony Fletcher, a bad boy employee, racketeering conspiracy using the enterprise to book rooms. They will book under pseudonyms. Ventura testified, including Frank Black and Frank White. Oh man, they were doing that's disrespectful. Frank White, man, that's what Biggie was going by. So this is Astroglide right here, personal lubricant. The lube of your dreams. Indulge in pleasure and spice up the bedroom with Astroglide personal lube. Learn more. Looking for a new lube. Never use lube. Find out what you're missing. Now, this looks a little expensive. So Diddy was like, you know, billionaires and millionaires, you know how they get rich? They cut their expenses. So this Astroglide looks like it's a little expensive. Now, remember, Diddy's lawyer said they bought baby oil in bulk, and Costco said, nigga, we don't sell bulk baby oil. So what Diddy thought was, all right, we having these freak-offs. What's my return on investment? If I'm spending $20 a bottle, let's just say $15 a bottle on lube, 15 bottles, I can get 5 to 6 bottles of Johnson & Johnson baby oil. We're going to switch up from the Astroglide, and we're going to go to the baby oil. And that's where the baby oil situation came in. He's cutting the expenses. These freak-offs can get very, very wild. So let's see what this sidebar was about. course, they're not going to tell us. We were just talking about Astroglide. So was OT. How was it used? Ventura said it was a lubricant. She said, if you ran out, what next? We call either staff or the bell desk. Give them a tip. Were the freakoffs lit? Oh, when I read that, were the freakoffs lit? I'm thinking, man, this party is lit. But they were talking about like the lighting, was it lit? I was about to say, what? What do you mean were the freakoffs lit? They don't sound like they was lit. They sound freaky. But they were talking about, was there like actual light in there? Initially, it was a candle, strong smelling Glade. Damn, Diddy, you using regular Glade ass goddamn candles, man? You ain't had no real money? That's what I thought, man. My bad, guys. I thought they were they lit? It's lit. You know, Travis Scott voice, but they were talking about was there light in there. Now, they said they were using just regular candles. You know what I'm saying? Strong smelling candles. That's when you know a candle is cheap. If it's too strong smelling, it's a cheap candle that maybe your kid made in arts and craft. You know, we made candles when we were younger. You put the wick in there, have it on a pencil, and you let it sit overnight. And yeah, man, those candles are trash. How much of a tip do you guys think that they were given for to go run off and get some lube? That's what I'm saying. He could have got a Yankee or something. What up, Young Trope? See, now they're giving us all the details, like details we wasn't even thinking about. So they got candles in there. Man, all that baby oil in there is going to have a little smell to it, man. All right. Oh, man, here we go. So Cassie says Diddy asked her to get into a blown up pool full with baby oil inside in a hotel room. She said she was wearing her clothes and shoes and didn't want to. But at that point, I couldn't say no because she was worried about his temper. Something that Sean wanted to happen. That's what was going to happen, she testifies. This nigga had a blown up swimming pool in the hotel room. Do you know how many bottles of baby oil it would take to even fill the bottom of a damn blown up swimming pool? Like if you use one bottle, it's just gonna be like oiling up your pan. You about to cook something. But to fill up a damn baby, like a swimming pool? Regardless to if Diddy beats regardless if this nigga beats this case, dog, you can't be seen in public with this nigga. What do you do with all that baby oil? You can only put so much baby oil on your body before the oil start oiling and oil off your body. Like she had Now, when I was telling y'all where he said glistening Playboy, I told y'all Diddy seemed like the type of nigga that's gonna grab the damn oil bottles and pour it all like, I said glistening Playboy, more oil. This nigga had a blown up. Now what? Now what? What y'all gonna say? I'm being disrespectful because this nigga got a blown up swimming pool in a fucking. First of all, Who the fuck is bringing a swimming pool to a damn hotel room, let alone filling that bitch up with baby oil? Let me guess. Regular niggas do this shit? Hell no. Go to Walmart, get a swimming pool, and bring that bitch back. And bring 1,000 bottles and tip the motherfucking bellboy to get more oil. More oil, damn it. Diddy, we hungry. Fuck that food. Bring the oil. Oh my goodness. This nigga had a blown up. First of all, which one of you freaky ass niggas blew that pool up? Who was in there? Niggas is all out of breath, hyperventilating in there. They done passed out. Diddy over there giving them drugs to wake their ass up. Nuh-uh, Playboy, glistening time. Cassie, come on out. Like, what the fuck is going on here? The defense is going to have to say something. Cassie, you were lying about that swimming pool. No, I wasn't. Nah, Cassie, you have to take that swimming pool back. The swimming pool did not happen. Your Honor, objection. The swimming pool, first of all, it wasn't a blown up swimming pool. It was the plastic swimming pool. It wasn't a blown up one. Yeah, who was in there? Get there 2-3 hours before Diddy to blow up that fucking swimming pool. Nigga, I'm not blowing up no swimming pool. Cassie then said, deep into her testimony about the X encounters known as freakoffs at the center of the prosecution's case, Cassie described them as elaborate X marathons with another man that fulfilled Combs' desire. She testified that the freakoffs quickly made her feel disgusted and humiliated. Combs was not receptive of her concerns. Combs didn't give a fuck. He has a swimming pool. All right, we know about the aliases. What did I just tell y'all during the sidebar? Objection, Your Honor. What did I just tell you? I knew the judge was going to ask them, wait a minute. All right, y'all, both of y'all come up here. Approach my bench right now. All right, listen up. This shit's getting a little out of hand, and it's only day 2. We got at least 8 full weeks. How freaky is this testimony going to be? Your Honor, it's just beginning. What do you mean it's just beginning? Let me just say this. I ain't trying to spoil nothing. Swimming pool. Swimming pool is all I'm going to say. Are we talking Olympic-sized swimming pool? We talking outside? What we talking about? This nigga Diddy is a menace, Your Honor. I'm talking swimming pool in a hotel room. And get this. They ain't skinny dipping in water. I'm talking oil. All right. You be careful what you're going with this. Oh, my goodness, man. This man is typing this stuff. We're just reading it. This man is in there typing everything that's coming in across his desk. Okay, so. Why were you choking? Oh, hey, no, hey, real quick. All right. This is about to get it. All right, hey, what we're about to read here, there's not going to be any jokes for it, but we got to read it. So just, I think you might want to step away. This isn't even freaky. This is some nasty shit here. Now, it says, Cassie, why were you choking? Ventura said, too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? She said, Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. How often did this happen? Often enough. Dog. This nigga. Which hotel charged the most for the damage in the room? It's probably the hotel with the swimming pool in it. That's crazy. Ventura said the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Damn, she said back to the urination. The judge said, the judge said, all right, hey, yo, time out. Hey, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. The judge is like, nah, we not doing that, man. The judge is like, there ain't no back to no more urine. We're done with that. The judge said we're not listening to that anymore. The judge, only a few more questions. No more of that shit. This is the feds, guys. This is what the feds do. This ain't no state case. The feds don't give a fuck about the witness. The feds want the nigga sitting over there on the defense side, and they gonna do whatever the hell it takes to get these cases and to win these cases. The judge had to tell her, no more questions about that. You get a few more, no more of that. We don't want to hear nothing else on that. If that happened, then that happened. We ain't got to take it no further than that. You know it's bad when the judge is like, all right, hey, whoa. Not back to... Dog. And see, that's what I was trying to explain to Pookie Loke, whoever the hell that was that came in here earlier. I ain't disrespecting nobody. When it's serious shit like this, then yeah, we take this shit serious. Yeah, we were joking around about her crying on the stand. Then that ain't disrespectful. Fucking everybody cries. Shit. I was on this live. I cried when I came over here. Niggas laughed at me because I was happy. But this is fucking ridiculous. Now, if the prosecution is doing this, man, it ain't no telling what they about to do when they start releasing video footage, man. The prosecution is trying to get this nigga Diddy. They trying to put this nigga Diddy head in that swimming pool of oil and make sure he don't come up out that motherfucker. They are trying to bury this nigga, and this is day 2. The judge had to say, time out. Time out. The judge said, nigga, no more. Yeah, why didn't you say no? Like fucking Kirk said, it's kind of hard to say no if you can't speak. If you just told us that you were choking because you had something in your mouth, what are you going to... But now you guys see what I was saying. You see what I'm talking about, OT? The defense can get up here. They can make her feel as dirty, how bad. They can do whatever they want. They can cook her as much as... Nothing's worse than hearing that she was choking on that. You know what I mean? Like, there's no more humiliating that you can do to her. So the defense, no matter what, all she got to do is sit up there, answer the questions, cry. There's nothing worse. It got to the point where the judge was like, all right, all that other freaky shit, that's just nasty right there. We can talk about the freaky shit. That's nasty shit. The judge said, no, we good. So the defense is I don't know what they going to do, because the prosecution is like, nah, fuck that. Get back to the urination. The judge had to tell the prosecutor, no, man, like, you got to chill. This is wild. This is fucking crazy. But we here, though. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because one thing about us, we got to continue on. If Cassie is brave enough to get up there, we got to be brave enough to read what's going on here. All right. Ventura said, it was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by 2 men. Where did you find the escorts? In Craigslist. So wait. it was Diddy and another nigga doing that at the same time? And she's on. They were finding niggas on Craigslist. At one point in time, Craigslist was probably the most dangerous website in the world. Man, you remember back in the early 2000s when Craigslist first jumped off? Because Craigslist was a piece of shit website anyway. It was just goddamn URL links and shit. Craigslist was dangerous. They don't buy nothing off Craigslist. If you buy something off Craigslist, meet them motherfuckers at the police station if you're going to buy something from them. You didn't want to buy nothing off Craigslist. It was so dangerous. Motherfuckers was getting killed. They were finding random niggas off of. There was a website called Backpage. If you know about Backpage, you a wild motherfucker. Now, Craigslist was some bullshit. I mean, you can find some good deals on Craigslist, but it was dangerous. Dangerous as hell. And Diddy at the time wasn't a billionaire, but Diddy was at least 100 million. And they were finding niggas off of Craigslist. The judge said, we'll break here, guys. All right. We got us a break, man. That's Cassie part 2. We got us a break. We're at 5 hours right now. We will be tuning into the Diddy trial every single day. This Friday, we won't have a live because I got other stuff to do. But we will be tuning in to the Diddy case. This is part 2 of Cassie with the prosecution. I think they're going to try to bring in the defense. What time is it? I think they want the defense. It's what? 3 o'clock. So they go till 5. So the defense might get like the last hour and a half to at least start. And that's where we're at. That's where we're at, guys. We didn't even get this part. Ventura details how Combs instructed them to use baby oil. She testified that they used quite a bit of baby oil for freakoffs because Diddy wanted them to be glistening. We already know about that. Also, it says Combs would instruct her to apply more oil if he felt like she didn't have enough. Ventura said they used somewhere around 10 large bottles of baby oil per freakoff. What up, Ken? Y'all thought I was joking around yesterday? A real freakoff that goes about 4 to 5 days, what I was telling y'all, was about 50 to 100 bottles. One freakoff is 10 bottles. Now, if you do a full weekend, I told you 50 to 100 bottles. They using big bottles too, not the little bitty Johnson. A little bottle, even a little travel size of Johnson baby oil will last you fucking 6 months, 6 to 8 months. They use 10 large bottles of baby oil per freakoff. Shit. The only way I know to dispose of baby oil is like that shit gotta. I mean, it's oil. Like you put it on your body, like you eventually sweat it off. Like if it get in your clothes, it's gonna get sticky. So I guess you gotta wash it. I mean, shit. I already don't like putting baby oil on anyway. But it says 10 large bottles per freakoff. One time there was a baby pool filled with baby oil, Ventura testified. Combs told her to get in the pool, cover herself in oil. She testified she did, and she was told because she felt like she couldn't say no. If that's something Sean wanted to happen, that was going to happen. When they ran out of lubricant, they said they called someone on Combs' staff or at the hotel desk. Law enforcement seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil lubricant during the searches of Combs' home. Oh, no doubt. Like, my whole thing was, I'm not trying to disrespect or anything. I'm just putting on my little spin to it. But I mean, some people they take it different ways. But here we are, man. I'm Mode J. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. A baby pool full with baby oil. They're using large bottles of baby oil. It's they weren't using they weren't using the nozzle on the baby oil. No. Diddy wanted glistening. Glistening means taking the top off. Glistening means take the top off, shine bright like a diamond, nigga. Nah, it ain't no nozzle on there. You not filling up a baby pool with goddamn the nozzle open. You got to take the top off and dump that over. You got to take probably like 100 bottles and dump them upside down and just let them motherfuckers roll out. Danny Masterson, the actor from that 70s show, went away to jail for the rest of his life for doing 5% of what Diddy allegedly did. And that was without a single piece of video evidence. I don't know what the defense is going to do here. Cross-examination will continue. Okay, so we got us a little short break. This is fucking crazy, man. This is wild. I won't say any of us thought that this was possible, because some of the stuff that we're hearing is just extremely out of the realm of what, all right, yeah, we get freaky. Yeah, girl, we getting freaky tonight. We watching what is it? Don't Be a Menace, where she's like lighting the usually it's supposed to be like wax, but she was doing the government cheese. Like, okay, freaky tonight, we're gonna light some candles and hot wax on each other. This right here, normal people wouldn't even think of, like, all right, we seen the Diddy video, and it's like, oh damn, this nigga is extreme. We know he can go to a whole nother level that you may have not thought he would have. But then when you start hearing about these freakoffs and what they actually entail, it's like, dog, this nigga needs to be in jail just from these freakoffs. Now, it's not illegal to do this shit if they consenting, but this is some fucking nasty shit, man. The defense has to get around paying and transportation. She is a legend. That is true. That is true. Oh man, this is I definitely didn't see this. This is what the prosecution is asking Cassie. The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, is asking Cassie for a detailed description of what a hotel room would look like after freakoffs. Ventura says there would be baby oil all over the walls and the door handles. There would sometimes be blood on the linens because she was expected to have freakoffs while on her cycle, Ventura says, and there would be urine on the sheets because Sean Combs would sometimes direct an escort to relieve himself on her. She did not want this to happen, she says, but there were no conversations about her preferences. It was a turn on for him, so it happened. Why didn't you say no when that happened? Johnson asked. She said, I thought it was obvious that I didn't want to do it. Oh man. Shit, I mean, if everything she's saying is true, let's be honest. If everything she's saying is true, we also know that Diddy didn't do it. Diddy's lawyers already admitted when he gets to drinking, when he gets on the wrong drugs, he's abusive. They already said that he was whooping Cassie's ass. So during these freakoffs, if she said no, we already know that Diddy and his lawyers said Diddy will beat the shit out of her. She's in the middle of a freakoff. She's definitely not thinking about getting punched or slapped or hair snatched up while she's in the middle of a freakoff. No, I just didn't want to say, I didn't want to say urinate too much, but that's what I meant by relieve. So we already got the lawyer saying, yeah, Diddy isn't on trial for domestic violence. When he drinks and he get on the wrong drugs, he whoops ass. So what do you think she's going to do during a freakoff? We've seen what happened in the hallway. Now imagine we're not going to imagine this shit. This nigga will whoop her ass if she said no. That's not what he's on trial for. But when we look at why did she say no? The defense said Diddy whoops ass when he gets drunk. Diddy beats the shit out of people when he's on the wrong drug. Dog, this is really a way to fuck off your life, man. Niggas make it all the way. Well, this shit been going on for decades. It ain't no telling what was going on before Cassie. It ain't no telling what was going on before this. Oh yeah, if Diddy's in the building and they talk about, yeah, Diddy was, man, I ain't cleaning up today. Hell no. Last time we went in there, that shit smelled like a damn zoo in there. Man, fuck that. Now, like you said, JT, what are the jurors thinking? Because we're just getting bits and pieces of it. They're hearing the full testimony. They're hearing the full thing clearly. This nigga. I guess I'm trying to think. Maybe the defense can go for removing the X trafficking and just try to focus this on like the transportation of prostitution. Maybe that's what they'll probably try to go to. Like, okay, he was willing, but when we got there, baby, Diddy did do the prostitution. Like, I don't know how they're gonna defend this. And this is day 2. This is with Cassie, so this is early. Now, again, I don't have a dog in this fight, so the prosecution they're probably going to reiterate to the jury, like, hey, remember, we're not here for like any assault or anything. You know what I mean? We're not here for any of that. But I don't like, what approach are they going to take for all of this shit that she's saying went on, like during the freakoffs? You said Diddy paid for like the escorts. Diddy started setting, like, what are they? I don't know how the defense is going to attack at this. Because right now, no matter who you are, if you are a human just hearing this shit, you already feel bad for Cassie. So it's like you're looking at Diddy like, nigga. You know what I mean? Now you ain't supposed to look at them like that. You supposed to hear all the facts and all the evidence. See, we ain't the jurors. We ain't got to do that shit. What we hearing now, we get to judge what we hearing right now. That ain't our job to decide if this nigga's guilty or innocent. But just hearing all the stuff that's going on, it's like, nigga, whatever they said you did, you did. You see what I'm saying? Like, and then your kids are in here too. They hearing all this shit. We know they didn't read through the whole lawsuit that Cassie dropped, but they sitting in the courtroom hearing this shit. They used to hang out with Cassie. They used to be around Cassie. Oh, man, Granny better not be in there today. If Granny's in there today, man. But they saying his mom allegedly used to throw the original freakoffs. That's what they say. In Big Earn and Mount Vernon, that's what they say. Back in the day, they say allegedly she used to throw some parties. All right, Ventura returns to the stand. Testimony continues. Part 3, Cassie. We're back. I think it's the defense's turn. We are back. Man. To be honest with you guys, this is what we got, like an hour and a half. We got 2 hours left. 7 hours straight of just reading this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is some disgusting shit. And that's all I'm gonna say. But we must continue. We must continue. All right. Cassie Ventura returns to the stand. Yeah, 8 months pregnant. She on the stand. R.I.P. to Kim Porter. Albie Shore's book comes out in September. Do you believe me now? Judge said we'll break here. All right, real quick. We're gonna finish up these last 2 hours of Cassie being on the stand. I haven't seen any updates. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Pin in the chat is my other channel. The more you know, subscribe to that. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers over there. This is Diddy, day 2. Cassie. I think the defense is about to cross-examine, and we're gonna go from there. We don't know how the defense is gonna attack this, but give me a second. We'll be right back. Oh, man. All right, what we got, man? What we got? All right, we back. I really do appreciate you guys. Like I said, man, this is day 2. Diddy trial. Cassie's on stand. I think the defense is about to cross-examine. We did 4.5 hours yesterday. We already exceeded that. We're at 5.5 hours now. We got about a little under 2 hours left. So we'll be doing this for the duration of the trial. It's crazy, but I appreciate you guys. All right. All right. Thank you, Kendall. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Ventura takes the stand. Cassie is back to the stand and testimony continues. All right, we ain't got no updates yet. Not just yet. All right, let me see what we got. We got notification. Where's this for? Oh, follow. Thanks, 3LJ. All right, let's see. What updates do we have? Craigslist. Yeah, we ain't got no updates right now. So I guess they getting situated. She's probably on the stand. The defense is probably getting their stuff together. And we'll just wait until this thing starts. Let me see. Private. Was it 10 o'clock? If you're a juror, what are the thoughts that are going in your mind during that break? Because you know you really ain't supposed to talk to the other jurors about it. What's going to your mind when you were on that little 10-minute break? Like, what are you thinking? Like, what's next? Or this nigga's a nasty ass nigga? So we kind of, all right, we got us a little thing going. We got Inner City Press, which is a live tweets. CNN will fill us in for what the Inner City Press got going on. And then New York Times will give us the more in-depth breakdown. So we're just waiting. Okay, here we go. Ready? All rise. Oh, so it ain't the defense. It's still them. All right. So the prosecution is still up there questioning Cassie. Judge Submaranian said, ready? All rise. Ms. Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? Cassie said, in New York. Did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? What did I just tell y'all? Craigslist is dangerous, but then there was a website called Backpage. I'm already going. I'm giving a rundown of everything that's going on. Man, I should have been in here questioning Cassie. Did you respond to ads? Like, they're just on here. These are non-vetted, random motherfuckers in motel rooms, hotel rooms, just looking for people to hook up with. Some people are regular people on there, regular jobs, and then they go do this on the side, but shit, Backpage got killers on there, but trust me, Diddy got killers too. You wasn't going into Diddy's hotel without having, there was going to be killers in there too now. All right, legal analyst Ventura's testimony about the power dynamic, speaks on coercion allegations. Legal analyst Joey Jackson, which we spoke about yesterday, CNN, said the prosecution focused on the power dynamic during Ventura's testimony is about consent, whether or not she was on board with or whether it was coerced. And so I think what the prosecution is attempting to do is establish that because the power dynamic, she felt that she could not say no, that she ultimately had to say yes, he added. Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing we said. Yep. Now you have you're compelling her to engage in this, even if she did not explicitly say no. Oh man. Six hours, 5 minutes. Oh, okay, here we go. Emily Johnson said, "Who directed you to communicate with escorts?" Defense. Objection, Your Honor. Rephrase that, Miss Johnson. Who, if anyone? Same objection, Your Honor. She assumes a fact that is not in evidence. Okay, let me try this again. Did you ever reach out to escorts independently? No. Meaning Diddy or someone else instructed her to do it. That's what they were trying to get at. But the defense was blocking that because that would be like, no, hell no. You trying to say that Diddy was making her do it. But no, did you do it independently? Cassie was like, nah, I never did it independently. So what she's saying is every time she went and looked up an escort was because of either Diddy or one of his employees or assistants. Man, we got a new update. Ventura explains how she found male escorts at Combs' discretion, or at direction, my bad. Cassie Ventura testified that Diddy tasked her with finding escorts for the freakoff. She noted that Combs had a very specific physical requirement for the men. Ventura said she'd find escorts by responding to ads on Craigslist and Backpage at Combs' direction. The jury is now reviewing a text message conversation between Ventura and a man she said would facilitate escorts. He would send her photos of men they could hire, she said. I usually show them to Sean, and if that person was of interest for a freak-off, Combs had to approve, she testified. I definitely had to show them. Now, people were saying, what evidence do they have? We got text messages of them sending them through. She had to say, hey, Diddy, what do you think about this guy here? Diddy had to say yes or no. With a yes, allegedly, with a yes, go ahead and order them. With a no, don't make the wrong face because we don't know what mood Diddy is in. That's all I'm going to say. This is what they said in the court documents. So the jury is looking at the text message conversation between her and a guy that will facilitate. Now, what the prosecution needs is like a text message between her and Diddy. What do you think about this one? To show that Diddy was actually doing it. Because the defense can definitely say, well, yeah, how do we know that Diddy actually told you to do that? You know what I mean? But since the prosecution, they got to share evidence with each other, the defense would know if there was any text messages of that nature. And with them being $1 million lawyers, I definitely doubt that they missed that evidence. You know what I mean? Okay, did you ever not use an escort who arrived? Ventura said one couldn't perform, so Sean sent him on. What was a safe escort? Not a cop. And someone who not run and tell everybody about their experience with us. So a safe escort is not a cop and someone who wouldn't run off and tell everybody. I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, the defense definitely could see. All right, so it looks like tomorrow we're gonna have a full day of the defense, but the defense can say that's what I was saying. Like, you don't have any proof that Diddy was telling you this is who we want for the freakoffs. That's just you saying something. You know what I'm saying? It just I had to go to Diddy to approve it, but all she has to do is counter it and say I was too scared not to look him up. When Diddy get on drugs, the wrong drugs and drink, y'all already said he beat people. Y'all already seen the footage. So this is gonna be tough for them because they can always revert to I didn't want to get beat, so I ordered them. You see what I'm saying? That's why even in the beginning, I was like, I don't think the defense should have took that route. We're not on trial for DV, so don't even mention that. That's just making you look guilty. Because at the end of the day, yeah, these are humans. They're not supposed to use that when they're deliberating over what you did and what your trial, what you tried for. But still, like knowing that you will whoop on her if she told you no, or if you were on the wrong drugs that day, which you guys openly admitted, it kind of puts you in a box. Now, I definitely want to see how the defense approaches this, but that's how if I'm in the jury, I'm like, man, I seen the tape. If she said no, he's gonna whoop on her. I don't know how they would know who would run and who wouldn't tell. But shit, I think if you gave me $5,000, I ain't saying nothing. After a break, Cassie is back on the witness stand. She is testifying to what was directed by Sean Combs to hire escorts for freakoffs. At first, finding them through classifieds such as Craigslist or Backpage. Later on, she found a service called Cowboys for Angels, which has a website that offered male escorts. The defense has noted that this service was far from underground. It was featured in a Showtime reality series called Gigolos. They used to come on at midnight, and they had another one on HBO that was wild. Ventura testifies that she would tell the escorts that Ventura testifies that she would tell the escorts that it was her husband's fantasy to watch her have an ex with another man. Let me see, 12 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Okay. Johnson said, why not a cop? Ventura said, I learned this whole situation was not legal. Objection, Your Honor. Jury will disregard that last answer. Okay. How did Cash get there? Judge said, was it security or he brought it himself? Wait, the judge answered that? Wait, the judge asked, so Emily Johnson is asking, how did Cash get there? I'm guessing this must be a typo because this is supposed to be Ventura saying either security or he brought it himself. I like what the defense did there. Now, because they had Cassie up there trying to throw a little low jab there, talking about, well, I didn't want a cop because I was just finding out that this shit was illegal. Like, come on, man. The defense said, nah, we ain't doing that. Objection. Because now you're trying to make it seem like, okay, you're just making this nigga out to be a criminal. Like, you didn't know it was illegal. You didn't know, you know what I mean? So that's why they did that. But I'm guessing this is supposed to say the security or he brought it himself was from Cassie. Cassandra says that the escorts were paid in cash, typically $1,500 to $6,000. Sometimes Combs brought the cash. She says sometimes a member of his security team brought it. She testifies that she was not aware that the whole situation was not legal, prompting the judge to instruct the jury to disregard that comment. So $1,500 to $6,000. It was either Shine or security. They need to disregard her not knowing that it wasn't legal. But that's why they didn't use cops. She often handed them the money, although it was provided by Shine. She says sometimes the cash was brought to the location by a security. The escort were always men, with a few exceptions, according to Ventura. And the thing about this is you're going to be listening to this every single day. The next 2 months of your life is just sitting in here listening to something that has to do with a freak off, with somebody doing something wild. Oh yeah, they behind on theirs over here, so we'll probably. Yeah, like I said, we fair on both sides here. She did try to throw that. I didn't know it wasn't legal. But then again, 22 years old. At 22 years old, I mean, some people still don't know shit that's going on. She may have been just thinking, all right, man, this is what the rich people do. You know what I mean? I don't know. We're going to see how the defense attacks this, though. But yeah, this is just they got videos and like photos too. So, you know, what they're going to see in court is definitely nothing that we're going to see. Now, I know that they got a petition that they're trying to get all of these files released, but Ventura says Combs wanted her to check if an escort was a cop or not. Cassie described how she would vet a new escort if they hadn't used them before. Shine would want me to clarify if the person was a cop, she testified. I learned that the whole situation was not legal. The judge disregarded that comment. I want to see, how did she vet to see if they wasn't a cop? Yeah, I'm with you, Ivana. I believe that she probably knew, but when you understand, you got to, you know what I'm saying? When you understand, you got to, I don't know what the hell was going on, man. This shit was crazy. Yeah, I want to see the vetting process. Like, was the vetting process one of those, you know, you got to tell me if you police or it's entrapment? You know what I mean? Like, what's the vetting process? If she didn't know that this was not legal and they're ordering off of Craigslist and Backpage, what is the vetting process to see if someone's a cop? Hey, are you police? No, I ain't police. Like, Cassie, I need you to go vet and see. He's like 21, 22 years old. What is she vetting to see if this nigga's a cop or not? All right. Okay, yeah, so he corrected it here. Yeah, Miss Renee, I was thinking that too. It depends if she was sheltered in Diddy's. Like, from what it seemed like, I mean, I don't know what part of New York she's from, but at 21 years old, you're not thinking you ordering an escort. She was just on Craigslist. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. We're gonna have to see. But anyway, he corrected this and said Ventura told the judge security or he brought it himself. So Emily Johnson, the escort Dave, do you know his real name? Wait a minute. The guy yesterday, it says the escort Dave, do you know his real name? She said, yeah, Clayton Howard. Who is this? The photo is shown to the witness. Daniel, what service did you use? A dancer service. So wait, the guy yesterday, Daniel Phillips, his real name is Clayton Howard? Why didn't they make him use Clayton Howard on the stand? Is that who they talking about? If this is the guy from yesterday, a dancer service, because he was supposed to come over here and dance, but he ended up having an ex, why would they let him on the stand going by David Phillips if his real name is Clayton Howard? This can't be that. This got to be somebody else. Do you recognize Jules? Yes. In what cities did you have freakoffs with Jules? NY, LA, Vegas. Do you know his last name? No. Who's this? I knew him as the Punisher. So now we got David Phillips from yesterday. We got Clayton Howard today, aka Daniel. Then we got another nigga by the name of Jules. And then we got another nigga by the name of the Punisher. So David, Daniel, Jules, the Punisher. So we got those four. But the key is in the details. In what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules? NY, LA, Vegas. Transportation or prostitution. You see what we're getting at here? These freak-offs occurred in multiple cities. And if you're paying these people to do this in different cities, transportation or prostitution. This is... And they're showing photos. These got to be photos like out of her phone or something. Remember, she said she kept, oh, Lord. She said she kept all the devices. Where would they find photos of these niggas from 2012, 2016? Cassie been holding on to this shit for a while, allegedly. I don't know if this is from her devices. But where the hell would they get a picture of a nigga named Jules that was in freak-offs in 2016 unless Cassie still had the pictures in her phone from when she was sending them to allegedly get them approved? David, Daniel, Jules, and the Punisher. That's what we got right now. But we don't know if this Daniel guy is the guy Daniel Phillips from yesterday. I think his name was Daniel, or it may have been David. I don't know. I can't remember. Too many niggas to keep track of. Oh, my goodness. I really don't know what the defense is going to do with this. Like, I'm trying to find angles where I'm like, all right, man, we can go ahead and, like, I don't know, man. This is crazy. Like I said, all we're doing is just reading the information, man. That's all we're doing is reading the information. What I do? I'm just saying we got Daniel and David. I think his name was, what was the guy's name yesterday? Daniel or David? No, see, the guy yesterday was Daniel. So there's two Daniels. It's either two Daniels or this other Daniel Clayton Hayward. Or I guess Daniel is his well, why would they allow him up on with his stage name? If I'm the judge, I'm like, hey, whoa, let's get something straight here. All right, we understand that, you know, you got a persona and everything, but when you come into this courtroom, you're going by Clayton. You're not going by Daniel Phillip, whatever your dancer name. You're going by Clayton Howard in my court. And we need to get a first and last name on that Punisher guy. At least a first name. We got, what is Jules' last name? We prosecution, we need names for those people. Like, we're not about to be calling a nigga the Punisher in my courtroom. Hey, I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Of course, like earlier, I'm not trying to disrespect him. I'm trying to make this entertaining. I'm not being disrespectful to anybody. I'm reading this. I ain't cracking no jokes on anybody except for Diddy. But and the Punisher and Jules and that nigga Clayton, because that's a wild ass name. The only Clayton I know is Clayton Bigsby. If you know Clayton Bigsby, then you know who Clayton is. But yeah, I'm trying to entertain you guys, and all I'm doing is just reading this stuff. But anyway, we got, I'm going to say 3. I'm going to say that Daniel Phillips is the same guy, Clayton. But if not, that's 4 people that we get announced. Kendall, who are you telling? I'm over here trying to remember stuff. I'm trying to keep my own little notes here so I can, like, I'm in the actual courtroom. And I ain't even in there. I ain't even practice law. Remember, Diddy took pictures of the driver's license and kept them from blackmail, reportedly. Exactly. And Cassie kept the stuff in her phone and in her electronics. All right, let's see what the New York Times has. All right, Cassie is running through a list of many escorts who she said participated in the freakoff. Sometimes traveling to get there. The men use the names like Dave, Jules, and the Punisher. So Dave is just his like working name, I guess. Oh, shit. Now, remember the charges. 1 count of racketeering conspiracy. 2 counts of transportation and prostitution. 2 counts of ex-trafficking. What is the transportation of prostitution? Refers to the act of knowingly transporting individuals across state or international borders within U.S. territories with the intent to engage in prostitution or other criminal activity. That's what I'm trying to harp on. Flying a male ex-worker across state lines becomes a federal offense. Why do you think they keep talking about they traveled? Where all did you have these freakoffs at? They're naming multiple cities to establish the transportation of these ex-workers. You see what I'm saying? This is what Diddy is being tried for. 2 counts of transportation and prostitution. What they're doing right now is we got 4 names of niggas that cross borders for freakoffs that receive money. Who paid for the tickets? Who paid for the tickets? Remember, racketeering conspiracy. This isn't a RICO umbrella with everything up under it. Racketeering conspiracy. What that means is an enterprise is being used for illegal crimes. So if an assistant for Bad Boy Records booked a ticket, the enterprise was used to pay for transportation, prostitution. That becomes racketeering conspiracy. If a Bad Boy credit card paid for one of these niggas to come, then, well, guess what? Racketeering conspiracy. If they can trace the money coming out of one of Diddy's entities and then being handed over via Cassie's testimony or some text message, racketeering conspiracy, the enterprise is engaging in illicit activities. You see what I'm saying? So it's we got to look at it like that. People are thinking, oh, this is the first only RICO. This isn't a RICO like that. This is just racketeering conspiracy, criminal enterprise. If you're using the enterprise to commit these type of crimes. Thank you, Boogie. Not guilty until proven guilty. Hey, I mean, hey, we here. All we can do is read the facts, guys. That's all we can do. Let me see. 11 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. All right, here we go. Did you use drugs at every freakoff? Ventura said, yes. I need to disassociate and become emotionless. Who else used drugs at the freakoffs? Ventura said, Sean did. Sometimes the Escort. What other drugs did you use? Special K, GHB, and mushrooms. See if CNN got anything. Well, here we go. So we got her using drugs. CNN gives us a little more insight. Some escorts participated in freakoffs in multiple states, which we just went over. Emily Johnson is showing photos of some of the escorts who participated in freakoffs. Some of those pictures, they participated in freakoffs in multiple states. Cassie testified. Ventura said the escorts' travel was sometimes coordinated by her, sometimes by a travel agent for Sean Diddy Combs' company, and sometimes escorted by himself. Sometimes by a travel agent for Sean Diddy Combs' company. Racketeering conspiracy is the enterprise used to commit crimes. So if Sean Diddy had a travel agency booking niggas tickets to fly out, to get paid, to get in a swimming pool full of baby oil, it ain't looking good for Diddy. It ain't looking good for Diddy. Ventura testified that she would tell Combs' travel agent that she need to arrange travel for a new staff member when she needed to fly an escort in for freakoffs. Now, is there any emails? Is there any emails? Hey, I got a new staff member that's flying in. The travel agency. Oh, don't worry about it, Ms. Ventura. We got you on the way. See, one thing about the law, it's in black and white. The law is in black and white, man. They what you can and can't do it's in the law. Now there's a lot of laws out there, but we already went over this. Whatever the drug of choice at that point, she said she took the drugs, disassociating to have some kind of buffer what she was experiencing. So we just went over that. Did you use drugs? All right, so that's the most recent update we got. What else is CNN have? I like that we're getting information from 3 different sites. He most definitely wrote this as a business expense on his taxes. If this nigga was writing freakoffs off on his taxes, knowing Diddy, book the rooms, yeah, write that off on the taxes. I'm with you. I ain't even think about that. Matter of fact, let me see did they subpoena this nigga's tax records? Did hey, hey, if OT's in the jury, look, if OT's in the jury box, Diddy's going home. If OT's in the jury box, Diddy's going home. He said, well, they were technically, well, I wouldn't say they were new staff members. They were new contractors. But you do have a point. Like, these are new employees. Hey, y'all wilding out. Y'all talking about me. I got to be serious because whenever I crack jokes, it's distasteful. It's disrespectful. I ain't cracking no more jokes. OT, quit commenting, man. Because if I read your shit, they be like, there, this nigga Mo. I ain't even did nothing. Let me see. I'm trying to find something. Hold on, let me see. The hell? Well, yeah, they never froze his funds because they want him to run that money up. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see anything that says anything about Diddy's financial records. The only thing I see right now, as far as Diddy's taxes go, it says while there's no direct information in the search results about the court specifically subpoenaing Diddy for his financial tax records, it's likely that they have been requested or obtained as part of the ongoing legal proceedings against him. Now you got to remember, this is the Fed, so IRS is right down the hall. Hey, yo, hey, we got this case going on. Yeah, we're gonna need them records. Okay, here we go. We're back. All right. Emily Johnson says, I'll read Sean's parts in this email. You read you. Ventura said, when should I take the thing? When will you be there? Pausing. You there? What did you mean? Ventura said, drugs. Diddy said, I took mine. I'm flying. What does he mean? Ventura said, he's high. So right now in this message is saying that her and Diddy were going, like, they wasn't texting each other. They were sending emails to each other. They must have been on like a, what was this, 2016, 15? Wasn't no sidekick out there. Why were they sending email? Were they on a BlackBerry? So they sent the email to each other. Sean, she said, when should I take the thing? Talking about whatever drug she had. When will you be there? Diddy paused and said, what do you mean? Cassie said, the drugs. Diddy said, I took mine. I'm flying. Now, Emily is talking about, what does that mean? Because she think he's flying on a jet. No, this nigga Diddy is allegedly high as hell. Now, this is an email from Diddy, so we ain't even got to say allegedly. Diddy said, I already took mine. I'm high than a motherfucker right now. I am flying. In the email, Diddy like, you know what? Oh, I'm ready. I'm flying. Nigga, this is in an email. Not a text message, a fucking email. I wonder, does he have at the bottom of it, you know, his signature block? Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, Mr. Take That. Because I took mine. I'm flying. This nigga Diddy, man. This nigga responded, shit. You ain't took yours? I took mine. I'm flying. Hey, man. Hey, with respect to all parties, there's no way you guys can have me read this shit and not clown this shit, man. There's no way that you want me to read this and not have a joke for this shit. That nigga said, that nigga paused and said, what do you mean? Nigga, I took mine already. Nigga, I am high. Nigga, I don't even know where I'm at right now, motherfucker. She talking about when you'll be there. That nigga said, when will I be there? Fuck that. I took my drugs. I'm flying. Like, what do you mean? Cash like, oh, that nigga high. Because Diddy probably said, we flying tonight, baby. We already seen all these videos. We seen how Diddy act. He just think, first of all, Diddy's always been a lame acting ass nigga, in my opinion. But we always seen Diddy, yeah, player. We do. Like, I always thought that shit was corny. But we flying, baby. Perfection. You see when he be talking with Khaled and shit, all that goofy shit he be talking about? Black excellence. Shut your goofy ass up, nigga. That nigga said, I'm high. He don't know what Cassie talking about. He don't know what she talking about, what plan she on, what, when should you take yours? When will you be there? That nigga said, fuck all that. I took mine. I'm at 35,000 feet. And my feet are on the ground. I'm high than a motherfucker right now. This nigga Diddy is different. This is an email, not a text message. This ain't like, oh shit, I'm high right now. What you on today? Shit, nothing, smoking a little bit. No. That nigga just said, I took mine, I'm flying. She said, when should I take mine? When will you be there? That nigga just, you know, when she sends you a long text message and you ain't trying to read that shit and you just start a whole new conversation. She talking about, when should I take my drugs? When will you be here? That nigga said, I took mine. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. When, who, what, when, here, how. I took mine. I'm flying. This nigga Diddy is different. This nigga Diddy is different. And these are in emails, so this ain't even alleged. This is some real deal shit here. All right. Is this still the email? It said, why did you take more drugs? Cassie said, to not be present with the experience. Why? Because it was something I hated. How did you react to ecstasy or MDMA? It could make me vomit. What would he say? To continue. What? Disclaimer, guys. This is about to get a little disgusting. Did you want to continue to have X when you wanted to vomit? She said no, but Diddy allegedly told her to continue. How does GHB make you feel? She said drunk, tipsy. How about cocaine? It makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. Mushrooms, the walls come alive. Now, all of this is just little tidbits that he's dropping. We got to wait to see what the actual CNN or New York Times says about this. Hey, Kia, yeah, we ain't party. When we gonna party? Fabulous like, man, we did party. Like, nah, we need a party. Nigga, I'm not partying with you. Now all of this is making sense. So allegedly she would vomit and Diddy would, oh my goodness, man. Nah, he wasn't Brother Love then. He wasn't Brother Love until like towards the end when he changed his name to Love. And because they said him and Cassie, before Cassie dropped the lawsuit, they said that they had been in talks prior to that in 2023. Now, I think she left in 2018 or 2019. So I think that Diddy and them were saying, oh, it was a shakedown. She's been trying to get money for like the last year. So they've been in talks with each other. And then eventually she just dropped that case. And then the next day he closed it. But around that time is when he was calling himself Love. We seen him going on the TV shows, accepted awards, talking about, you know, I got to show love to Cassie because he knew that that lawsuit was dropping. This nigga didn't think that it was going to become a federal case. He thought it is what it is. I'm going to show love to Cassie. She ain't going to sue me. Then she goes and sues him. And then she said, we ain't doubling back. We going to triple back on your bitch ass. And now here she is in court, 7 hours on the stand testifying. And we're looking at all emails. A lot of this shit ain't alleged anymore. It's like, it is what it is, man. This is Diddy, guys. This is Sean, Puff Daddy, Puppet Diddy Pop, whatever you want to call him. But when she took mushrooms, the walls come alive. I've never took shrooms before, and I don't ever want to. Cocaine, I don't know if I ever took cocaine before. If I have, I can't remember. GHB, I don't know what that is, but we know that Diddy was making OG Diddies, and allegedly, there's been talks going around that he was putting liquid cocaine in bottles of Ciroc. I don't know how true that is. We're not here to assume anything, but let's continue on. Oh, man. The walls come alive. All right, we covered that. I know Judge Subterranean is looking at this like, dog. He just got on the bench. He got this case, and this is day 2. Day 2. Ventura asks, is it okay to take a quick break? The courtroom is taking a quick 10-minute break after Cassie asked if it was okay to take one. Ventura will continue her testimony when court resumes. All right, we got us a little break. It's like a tranquilizers, GHB. It's a date rape. No shit, I didn't say the R word. All right. What time is it? Because I don't think 10. So it's about an hour left because they go till 5. Oh man, Masaryk is from the UK. Masaryk is from the UK. Damn, wait, is that 2018? The Ciroc that I got from the commercial I was in ain't got nothing to do with Diddy. My shit is a limited edition that only came out in the UK. It's purple grapefruit. But I ain't ever drinking it anyway. It's in the house. Matter of fact, I should bring that over here. Have that up on display every day while we do this. In hindsight, it's kind of wild to have that bottle now. You know what I mean? That mug says Ciroc Boys on there. It's like happy birthday. Like that bottle is kind of, I might have to break that bottle, man. I don't know. I definitely didn't put it upstairs in the display. That shit is downstairs on the windowsill. Oh, man. I'm going to go. Hey, Michelle, the judge is like, fuck. All right, so we got a 10-minute break. I'm going to go show you guys the bottle that Kendall is talking about. Now, I was in a Ciroc commercial. Do I got the picture up? I think I got a picture somewhere on a computer. So I was in a Ciroc commercial back in 2000. It wasn't 18 because I wasn't in Europe in 18. So it had to be 16 or 17. Oh, man. Damn, man. Diddy didn't turn a good time into the wrong time. I thought I had a photo. Let me see. So here goes me in the commercial. Well, here goes a photo with the. This was the commercial. I was in a Ciroc commercial randomly in London. Me and my homeboy Mac. So I was in a Ciroc commercial. And after we did this, they were like, oh, you guys are Americans. So, you know, I always lied and said I always flew over here, even though I just flew from Germany. So it's like an hour flight, hour and a half. But yeah, they were like, okay, cool. So they got all our information. They never sent me the fucking video. I guess it never got released. Luckily it never got released because shit, I would have been in a Ciroc commercial for the rest of my fucking life. But so they got our information and participating in it. They sent us all bottles because we didn't have the grapefruit, the pink grapefruit. So I did get a bottle of Ciroc and they say happy birthday because that's what I was over in London for my birthday weekend. Damn, man. Well, at least I ain't in the commercial. Hold on, give me a second. Hey, man, don't y'all judge me, man. All right, it was a random commercial. Me and my dog went into Cafe de Paris. We went down there and they seen two black guys. One guy was 6'4", and the other one 6 foot. So we in there at the bar. They were like, "Hey, look, we got us a little Ciroc promo going on. We like for you guys to be in there." Now, hear me out. Wasn't no freaky shit or no wild shit going down. So how it was. They came down, like everybody, they staged us all in different spots because it was early. Because we ended up getting wristbands because we knew one of the promoters. So we were just going to see what this spot was like. So we go in there. You got to go down the stairs. Where we're at right here is upstairs. And then you got to go down like maybe like 5 or 10 stairs. I can't remember. But you got to go down there. So they had me and Matt because we were at the bar already. And we dressed up. Everybody else had like T-shirts and shit. So they said, all right, what we're gonna have is like 3 girls, and you guys, you know how all that goofy shit where they got commercials, everybody in there kicking it, ha ha. So all it was the 3 girls, me and Mac, and then me and her were standing next to each other. So it was Mac, a girl, and then her, and then me. So me and Mac, they gave us free shots. So we all take the shots and like we put it in, and they're like, I don't know what it looked like, but it like zoomed in like on us taking the shots, and then they panned out, and you just see us all taking shots. So then we get done, we take pictures or whatever. Me and Mac, like, man, we could get the fuck up out of here. There wasn't really no girls in here, and I wasn't about to stay with her all night. I got her information, but yeah, they were like, what the fuck? So they got our information, and they were supposed to contact us. So what they did was they sent me a bottle. It's the pink grapefruit. It only comes out in London. This is a UK edition. This is the only one. The only place that they sell is in the UK. So it's a pink grapefruit, and they got Modi J, happy birthday, August 22nd, 2016. So this is the bottle that I got. You can look. It hasn't been opened. It is tamper-proof. Diddy did not get into this bottle. There's no oil in here. There's no GHB in here. There's none of that. There's none of that. There's no cocaine. There's no shrooms, none of that in here. But that's how I got this bottle here. That was the commercial that I was in. I don't know where the commercial is. Hopefully it didn't air. Watch next week. YouTuber exposed for being in Ciroc commercial. And it's going to be me in there. Ha! And like, damn, look at this nigga Mo. All right. Let me see. Damn, we already on an hour for this second. Jeez Louise, this shit flying by, ain't it? I'm not opening it. I got this bottle in 2016. I never opened it because this is, saying it's limited edition. Well, I don't know if it's limited edition, but it only came out in London. I didn't know if I was ever gonna come back overseas. So I ain't never gonna open it. All right. All right. We still ain't got no updates. All right. So with all of these breaks, you guys want them like part 1, part 2, part 3? Because this is going to be part 4 of Cassie from, we had. Yeah, this is going to be part 4 for Cassie today. And we didn't have breaks because we started at, it's almost 6 hours, so 6.5 hours. Oh, real quick, if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. I'm Modi J. We will be covering the Diddy trial. This is only day 2, so we got at least 8 weeks. They said 8 to 10 weeks. I don't know if they're going to cut it short because they got this blocked out for it. So roughly 8 to 10 weeks. We're going to try to cover this every single day. I know within these last 2 days, we've done over 10 hours on the Diddy case in just 2 days. We're going to continue to do it. Subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know, because all of these videos will be cut up. So if you don't want to listen to the long form content, which is we're at 6 hours, I know no one's really about to sit and listen to this unless they're at work. I'm going to cut all of these up and I'm going to put them on the other channel so you can go back and you'll hear all the testimonies from the first part. We haven't even got to the defense. So that'll be 4 parts. There'll be roughly like an hour. So if you at work and you ain't got nothing doing or you join late, you can definitely listen to that. Join the Discord. It's pinned in the chat also. I primarily talk about TV shows and movies and reviews of that nature on my main channel, which is Modi J. The Mo You Know is where we do more realistic, real life stuff. But hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know. We're trying to get 1,000 subscribers over there. Join the Discord if you want to talk about TV shows or if there's any articles or anything pertaining to this. We have a tab called The Mo You Know within my Discord. You could drop articles there. I probably won't be breaking down anything else while the Diddy trial is going on because I'm spending a bulk of my time on these lives. I get off work and then I get straight on this live. So I go to work from 7 in the morning, and last night I didn't get off till midnight. So Tonight we'll probably be on here till about 11:15. So I'm working and doing, you know what I'm saying? So you guys don't have to keep updating and read this. I'm gonna do it for you. So has her testimony been star witness damaging so far? It depends. It depends what direction you want to look at it and how the jurors are how they're going to piece it together. For me, I'm looking at, all right, we got the transportation and prostitution because we seen that people been in freakoffs in multiple states, multiple cities. Cassie said she was booking through Diddy's travel agent, which I think that's his own business. So if that is the case, that's one of his companies paying for the transportation. But overall, they still have a long time. The defense could still do something. The prosecution could drop the ball. So I don't really want to say, you know, like anybody's winning or anything was too damaging. There is some disgusting foul stuff here, but Diddy's not on trial for the disgusting foul stuff. Exactly, OT. We got to hear what the cross is. And then again, you got to remember, this is just witness number 3. We still got a long way to go. As I was saying, the prosecution could easily drop the ball. They could mess up on something. Something may not be filed correctly. You know, throughout this whole trial, they're going to find motions to dismiss. They're going to try to do all kinds of stuff. Is Diddy a nasty ass nigga? Yes. Is it a crime to be a nasty ass nigga? No. So it's up to the prosecution to prove the other ones. But remember, it's 5 counts. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see. We definitely going to see. So Diddy's head lawyer, Tina Garagos, this is her father, the one that the court was like, hey, man, he can't be in here unless he's helping out. Well, he's in LA right now. He's talking about the Menendez brothers. You know, they're trying to get them out of there. All right, so we got to do New York Times, CNN, and Inner City Press. Those are our 3 go-tos. After a brief recess, court is back in session. Cassie has returned to the stand. All right, part 4 of Cassie on the stand. Part 4 of Cassie on the stand. All right, guys, this is the final stretch. This is the final stretch. Pause on the stretch, because when you think of Diddy party, you definitely don't want to be anywhere near being stretched. Mr. Take that. All right. Oh, Cassie. Cassie B is back on the stand. Part 4. We on the last stretch. Tomorrow it'll probably be the defense. Hopefully they start off with the defense tomorrow. I don't want this to carry over, but depending on these prosecutors, it seems like they got a lot of stuff. What they're trying to do right now is just throw so much shit out there, so much disgusting filth that the jurors, they get overwhelmed and they just believe whatever Diddy did, he did it. Whatever they say he did it. So right now they just trying to pile it on. You remember the judge even said, wait a minute, no more of that. So we're going to see how the defense attacks this. But like the prostitution is just that's cut and dry right there. Their only job is to say, hell no, Diddy never paid for that shit. So that's gonna be like to get that out of there. Now the ex trafficking, I don't know what they're gonna do on that. But the prostitution, they could easily. Diddy never paid for none of that shit. But we're gonna see. If they caught her this early, they got some shit. Hey, OT, that's what people forget. They said 8 weeks. If they could bring Cassie, normally you keep something like this tucked in that back pocket just in case shit get crazy. Just in case Diddy look like he winning, he maneuvering out this motherfucker, hitting fadeaways. Like, damn, Diddy doing good. You supposed to pull that Cassie out. I choose you. But they brought Cassie out early like, oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That right there is just warming up the lube. That right there is just putting the fire up under the oil. We about to put your ass in that boiling pot of oil. They got footage. They got photos. They got recordings. They got emails. They got all kinds of shit. This is 8 weeks. And this is day 2. They brought, you know what? Fuck it. We bring Cassie out day 2. That's just the beginning. It's about to, a lot of shit's gonna be exposed. Now, they did mention some names to the jurors, so I'm waiting to see how these celebrities are gonna fall in line, if they do fall in line. But make sure y'all clean y'all nose before y'all get in here, because we back. Cassie is back on stand. Cassie is back. Let me see. Inner City Press. Her water could break on the stand if they wait. So I figured call her now. Oh, that is true. I didn't even think about that, LJ. I mean, she is, what is it, 8 months pregnant? So yeah, you probably want to bring her into court earlier. But still, if they fine with that, bring her in. All she's doing is setting it up. Now, they got photos. See, one thing they didn't say, were those photos old photos of the Punisher, Jules, Dave? Were those old photos or were those recent photos? Like, do you remember who this is? You see, they didn't say that. Because if it's recent photos, them niggas gonna take the stand. How much did Diddy pay you? Oh, Diddy gave me this much. Oh, this is the feds, man. They got all kinds of shit. All right, we're just waiting on updates right now. This is part 4 of Cassie on the stand today. Do you guys like this format? Are y'all, hey, put a 1 in the chat if you like this format, where we just go through the live updates. We go through our 3 different sites. Put a 1 in the chat if you like that. Put a 3 if you ain't really feeling it. And give me some feedback on how else should we do it. Because, I mean, this is all we got is these live updates. Okay, this ain't no update. This is just an overview of what the hell happened today. All right, cool. We got them 1s in there. Okay. I figured I always said we wanted to do like courtroom stuff. I kind of like this a little bit better. This gives us more detail. And again, if we're watching it, we got to be quiet. We got to wait for them to talk. We can't really understand what the hell they saying. The captions ain't right. Here, hey, look, y'all remember what I was telling y'all? Attorney explains why Ventura's testimony about freakoffs in multiple states is important. Now, I know you guys don't want to listen to me. I'm not an attorney. I'm not Esquire. I'm a doctor. This attorney is about to explain what I've been trying to explain for a while now, because people been saying, nah, I'm a wee. All right, let's see what the hell this lawyer got to say. Unless we go to New York. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to no New York. I would if I could. So the prosecutors are trying to use Cassie Ventura's testimony to prove to the jury that the crimes Diddy is accused of happened in multiple states. One lawyer said, which gives federal government jurisdiction. In order for the case to be brought in federal court, prosecutors have to be able to show that the alleged crimes occurred in multiple states. Bob Benacci, a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor, told CNN. So he was on both sides. He's a criminal defense attorney and he used to be a prosecutor. So he knows more than all of us. Combs' former girlfriend testified that some of the escorts participated in freakoffs in multiple states. She also said that she would tell Combs' travel agent that she would need to arrange travel for new staff members when she needed to fly an escort in for an encounter. In order for the federal court to have jurisdiction over the prosecutors, the U.S. attorneys, they have to be able to show that there was either enticing, harboring, transporting, or advertising, and it traveled interstate commerce. Benacci said enticement is when people travel between multiple states, he said. Ventura said freakoffs were held in her homes, Combs' houses, additional hotels. See? That's what I've been trying to explain. That I've been saying that for the last 2 days, and people looking at me like, nah, man, that don't mean nothing. You can fly something. I'm like, all right. According to the law, you can't. All right. According to the law, you can't. Now, obviously, if it's consensual, yeah, but if you over here paying for freakoffs, that's prostitution, transportation of prostitution. But hey, who am I? I'm just a goofy nigga that don't know nothing. And I appreciate that. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, man. We understand, man. We waiting on any updates for Cassie. All right, here we go. 4 minutes ago, Cassie Ventura is back. Jury is back. The judge, you may continue. Emily Johnson says, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? Ventura said, Shine would tell me. During the session, how would you know to move to the next step? Shine. Now, OT, you good because you didn't pay for nothing. You just flew her in and it was consensual. You good. You good. All right. So Sean was telling her who to get the drugs from. Emily said, Attorney Johnson, my apologies. What would happen after the escort? Whoa. What I'm about to read to you guys, I want you to explain that in the comment. Emily Johnson, Attorney Emily Johnson, U.S. Attorney says, what would happen after the escort finished on you? Cassie said, Sean will want it put on his body in the next room. Did you do that? I did. Where? Usually on his nipples. Did you want to do that? What the fuck is Diddy doing? Oh, God. Who is this nigga? I can't wear no judge robe for this. This is disgusting. What the fuck is this nigga doing? Everybody from here on out, remove the word freaky from your vocabulary when in reference to Diddy. You got YNs, you got OGs, you got unks, you got NNs, nasty niggas. That is Diddy's category. Diddy is an NN. This is a testimony under oath that niggas will get jiggy with Cassie, finish on Cassie, then the nasty nigga will say, come in the next room, pause on the cum because the cum is coming somewhere else on the nipples of the nasty nigga, Diddy, in the next room next to the swimming pool full of baby oil. This is a disgrace to niggerdom. This is a disgusting piece of shit, Diddy. This nigga's no longer freaky. I'll never say this. Oh, he freaky. I don't know. This is a nasty nigga. Nasty. This is why Diddy paid her that $30 million the day after she dropped that silver suit on his ass, because he didn't want this nasty nigga shit to get out. This nigga is different. No, that's, you know, she ain't lying. That ain't something you make up. That's too fucking nasty to just make up in your head. You're not, let me think of a story. That shit had to happen for you to know what the fuck is going on. Oh, man. Again, this is only day 2. Day 2. What up, Sanjo? Thank you for becoming a new member, man. We got 8 weeks of this shit, man. I know if I'm the judge, timeout. Order in the court. Quiet. Quiet. See me in my chambers. I got to talk to both of y'all. How nasty is this shit going to get in my courtroom? I was okay with that freaky shit, but this is downright disgusting. Niggas got to go home and eat dinner tonight. My jurors have been sitting in this box for 7 hours. They ain't going to be able to go home and look at their partner because of this. You know, I can't use judgment on Diddy because I'm supposed to be biased. I'm not biased. You know, my bad. Did I say that? This nigga is different. Again, Emily Johnson, the U.S. attorney, said, Cassie, what would happen after the escort finished on you? Cassie said, Sean will want it put on his body in the next room. Did you do it? Cassie said, I did. Emily Johnson said, where? Cassie said, usually on his nipples. Cassie, did you want to do that? Cassie said no. Is it a crime to be a nasty nigga? No. Nah, ain't no nigga little here. Hell no, ain't no nigga little here. This is a nasty nigga, dog. This is different. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. This nigga is a fucking disgusting individual, man. Like, seriously, this nigga is different. We didn't spend 10, 15 minutes. Oh, my goodness. I don't even know where we're at. And of course, this one got the most tweets up under it. Nigga said, bro is getting live. Someone please explain. What is being put? Oh my God. Damn, man. Yeah, man. This is terrible. This is day 2. Do we got any updates? 12 minutes ago. That's just where they left us at. That's where they left us at. The judge heard that. Hey, we ain't got no more updates. It's been 10 minutes. No more updates. That right there, the jury's just looking at Diddy like, guilty. That nigga's guilty. He's a real bad boy. Hey. I'm probably gonna get demonetized. Well, this video is probably gonna be demonetized, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, but hey, man, we had a wonderful time this evening, man. Remember Daniel, the escort, said Diddy doubted the escort ejacked in Cassie after going into the next room with Cassie is lining up. That's what I'm saying. They're about to start bringing in different, like it's about to get to the point where the judge is gonna say, "All right, we get it. Freakoffs were disgusted. Like these aren't freakoffs. These aren't freakoffs, guys. This right here is just this is filthy, man. I ain't even got the words to express. This is some disgusting shit. Is it a crime to be a nasty nigga? No, it's not. It's not a crime. That's not what he's on trial for, being a nasty nigga. But if he like, man, this nigga kids is back here, man. We can't blame nobody but Diddy for this nasty ass shit. Cassie is continuing to give very graphic and explicit testimony about what happened in freakoffs. But her comments about how it all made her feel is the most powerful. I was an object being heavily objectified by men in that scenario. Ventura is describing a typical escalation of a freakoff according to Combs' fantasy. He was controlling the whole situation. Cassie, there better not be more. Well, this shit was over like 10 years. Oh my goodness. This is just literally the tip of the iceberg. No, that's literally the last update we got, man. That's literally the last update we got. The judge then threw up in his mouth a little bit. Jurors can't stand to hear testimony anymore. The crowd is all bombing in. Did y'all ever see this movie called Stand By Me, my favorite movie of all time? And they had the pie eating contest. Put a 5 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, the pie eating contest on Stand By Me. That's how everybody was feeling in there. No more updates. That's it. This is all we heard. Inner City Press didn't even say it's over with. He just stopped commenting. He just stopped commenting. Like, what? Hey, what? Okay, Nika and B. Hayes know what I'm talking about. Miss Renee know. I'll show y'all on a different time because we. Hey, man, this. They got more details according to the New York Times. Oh, Lord. There we go. So it says, Sean Combs' level of control is the undercurrent of much of the testimony about freakoffs. Cassie has talked about choking after men, number one in her mouth, and raising her hands to beg for it to stop. Escorts were paid less if they finished at times other than directed. Drugs were used as fuel. The prosecution is trying to make the point that Combs was in charge of everything that happened, including humiliation. So to all of those that were saying, why didn't she say stop? She was choking and she was waving stop. She didn't want anymore. So for people, we don't know what was going on. We were all wondering, like, I mean, I was looking at it as she's not going to say no because she ain't trying to get hit upside her head doing a freak off. But she's saying that she was like, no more. Emily goes ahead and asks, how did you feel? I was an object being heavily objectified by men. Sometimes he would watch me by FaceTime. What? This nigga was on FaceTime watching? Were some sessions recorded on your devices? Because they were there. If you saw them on your device, what would you do? I would delete them. Why? They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. Were Sean's devices used sometimes? Cassie said, yes. I asked him to delete them. Did he? I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and say it, man. They finding this nigga guilty. I'm gonna go ahead and they gonna find this nigga guilty. It's over with, man. The hell with all the charges. Get rid of the racketeering. He's not beating the other charges, man. The defense can't say anything. The jurors, the prosecution they laying this shit on heavy. There's nothing that defense can say that's going to make the jurors feel any other type of way about. This is just Cassie. There's two other Jane Does in this motherfucker. Jane and Mia. There's nothing that the defense is going to be able to tell the jurors. Well, Diddy is a good guy. Yeah, he be on drugs sometimes. He whoop ass when he does the wrong drugs. But man, prostitution, like what they're putting out here right now, they're making this nigga seem like the most disgusting individual in the world. The defense ain't. Go ahead. Try and cook Cassie right now. They're looking at Cassie as what? The victim. You're going so hard on the victim, but you're defending this piece of shit right here. And guess what? There's evidence that this nigga did this shit. What up, Detroit? Hey, this is... Hey, I definitely want to see what the defense is going to do, but when we get off of here, Hell, I'm sure all of this that's getting released right now, it's on all the social media sites. It's everywhere. And no matter what, you might have a couple of people like, man, maybe she was, it don't matter, man. The jury's, man, the jury is hearing this. We're just reading this shit. The jury is listening. Remember, the jury was reading text messages. Hey, man, sheesh. Day 2. Let's continue. They waited till the end of the. Remember, we were talking about at the beginning of the day. We were like, okay, they just, the little introduction, but we got to cover from 2006 to 2018. And we just went over the first freakoff that was in LA. We don't know what freakoff we in. We might be on freakoff 19 or we might be on 900. We don't know. But if this is just the stuff that Diddy liked. This isn't this time he tried something else. This is his fantasy. This is what he liked. This is what he enjoyed. So this was on the normal occurrence according to Cassie. Let's continue. The Diddy docket on autopilot, while the judge is presiding over the direct examination of Cassie. Right now, he docketed this order about a motion to quash the subpoena issued to Clayton Howard. Will be docketed after parties confer over redactions. Order as to Sean Combs, the court is in a receipt of the motion to quash the subpoena issued to Clayton Howard. That motion and Combs' response to the motion will be docketed after the parties meet and confer over potential redactions no later than May 16th. Also, May 16, 2025, Howard should provide the subpoenaed materials to the court for in-camera review. Clayton Howard, the escort, bring that footage in, nigga. What footage you got? Bring it in, nigga. You got till the 16th. What is that, Friday? Bring the shit in, nigga. Howard should provide the subpoena materials to the court for in-camera review. Whatever footage this nigga Clayton Howard got, bring it in, nigga. You got till the 16th, nigga. We gonna redact a few of that, but we about to show niggas some footage. Oh, man. Bring it in. They want the footage. They want in-camera review of whatever the fuck you got. Shit. We're going to redact a little bit, but nigga, we about to show it. If you're a juror, you got to see everything. This is what it is, man. A jury of the peers. Let me see what else they got going on. So they got some redacted material that they need to bring in. And it's going to be put on the docket after both parties review it and redact what they need to redact. I guess there might be some victims in there or some people that don't need to be, their faces need to be shown. Damn. Okay, that was the last thing that we got there. Let me see live updates. I never want anyone to ever see me like that, Ventura says, as she asked Combs to delete the videos. Cassie said that Diddy began recording the freakoffs or Jug Fuel X performances pretty early on in the first year. So this is 2006. She testified that at first they were recorded on a video camera. Later, they were recorded on both his and her electronic devices. She said there really wasn't a conversation before he began recording. Sean brought out a camera and set it up. Cassie said she would later delete the videos in her device when she saw them because they were humiliating and disgusting. She testified that she frequently asked Combs to delete the videos he had as well, particularly because his staff members had access to his devices. She never wanted anyone to see her like that. Most freakoffs followed a similar pattern, Cassie said. It established pretty early on in doing freakoffs that Sean enjoyed a lot of conversation and describing. She said of her former boyfriend, Sean Combs, Cassie said a freakoff would typically start out with oil and touching. After that, she said participants would engage in oral before progression to intercourse. It was a gradual process, she said. Ventura said she would often ask Combs if they could move to the next act in the pattern. She said she wanted to speed up the process. He was controlling the whole situation and directing it. So Diddy was basically like, no, I'm going to do it again. What exactly is a blue dolphin ecstasy? Where the pill man at? I need a blue dolphin, is a quote by Plies. But Plies is talking about ecstasy, MDMA. It's a little blue pill, and it had a blue dolphin that was stamped into it. Ecstasy is known as a Molly or MDA as a part of class psychoactive drugs that produce experiences of emotional communion and openness, relatedness and openness. Some users report having less of an urge to eat, drink, or sleep, contributing to its use as a party drug. The drug is usually taken orally, usually in tablets, capsules, and may have been in different strengths or combined with other drugs. Now, also there's different, like when you get into MDMA, ecstasy and stuff, the reason that those are so bad is because you don't know what they're making them. It could be laced with heroin, it could be crack, it could be fentanyl, it could be coke. You don't know what none of these drugs are laced in. That's why they're so dangerous. Also, when you're on ecstasy or Molly, you start to dehydrate. You see that you don't eat or you don't drink. And the reason people they don't really pass from like an OD on ecstasy, they die because they're active. Boom, boom, they're moving around, but they're dehydrated and they're just going at it. They stay up for 2 days. They ain't drank nothing, they ain't ate nothing, and then their body eventually gives out. And then you're trying to achieve that high again. So you might pop another one. And it's been 2-3 days that you've been on a binge and you ain't ate or you ain't drank and you just partying. You're just losing all of your fluids. So that's why MDMA and ecstasy is bad for you. Well, I mean, obviously the drug itself, but that's one of the effects that MDMA and ecstasy will have on you. Let me see. 1 minute ago, we had an update. Okay, all right. Emily Johnson said, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? Cassie said, yes. At the Century City Intercontinental, I finally had a premiere coming up, and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. At what point did Sean hit you? Between sessions. Now, if you remember, I think we covered that. There was a... Oh, shit, that's on YouTube. This is the movie that they're talking about here. The Perfect Match. I think this is the one with Terrence J in it. So this is the movie that she's talking about. She had the movie premiere. In between sessions, but Sean hit me. Ventura is describing a 2016 hotel altercation, which She said started as a freakoff. So this is the video footage that we see. It got violent. I chose to leave. Sean followed me into the hallway in the elevators, grabbed me up, threw me on the ground, kicked, tried to drag me back to the room, took my stuff. So that's the video that we see. Hey man, thank you guys if you follow me on Twitter. I'm gonna start posting more over there, especially with this case. Let me see. Here's really all the updates we got right now. We just waiting for more. All right, man. We just sitting around and we waiting, man. This is probably a stopping point for him because it is what it is 4:55 p.m. Eastern, 10:55 my time. So this is probably a stopping point. They're probably gonna call this for the day. Let's see. We'll see it in his last update. The jury. Oh man, here we go. The jury is now seeing text between Ventura and Combs. The jury just viewed a text thread between Diddy and Cassie from March 5th, 2016. Remember, the surveillance footage that showed the altercation at the hotel was also dated March 5th. Ventura said that conversation happened just before she had her first big movie premiere. She testified that Combs wanted to plan a freak off and she didn't want Combs to be angry if she said no, but she didn't want to compromise herself before the premiere. She had a movie premiere, but he was trying to schedule a freak off knowing she had this movie premiere. Oh, man. We got to see what these text messages say. Yeah. This nigga is different, man. Come on, Inner City Press. We need information on this case, man. We don't care about this resign amid his failures as a tax leak. Antonio Guterres. We want to know what's on these text messages. It's the end of the day, too. This is how they ended it on some text messages. Oh, man. We will be here tomorrow. Hopefully, I get off work in time. Tomorrow, just a heads up, because once this is over, I'm getting off. We might not have a wrap up. Yeah, because this is 7 hours. Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to be on here at least no later than 10 a.m. So it should be. I should be on here around like it'll be 6 my time. 6 would be 12. No, 12 would be too late. I'm gonna try to be on here around 10 o'clock Eastern. Because 9 will put me at 3. So 4 o'clock is probably the latest I'll be on. We're just waiting to see if they're going to talk about these text messages or they're going to bring them up fresh in the morning so people can go home, sleep it off, and wake up revitalized for tomorrow. Well, just when we thought it was over, nope, here we go. What happened next? In between the session, what happened next? Cassie said, I went to the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. Who threw you? Sean. He grabbed me by my neck and my hoodie. Emily Johnson's going to say, let me show you the video. I don't need you to show me the video. I lived it. But this takes us to 2016. Still 2 years after this. Or is it 1 year after it? I think she left at 18 and got married at 19. All right. Ventura says Combs hit her and she ran out as fast as she could. Cassie Ventura said she was having a freak off in the hotel room with Diddy and the Escort when the 2016 altercation happened. I'm not sure what happened, but I got hit by Sean and I had a black eye. And at that point, all I could think about was getting out of there safely, she said. I had my premiere. I didn't want to mess it up, so I left. She said the Escort was in a separate room in the hotel suite when Combs hit her. After it happened, she said she grabbed her belongings and ran out as fast as I could. Ventura ran out of the room when Combs was in the shower barefoot with his sneakers still in her bag. It was faster that way, she testified. Now remember, yesterday, the security guard, Flores, said there was another person in the room. Why didn't he talk to the other person? Because remember, the defense said, was he in the same room? He said, I couldn't remember what the room looked like. Cassie said the guy was in another room. Security said he seen the other guy, but didn't speak to him because he didn't engage. Now, initially, people were saying that was Diddy's bodyguard. People were saying Diddy was sleeping, but Cassie's saying no. In fact, that was a freak off. Diddy got in the shower after hitting Cassie. She ran out. Security came up there after they seen what was going, after the phone call went downstairs. Security came up and actually popped up on a freak off that was ended. Now, a lot of people were saying, was it security that was in there? So security wasn't lying about there being another nigga in the room. Cassie saying it was a freak off. Regardless to what it was, the jurors, just like you and I, are believing that it was a freak off because of all this other freak off shit we didn't heard. So when we seen the footage, they were trying, oh, Diddy was asleep. She got up, she ran out. Nah, he was in the shower. That explains why he was in the towel. A freak off had happened. Security verified that there was another nigga in there. Cassie said that that guy was actually in there for a freak off. The text messages say that Diddy was planning a freak off on the day of the premiere. She left after getting hit because she didn't want to mess up her. Oh my goodness. So that's what actually happened. This shit is crazy, nigga. Cassie then testifies that Combs beat her too many times to count. After the jury was shown hotel surveillance showing Diddy assaulting Cassie, prosecutor Emily Johnson asked Ventura how many times Combs had beat her in that way. She said too many times to count. I don't know. Are there occasions when you tried to fight back when Sean hit you? Johnson asked. Cassie said no. If you know someone is struggling with an intimate partner, there are resources available, including the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Court is done for the day. The judge advised the jurors to turn off notification from news organizations on their phones to ensure they don't see anything about the case. Trust me, they don't need to see nothing about this case. They got enough on their plate sitting in that jury box. Day 2. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, guys. Day 2. Do we think that Cassie has more testimony? We'll break for today. Still go back and try to get that plea back. Oh my goodness. I wonder how she got away. Well, that are you talking about that day or just in general? That day, security escorted her out. Man. Here we are, guys. I mean, day 2. Date. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Tomorrow we have day 3 of the Diddy trial. Now I don't know if we're going to cross yet, but Cassie's going to be on the stand tomorrow. Whether the prosecution still has more, which I'm pretty sure they ain't letting up. The prosecution just gave us 7 hours of testimony. Kids need to stay home. Grandmother need to stay home. Well, she ended up just leaving. She got married to the trainer, and then they left. Again, I definitely enjoyed this with you guys. We will be back tomorrow for day 3. It looks like this Diddy trial is really going to consume my channel for the next 2 months. She's going to be there all week. I did read something. Somebody came in here and said something like that, Mozzie. Join the Discord. It's pinned in the chat. Support the channel. Cash App is pinned in the chat. You know, I'm doing this all off the... I'm going to work at 8 and then I got off. So 16 hours straight. Y'all see me for... I did more talking here than I've done in the last week at work. But hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, join the Discord, it's pinned in the chat. Also subscribe to my other channel, The Mo You Know, where I'll be cutting up all of these testimonies into different parts. We got 4 parts from Cassie on day 2. Tomorrow we'll probably have Cassie on the stand for another full day, probably. Prosecution will probably get her Thursday, Friday. I mean, not the prosecution, but the defense will probably get her Thursday, Friday. You know, we're going over this case. Of course, I don't have any dog in this fight. Of course, I don't be trying to disrespect anybody or anything, but I do joke around. This is entertainment to us. It is people's life. But if you look closely at what this says here, CNN, entertainment. So, yeah, That's a wrap. Diddy's a nasty nigga, no longer freaky. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate each and every one of you. I seriously do. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to try to be on here at 9 a.m. Eastern, depending on what time I get off. But if not, it'll be like 10. So we'll just do like a little recap again of what we like we did today. Catch up on it. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'm Mo J. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide. And stay inside. Just stay inside, man. Just stay to yourself. That's what I do. And I'm not drinking that bottle of Ciroc. I'm Mo J. This is the Mo you know.
Yeah.